Hmm. Okay. Welcome, welcome. Chat. How are we all doing? Last one before Christmas, you guys. Whoa, whoa. Curious. Okay, hang on. Wow. Play Flexorcist. Thanks for the 1,000 bits on Twitch. Wow. You dropped those in even before I started. What the fuck? I really appreciate that. Oh, damn. Hey. I totally see why no one else chooses to do like live streaming and video essays at the same time. I'm just not. I'm a rabbit holer. That's what I am. I find a hole, one hole, and I go down it. I can't spread my efforts across two holes. I can't do that. So today I was just going to read a little bit about one of the claims that was brought up by that traveling Israel guy about the Battle of Haifa. And I just went at it for like 3 or 4 hours. And now I'm like, what? Mental. And then I went on this, I didn't need to know that much about it, but I just kept on learning more and more and more about this one event. And then how it related to other events in the time. I'm like, fuck me. And I'm trying to explore this position that I'm trying to explore this claim that Haifa kind of, I was told it stood out. This was what I was originally told, was that Haifa stood out in the 48 war. Sorry, I just realized I'm talking to people who have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, let's have a look. We need maps, okay? Haifa is a port city around this area here, northern Israel. So it was firmly within the Israeli side of the UN partition plan. But it was a very mixed community of Jews and Arabs, very mixed. And as soon as the partition plan was rejected by the Arabs, there was a good bit of fighting happening around Haifa with different Arab irregulars and militants trying to take control of different areas, Jewish people fighting back at them. And yeah, there's a lot of back and forth going on. And the resolve was, well, the result was that because the Arabs were a lot more leaderless and a lot less well organized, the notables, all the middle and upper class people, basically all of them, left. So quite a few thousand, maybe even tens of thousands of people had already gone. Arabs had already left. And then there was a food shortage in the area, which caused more people to leave. And the Haganah had this plan to take over the entire city by force after the British left. But because there were a couple of Arab attacks before that, they acted ahead of time. So the British were still there when they started fighting. And then they just had this battle for it at some point, like just about a month before the Declaration of Independence. So the British redeployed very impromptu because of the fighting. And then immediately the Jews took advantage of that and just started fighting. They did this, they divided this operation like very, very quickly called Operation Passover Cleansing, they called it. And the goal was to use mortar fire to basically to break the enemy and to demoralize the population into surrendering really quickly. And as you might guess, demoralizing people to get a quick surrender is possible, but the other result of it is it might also cause people to flee. So within 2 days of this battle starting, I think it took them like 24 hours to take over the whole city. And in that time, maybe like 6,000 people either left the city or ran over to the harbor and jumped into boats to try and escape. It was in such a frenzy that some of the boats capsized and people drowned. So it's a pretty hard. There's like photographs of it happening and shit. Yeah, it's pretty gruesome event. But I was always told that Haifa stood out as an example because apparently the story goes that after the battle was won, the Jewish people in Haifa asked the Arabs to stay. They said, we want to live together in peace, coexistence, blah, 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 under the Jewish state. And the Arabs, the Arab leader of Haifa, well, the remaining ones, told them to leave. And the Arabs chose to go with the Arabs and with the Arab leader, and then they all fucked off. So people present that as an example of Jewish people winning the battle against the irregulars, asking the remaining Arabs to stay, but the Arabs leaving. So and obviously Haifa is one that will get weaponized by like pro-Zionist people because they'll say this is like the model Jewish approach. Like they won the battle, they got rid of the bad men, like the irregulars, and then they asked the ones who survived to stay. They asked the civilians to stay, but it was the Arabs who left because apparently the Arab plan was to wait outside of the borders so that the Arab armies could come in, win the war, and then they would get to go back. That was the idea. Now, all those facts are true, right? All those facts are true. The problem is that they don't tell you really anything about the story because not only had thousands upon thousands or tens of thousands of people already fled Haifa because of the fighting, that had already happened. So, and also the entire process of winning the battle involved doing shit that makes people flee, like demoralizing, to the point that the Haganah were going around the streets with loudspeakers saying that the day of judgment had arrived and that people should evacuate and go into a safe haven, basically. And I think there was also stories about people in loudspeaker trucks broadcasting sounds of shrieking, like shrieking sounds to scare the people into surrendering. Basically to demoralize the Arab people who were fighting. And obviously, if you're doing that in a city, you're not only demoralizing the people fighting, you're also demoralizing the people who are not fighting. So, yeah. But when the Haganah were in a position to ask for a surrender, the Arabs said they didn't want to surrender, the Arab leader, and he said he wanted to evacuate the Arab citizens instead. Now, the British and Jewish officials didn't like that. They wanted a reconsideration. They wanted them to stay, but the Arabs chose to go with the leaders. They chose to go with their own leaders and leave. Now, the way that this happened is where I think stuff gets missing, right? There's one myth, apparently, that it was actually Arab leaders from outside of Palestine that told them to leave, which doesn't seem to be true at all. It seemed to be that local leaders in Haifa were like trying to get orders from Damascus or al-Husseini or from the higher committee, but no one was responding. So they were kind of, the leadership in Haifa was just kind of left to make their own decisions. So when you have that narrative and you have people saying the Jews asked them to stay, the Arabs told them to leave, so it's not really like an expulsion kind of thing. Like, that's kind of the idea that they go with. It's not that they were forced out. That's the argument. But when you look at that narrative, the question you would maybe ask is like, okay, so you have the Jewish leaders saying, please stay. You have the Arab leaders saying, leave. Why did they all choose to side with the people telling them to leave? Was it just because they trusted the Arabs more? Well, it's because, and this is the whole fucking like process. Like when, basically when Haifa was occupied, it for the first time came under military rule, like Jewish military rule. And it seemed to be the case that during that military rule, the opinions of the Jewish leaders changed very quickly because the civil leaders of Haifa, the civil Jewish leaders of Haifa, did want the Arabs to stay. That does seem quite like they were sincere. But the Haganah, when they were distributing orders to their soldiers, they didn't mention anything about trying to get the Arabs to stay. What they were doing was their whole thing was to put curfews in, to conduct searches, and to root out fighters and to confiscate weapons. And that whole process was very aggressive. They did things very quickly because they were afraid of foreign Arab troops coming in and counterattacking. So they were very quick. It was very brutal. It was very arbitrary, very aggressive. So they did give out warnings to people, telling them not to loot or hurt anyone, but some of them did that anyway. And then the day after the city was claimed, the Irgun came in, the terrorists, the Jewish terrorists, and they looted like fuck, basically. So, and then what seemed to happen was that as more people decided to just leave because they felt like they were getting mixed signals. They had some people telling them to stay, but then also people making life hell for them. And at that point, there were like food shortages and nowhere was safe. Yeah, so they decided to leave. But then also, even the local Jewish leaders who originally asked the Arabs to stay, within a week of watching the Arabs leave, they also seemed to decide that they were actually okay with that because they were suddenly seduced by the idea of living in a permanent Jewish city. And the Haganah, although they didn't have any expulsion orders in Haifa, were just kind of okay with the idea of not having to occupy a city full of Arabs. They liked it that they didn't have to deal with like people who would be unruly or like or disloyal. So yeah, they were fine with it. And yeah, it was just, but I never knew that part of the story. Like, until today. So this whole thing that the Jews asked them to stay in this little old place here, it only them asking them to stay. First of all, it was only like half of the leaders who were sincerely trying to get them to stay. The military leaders were not trying to get them to stay. But then also the people who originally wanted them to stay basically U-turned on it within a week, most of them. And like, fuck. And it's given me like a much better understanding of this argument that people give when they say that 1948 wasn't about like an expulsion policy. It was more about an understanding that was communicated from the top down. Because not that there was a policy, but what there was leaders around that time during the occupation were saying things like there's one person quoted, like one commander saying that they think the fact that Arabs are leaving should be exploited and that we should press other inhabitants to leave as well, and because we need to establish our state. And then once they heard that more people were evacuating, then they were writing in their diary again saying like that they were happy to hear it, basically. So yeah. And that's more or less what I learned today. I skipped a whole bunch of shit, like the whole details of the battle. Yeah. Can I link you a clip of Vosh criticizing Reuters? You can put it in the stream chat and Discord if you want. Why not? Yeah, anyway. So that's something. But okay, fuck. The one thing I can't find out. Oh shit. I need two things, okay, from my research. I need two things. I need to know if this whole thing about Haifa, if this was a common thing. Was it common for Jewish leaders after taking over a city or a town or a village to ask the Arabs to stay, but the Arab leaders decide to leave? I think maybe Tiberias was one example, but also Tiberias, like they left after a mortar attack on the town, on the downtown district. So, yeah, I don't know. I always heard that Haifa was quite unique in that regard, but I don't know why. I don't know why people say that, because I've only heard people say that in documentaries, and I don't trust documentaries. I've never actually seen like a written source for people saying that Haifa was like one of the only towns where they actually asked them to stay. Because if it is the only example, I know it's the prime example. It's a really bad one because the effort that was made to get them to stay to counteract the Arab orders was like miserable. So, fuck. I don't know. So, if anyone knows the answer to that, if anyone knows how many occupied cities or villages involved Jewish leaders asking the Arabs to stay and the Arabs saying no, I'd be really interested in that. Or making a good faith effort to get them to stay. Of course, David asks, were they meant to beg on their knees for them to stay? I'm not saying whether they were meant to do anything. I'm just saying that the effort to get them to stay was not very good faith. Like, the people asking them to stay were the civil leaders who lost control because the Haganah occupied the city. So, and the Haganah who were actually in charge, because it was under military rule, were not trying to get people to stay, it seems. And it seems some of their leaders behind closed doors were saying, you know what? They're leaving. And you know what I think? I think that's fucking based. Because this town, this is Jewtown, baby. Right? That's... I'm just telling you the facts. And you guys get so fucking angry. Like, I don't know. What's the story with Jaffa in 48? I haven't read that much about Jaffa. Didn't the Irgun attack Jaffa? It was Menachem Begin who was firing mortars into the city, but I don't know. You linked it in stream chat. Okay. Haaretz did some articles. All right. Tell you what, Haaretz, if you want to read this kind of history, just don't like read historians. Like these, even like I even read an article from Haaretz about Haifa, and it just doesn't tell the story that well at all. Let me find it. Fuck, where was the Haaretz article? Oh shit. Because of that story I just told you, if you read that in Haaretz, they'll just say this. It's just a little sentence. In Haifa, it was the Arab leadership that called on its population to evacuate. The Jewish mayor, Shabtai Levy, and the Histrodus Labor Federation activists asked them to stay. Again, this is like, it's such a poor way of telling the story, right? Because it doesn't say that the Jewish mayor and the Labor Federation activists didn't have power when the Arabs were fleeing. It also doesn't say that people were fleeing in the thousands before the Arab leadership said anything. It doesn't say that whilst these guys were asking them to stay, the Haganah were imposing martial law on the population. There was looting, and the Irgun went in there with a policy briefing saying to terrorize them into leaving. So, yeah, there's just like I don't know, I don't, and this is like a respected outlet, you know. This is a respected outlet, but it's just like, this is just such a poor way of framing what happened. I don't know, fuck. Irgun is the only convincing problem. Maybe I'll just repeat myself again. The Haganah did not refrain from looting and imposing arbitrary and like subjecting the men in the fucking city to like arbitrary beatings and like brutal interrogations and shit like that. So yeah, I don't know. Fuck. You can like you're so quick. Like I know for a fact that you haven't read dick about Haifa. Like you're just coming in. Where is the looting source? Benny Morris, dipshit. Like, I told you I was only going to attack this traveling Israel guy using pro-Zionist sources because you guys are such fucking, like, desperate cunts to whitewash fucking everything. Like, you think the Haganah didn't do looting in 48? It's because you don't know shit. Fuck off. All right, sorry. I'm just a bit touchy today. I feel like I go to all this effort to tell you guys the facts, the straight facts. And I'm like halfway through a story, and you guys are like, "Oh, we'll actually learn about." Okay. Let me find it. Where is it? And not to mention, yeah, fuck it. Like, where's the pages? God, this was actually so long. 186 to 208. Did I really read that? That was just in the early afternoon. Time flies. Where are we? Fuck me. What? It's a shame you can't just like hot link a page. Oh, that would be so valuable. This is all about the terms of surrender. Boring. Let's see. Let's see how accurately I phrased what happened. So here's just one example. The Haganah mortar attacks of the 21st, 22nd of April were primarily designed to break Arab morale in order to bring about a swift collapse of resistance and speedy surrender. There's no evidence that the commanders involved hoped or expected that it would lead to mass evacuation, although events in Tiberias 4 days before must have been prominent in their minds. This is the referring to Tiberias, where a mortar attack basically led the entire fucking town to evacuate. Opened up the market square. There was a great crowd. Great panic took hold. Fleeing began. 15,000 evacuated during the 21st, 22nd is actually the battle itself. Many of them left by sea and land to Accra and Lebanon well before notables had announced the decision to evacuate. Yeah, this is before the announcement was made. The remaining 30,000, 40,000 Arabs in town. Some refugees briefly returned, usually to see what was happening to their property or to collect something they left behind, but they generally left a day or two later. Let's see. But, oh yeah, potential reasons for them wanting to get them to stay as well. It seems to be the reasons that they wanted to stay here was because they were fearing for the economic future of the town, because the Arabic working class had like a pretty prominent role in Haifa. And the other was obviously they wanted to demonstrate like the democratic treatment of Israel towards Arabs, like the new state. But here, the Haganah was not adverse to seeing the Arabs evacuate, as illustrated by Macliff's no comment response to Stockwell's question about the evacuation announcement at the town hall meeting on the 22nd of April. Illustration can also be found in the Haifa Haganah's second communique issued on 22nd of April. The communique, distributed about town as a poster, speaks of the ongoing destruction of the Arab gangs and the penetration by Haganah units of the Arab neighborhoods. The troops and the Jewish civilian population were ordered to respect the Arabs' holy places. Every effort will be made not to enter the mosques, not to fire from them, and not to house soldiers in them. The communique also forbade looting of the abandoned property, which would, when the time came, be returned to its lawful owners. But nowhere did it ask or advise the populace to stay, stop fleeing, or return. Indeed, the HIS assessment in the days following the start of the Exodus was, following the steps taken by our people in Haifa, our propaganda and admonitions, many Arabs fled by boat and other craft to Accra. Carmel's commanders were keenly aware that an exodus would solve the brigade's main problem: how to secure Jewish Haifa with very limited forces against attack by forces from outside the town, while having to deploy a large number of troops inside to guard against insurrection by a large, potentially hostile Arab population. This is about local Jewish leaders interested in Arabs staying. The Irgun, with their policy, promote a further rush of armed forces into the souk and other places where Arabs are still living, force the issue by creating more refugees and a new wave of terror. Love that. Now, where's the U-turn and how quick it happened? Oh, yeah, here. The local Jewish civilian leadership initially sincerely wanted the Arabs to stay and made a point of letting the British see this. But the offensive of 21 to 22 of April had delivered the Arab neighborhoods into Haganah hands, relegating the civil leaders to the sidelines and for almost a fortnight rendering them relatively ineffectual in all that concerned the treatment of the Arab population. At the same time, the attitude of some of these local leaders radically changed as they took stock of the historic opportunity afforded by the Exodus to turn Haifa into a permanently Jewish city. As one knowledgeable Jewish observer put it, a month later, a different wind began to blow. It was good without Arabs. It was easier. Everything changed within a week. At the same time, the Haganah commanders from the first understood that an Arab evacuation would greatly ease their strategic situation and workload. I feel like I'm characterizing this pretty fairly, no? This is about the security operation with the curfews, the searches, arbitrary, unpleasant, people removed from their homes, carefully searched, unintended hardships for the inhabitants, excesses such as looting, intimidation, beatings. The British and the Haganah generally preferred, only with partial justification, to attribute all these excesses to the Irgun. Again, partial, as in they were doing it too. Looting and vandalization continued into May, stood completely in contradiction to the declarations appealing to the Arabs to return to Haifa. Talking about how things were getting worse, looting and robbery were rampant. The Haganah searched Arab shops, breaking open their shutters, leaving them prey to Jewish and Arab looters. Houses in Wadi Nisnas had been completely looted. Where's the bit at the end? April 25th, they were still being barred from their homes. Improved conditions didn't really change anyone's minds, though, apparently. No electricity in most Arab areas, no Arabic newspapers, no buses, not allowed to drive cars. Arrests and house searches were common. By the 10th of May, there were only 4,000 Arabs left in the city. Yeah. This is the kind of like conclusive thing about what they wanted. But were Haganah actions over the 23rd of April, early May, motivated by a calculated aim to egg on the evacuation? At the level of Carmeli headquarters, no orders, as far as we know, were ever issued to the troops to act in a manner that would precipitate flight. Rather the contrary. Strict, if somewhat belated, orders were issued forbidding looting, and leaflets calling on the Arabs to remain calm and return to work, if not explicitly to stay in the city, were distributed. But if this was official policy, there was certainly also an undercurrent of expulsive thinking, akin to the Irgun approach. Many in the Haganah cannot but have been struck by the thought that the Exodus was good for the Jews and must be encouraged. A trace of such thinking in Carmeli headquarters can be discerned in Joseph Weitz's diary entries for 22nd to 24th of April, which he spent in Haifa. I think that this flight-prone state of mind among the Arabs should be exploited, and we should press the other inhabitants not to surrender, but to leave. We must establish our state, he jotted down on the 22nd of April. On the 24th of April, he went to see Carmel's adjutant, who informed him that the nearby villages of Balad ash-Sheikh and Yajur were being evacuated by their inhabitants and that Accra had been shaken. I was happy to hear from him that this line was being adopted by the Haganah command, that is, to frighten the Arabs so long as flight-inducing fear was upon them. There was a dovetailing here of Jewish interests as perceived by Weitz and like-minded Yishuv figures with the wishes of the local Arab leaders and the AHC, who believed that the exodus from the city would serve the Palestinian cause, or at least that the non-departure of the inhabitants would serve the Zionist cause. Weitz, it appears, had struck a responsive chord in Carmeli headquarters. It made simple military as well as political sense. Haifa without Arabs was more easily defended and less problematic than Haifa with a large minority. Yeah. I don't know. It's just Will you look at the Vosh clip? Yep. Hang on. Whoa. Let's go. Where is it? In stream chat. Where? Where? I don't see it. I don't see it. Huh? Can you just paste it again? Because it might be, unless it's gone. Stream chat, all I can see is Piano Man shitting on David. I don't know. What? Come on. What is this slacking? Woo. Bonk is the name. Oh, that person. Voss says this about Reuters at the 7 minutes mark. Okay. Let's see.
Genuine, not even a joke. I don't know how it could sound worse than it does now. It already sounds about as bad as you can get, you know? Yeah, I have no idea. And then, of course, because this is a Reuters article, and the people who work at Reuters have long been laundering the behavior of the Israeli government, we need every article on the subject to end with a reminder of what happened. Oh, not end. Okay, sorry. Midpoint of, you know, the Hamas attack and everything from there. I wonder how many people, how many Palestinians have to be killed before we can stop adding, did you know Hamas? Like, can we stop pretending this has anything to do with Hamas? That's the artifice that I want to be dropped. The idea that anything that is happening right now is because of Hamas. Hamas was an instigating incident, you know, but this would be like, I don't know, this would be like talking about the Reichstag burning in 1942 while writing articles on World War II or something. Like, I'd like, Jesus
Yes!
Christ, can we drop that pretense?
Weimar
This is
Germany, let's
Netanyahu
go!
bragging about blocking any chance of a Palestinian state.
Nazis,
Yeah,
let's
it doesn't
go!
even matter. Biden literally says that he wants, like, there's the only way forward is with a two-state solution, and Netanyahu is like, nope, haha, nope, you're still going to support me anyway, cuck. You're still going to support me anyway, aren't you? Doesn't care.
I mean, the Likud does not want a Palestinian state. I mean, they definitely don't want one now. All right? Yeah, fuck. Double no state. Yo, Weimar Germany reference. Hey, based. Yeah, fuck it. I makes me wonder. It had nothing to do with Hamas. Why are they not like? Why don't they do? Why isn't there like a massive airstrike campaign on the West Bank on like Area A? There are plenty of areas in the West Bank where there's just Palestinians there. I don't know why they couldn't, like, if that was all it was about. But yeah, I don't know. I guess they would say Hamas is the excuse. I don't know. Ugh. I mean, you can disagree with how they're doing it, but the fact is that the status quo with Israel using the Iron Dome and Hamas smashing it with rockets for the 16 years is just not very sustainable. You can't just do that forever, you know. Is a three-state solution possible? Bro, I don't fucking know. I don't know if any of them are possible. Sure, why not? Fuck. Hydrate. I mean, oh, there are people repeating this line that that Arafat accepted the Clinton parameters with reservations, as did Israel. I don't think that's exactly how it went. I think the difference was that Israel's statement said we accept this, but here are the things that we're giving up, so we let you know what we're giving up. Whereas Arafat said that like they were never going to give up the full right of return. So yeah, I don't know. I need to look up into that again though, because I'm probably going to read like 3 times as much as I already have on it and just find a completely different conclusion. Who knows? Bombing Area A would be super stupid, even if Vosh was Vosh is saying is true. I don't think it's a good counter. But that's because it has something to do with Hamas, no? Because there are a lot more active military targets in Gaza than there are in the West Bank. That's why they're attacking the West Bank. That's why they're attacking Gaza. Hello, I have dedicated a video to you and your entire community. Greetings. What? Who are you? Dedicated a video? What, like about us or to us? Huh? This is weird. It's unlisted. Oh, it's like a YouTube video of dick sucking. Wonderful, thank you. Why would I... Fucking freak, go away. Fan video. Hello, Sheer, how's it going? You unlist a video on YouTube, you can just put porn up. I didn't know that. Wow. Ugh, I don't know. I don't really know about the claim that Reuters are laundering Israel's reputation. I'd have to read more articles with that in mind to see if I spot anything. I don't know if them mentioning October 7th, like just under 3 months after the event, and yeah, I don't know if that really counts. Please try to get the convo with Destiny going and free DGG from the Pisco brain rot. I'm on Twitch, so we have to wait for that, I'm afraid. Don't you worry, though. God, I got really horrible fucking cotton mouth today. Jesus. There were a few air... Yeah, there have been air... I think there have been airstrikes in the West Bank since the war started, but only a couple. And the ones that started in the beginning of... the ones that started at the beginning of this fucking war were like the first ones in the West Bank in over 15 or 16 years, right? So it had been a while. It's this. We talked about the Clinton parameters the other day, and I wasn't very knowledgeable on it. I've read up a little bit, and a lot of this stuff I did know I was getting mixed up in my head. We agree the 2000s Camp David was bullshit. The Clinton parameters afterward were verbal. Arafat was only given 4 days to agree with them. Isn't that the one where he was jotting things down on a napkin? No, the napkin was 2008. I was willing to concede that maybe Arafat was strong arming the negotiations because it would ratify 194 and would be a final solution, but seemed like it was poisoned from the get-go. I mean, because there was going to be a change of government. They didn't have any time. Barack was on his way out. Clinton was on his way out. They didn't have time. So Clinton parameters. Again, I'm going to read all this again because I need to get like a proper solid timeline. The proposal was presented on 23rd of December. On the 28th, the Israeli government formally accepted the plan with reservations. In a meeting at the White House on the 2nd of January, Arafat also officially accepted the... I see this characterization. I'm not sure if it's actually completely true because I feel like the reservations are very different on both sides, but I don't know. Because I don't know where's the citation for this. Because the Clinton parameters were not a final deal. They were a starting point for negotiations. Yeah, this was the idea that the Israeli reservations were within the parameters and Arafat's were outside of them. But Pressman says that the reservations were in contradiction with the parameters. Rejection of sovereignty over the Temple Mount. Route between East Jerusalem and the Jordan River. On the Palestinian refugee point, Palestinian side, the refugee point seemed fundamental. Saudi prince, oh yeah, the storyteller, Prince Bandar. If Arafat does not accept what is available, it'll be a crime. Okay. I need to find what the whole thing. Ooh. No, I'm waiting with that. I'm not doing that until after holidays. What do you think about Murray? Seems sus. Murray doesn't like Muslims. That's his entire... I think that's like the big problem with him when talking about Israel Palestine. He really, and he's just a big old conservative. You know, he's a big old Etonian conservative. Okay. Reservoir, thanks for the raid of 31 people. I really appreciate that. Wow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Okay. Raiding with 31 people. What does that mean? It means they had an audience of 31 people and they raided me. What are you talking about? Huh. Do people ever confuse you for being Spanish or Italian? Not very often, no. It's just dry mouth. Jesus. Because my meds give you dry mouth. Like yeah, fuck. Okay. Oh God, do I want to read about the Clinton parameters or do I want to read about... Oh no. Come on. Make a decision, Lorna Box, or I just want to watch Douglas Murray and soy. I think if I read about Clinton parameters, I'll just get stuck and frustrated. I don't know. I think I've done plenty of reading today. Shit. Seeing liberal and leftist side with conservatives has been so disheartening. Do leftists siding with Hamas count as siding with conservatives? Because they're pretty conservative. Like, I don't know. It's weird. And like Iran and shit. I don't know. There are all kinds of strange alliances that develop around Israel-Palestine. Okay. Also, apparently there might be a debate happening in my VC. I saw this. I saw there was a schizo deep dive on the Clinton parameters on the DGG subreddit. I know this is the document, right? The PDF. So they call it the PDF. And I think this is the Israeli and Palestinian responses to the Clinton parameters. Stay of it. Yeah. Ugh. Fuck it, let's just read. I want to see what of these. I've never actually read like a DGG effort post on politics before, and this is a reasonably big one. So, well, I don't think anyone is siding with Hamas directly. You've not been paying attention, Sheer. I'm afraid to say. It's just not true. P Nasty, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Best way to support your work: Patreon, YouTube memberships, or Twitch, etc. Not sure where you get the most money. Probably. You know, I actually know. I think Patreon. Patreon or YouTube are probably the best ones. It's either of those. Twitch is a little bit behind, even though people seem to love subbing on Twitch for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway. Axhold Debate Notes Volume 2, The Clinton Parameters. This is a Volume 2. Yeah, okay.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Interesting. All right. So as I made the last thread regarding the Shlomo Ben Ami. Oh, this fucking quote. The guy who said that he would have rejected Camp David. And I watched the stream tonight and found some really big issues with his framing of the evidence he brought up today. Oh. Clinton parameters. All right. So first thing first, a recap. These Reddit posters, man. Oh, God. Clinton parameters was a last-ditch effort to make a peace deal between Israelis and Palestinians. Between 19th and 23rd December 2000, there were negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians. As both sides failed to make an agreement, Bill Clinton's envoy and his team drew up a compromise proposal that they felt had the best shot at being the solution. Funny enough, Clinton was not part of this besides then using his authority to push it. You can check out the specifics on Wiki. Because Clinton was busy. I don't remember the timing, but there was some point in Israeli-Palestinian negotiations where things had to get postponed because Bill Clinton had to reassure the American public that he was not having sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky. Then I think there was another negotiation that got postponed because he was had to account for the fact that he was in fact having sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky. That's a true story. Clinton gave both parties a deadline of 4 days. Take it or leave it, the deal on the table was non-negotiable. Damn, don't fuck with America. Claim, Israel sent a 22-page long letter with questions and rejections. This source, oh, did he say the entire PDF was from the Israelis? Uh-oh. That's not a big, terrible mistake. Happens. First of all, I'm not 100% sure if Axel read the whole thing himself. Summary. Page 1 of the PDF is the folder cover. Page 2 to 7 are the Palestinian reservations signed by the Palestinian negotiating team. Pages 8 to 12 were Israeli reservations. 13, 17, some Israeli analysis in Hebrew. From what I could gather, it may have been an attachment to the reservations. 18 to 22 looks like notes from one of the negotiators from a meeting with Clinton. It's not a 22-page letter. This is all of it, but let's not hang on the number. Let's dive into the real issue. Good call. Okay. Did Israel enter reservations outside of the parameters? Finkelstein even said it was a 10-page letter. So how long was it? 4. Okay. 5. All right. Okay, well, you see, as somebody who was part of those who prepared the Israeli document that was submitted to President Clinton, I can say that the bulk of the document was an expression of the comparison that we made between our initial proposals and what was reflected in the Clinton parameters. It was not a series of reservations. It was basically a mention of the difference, the way that we have gone. This was an attempt to impress the president more than an attempt to say that these are reservations. There were no real reservations in our document, whereas in the Palestine document, there were plenty of them with the refugees, with the Haram al-Sharif, with what have you. I mean, it was full of reservations from beginning to end. Ours was not a document about reservations. It was a statement, basically, that said these were our positions. This is where we stand today. We have gone a very long way. We cannot go beyond that. This is essentially what we sent. So, Ben-Ami claims that the document is more a matter of fact comparison of Israeli preferred positions compared to the Clinton parameters. So, let's take a look. The pages 8 and 9 of the PDF are the main part of the letter. The biggest thing that Israelis accept is that Israelis accept the parameters as a basis as long as the Palestinians do the same. Then they list 4 major points where the parameters and the Israeli positions differ the most. They said they did not say that they are against these, just stated that the position is different from the proposal. The other 4 pages are clarifications that again need to be fully negotiated later and preemptively state the Israeli position on these matters. As such, I'd be inclined to mostly agree with Ben-Ami that they have agreed to the terms of the Clinton parameters and that their letter was A, summarizing what they're compromising to, and B, outlining future issues. What, like, doesn't B sound like reservations? Oh, God. Okay, whatever. But what about Palestinian reservations? Now, Axhole and Destiny read out the letter sent by Arafat to Clinton, where he basically asked for a meeting. The letter from the Palestinian negotiating team, 1 pages 2 to 6 of the PDF in the conclusion, pretty much explicitly deny the parameters after describing why they're not happy with the parameters on questions of territory, Jerusalem, refugees, and security. As a super clear-cut example, I can pick the question of the right of return. The parameters state that in principle, the Palestinian refugees would be able to return only to the new Palestinian state, and any admission to another state, including Israel, would be on such host state. However, on page 5 of the PDF, the Palestinian side still wants to give the refugees a choice of return to their homes, and says that this choice is a prerequisite for the closure of the conflict. Ultimately saying that they accepted it with reservations, in my view, is very charitable. However, I don't know how both Axel and Destiny missed that this part is a clearly pro-Palestinian letter. Huh? Well, I do probably know how. They got sidetracked into the is there no maps issue with Destiny not reading the full document properly, which in here the debate is kind of understandable. They went over the page 3 of the PDF, and Axel seems to be making it as an Israeli letter, while it seems to be the Palestinian reservations.
Remember the Holodomor?
Level up. Okay, thanks for the sub on Twitch. Thank you so much. Okay, so apparently, okay. Ben-Ami's account from his book. Remember, Ben-Ami was part of the Israeli negotiations. So, yeah, self-serving narratives and shit, which apparently everyone did. Take it or leave it. Principles translated into a peace treaty. Yes or no by the 27th. Arafat lingered. I accept your ideas, and then ticked off a number of reservations. His yes was a no. Taba was practical and detailed. Maps were exchanged. Maps. Let me scroll, please. Let me scroll. Why wouldn't it let me scroll? Fuck. I don't even. I allowed him against the Vice Prime Minister in negotiations. I can't read that bit. What the fuck? Oh, I can do this. I can just... What a horrible Zoom function. Fucking imager. All right. I allowed him, against the advice of Prime Minister, to continue the negotiations of his team with the Palestinians when the Israeli mythologies apart, Taba did not allow an agreement, not because of the fact that the Israelis' qualitative political time was a desperately diminishing asset, but because Palestinians treated the parameters as non-committal, insisted on changing and challenging them on each and every point. Okay, so it's very pro-Israel side of it. Okay. Well, I know what that side of it is. One day I'll read the 22-page document. Okay, don't worry, you guys. Ugh. Okay. What's this?
Some YouTubers are blaming you for them not being invited to.
Yeah.
Some YouTubers are blaming you for them not being invited to the White House. It was insane. I know, dude, because obviously everyone wants to present false narratives. It is ridiculous to think. It is absolutely ridiculous to think that, like, a guy known for loving horsecock and another guy known for being banned for saying you should kill Black Lives Matter protesters with a car because it's gotten too far was actually going to be super controversial in the same way that a guy who fucking has the same position on China as the American State Department is. Like, it's ridiculous. I myself am mired in controversy, but of course my controversies are more so relatively lower level controversies in comparison to shit like that they find to be disgusting. Ultimately, though,
I mean, doesn't China think that it's like American escalation that's causing the tensions in China? And by escalation, he means them moving military like installations to places like Taiwan that are being threatened and parts of like Southeast Asia that are being fucking harassed by Chinese boats because of the 9 line. And saying that he's as pro-China as you can. I don't know if that, and justifying the occupation of Tibet, is that an American State Department position? I don't know if that's true. There's a lot of poor characterizations going on there. Anyway.
I am under the recognition that, yes, I look toxic to the Democratic Party apparatus. Of course I do. I say piss,
I'm
shit,
toxic.
dick, cunt, right? That's it. You're automatically disqualified. These people don't understand how the Democratic Party operates. These are the things that you can't even say to open the fucking door to any sort of collaborative effort. It doesn't work that way. Okay? Like, there's an insane amount of stuff that would make me absolutely a massive problem to collaborate within the Democratic Party, and it goes beyond like my America deserved 9/11 comments.
See, what I heard, and again, it's just what people hear. I heard that Hassan was the one who was bigger, and he was the one that instigated the background checks. But then because they had to check Hassan, then they decided to check everyone, and everyone failed. I thought that's what happened, but it was the... I think, yeah, that's what I heard, but I don't even... And I heard a streamer say that, so I don't know if it's true. That's how... Was it how Vosh told it? Okay. I don't remember. I remember one streamer told it that way. Bro, this guy's smashing. Look at this guy. This is fucking... I should do this one day. Jesus. What's gonna happen? Yeah, you gotta get some extra cheat reps in. What muscle is being worked there? Just like his entire body weight. Form checks out. Seems like a JDAM. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. That's how you train your back the right way. Is it? Okay. Also, I realized I don't trust you guys. I want to see if my microphone without a gate on is actually okay. there were no real reservations in our document, whereas in the Palestine document, there were plenty of them with the refugees, with the Haram al-Sharif, with what have you. I mean, it was full of reservations from beginning to end. Ours was not a document about reservations. It was a statement, basically, that said these were our positions. This is where we stand today. We have gone a very long way. We cannot go beyond that. This is essentially what we sent. So, Ben-Ami claims that the document is more a matter of fact comparison of Israeli preferred positions compared to the Clinton parameters. I think it just needed to be a bit louder. Okay, that's fine. Right. What happened with the Hassan thing? I was in the bathroom. You can rewind the stream and 1.5 it. Go mad. Go mad. Go mental. Go absolutely insane. Okay. I think there was supposed to be a debate in the Discord as well. I think Morte has been challenged on his numbers analysis of the Israeli airstrikes of the special Israeli military operation. Let's see. Okay. Piers Morgan has hosted a debate between Douglas Murray and Chunk Yogurt with probably the most horribly edited thumbnail. I guess they just didn't edit it. They just took their webcams and threw it on there. Ugh. Anyway, okay. Apparently this was a very entertaining debate on the Israel-Palestine war. Let's go.
Welcome back to Uncensored. Douglas Murray and Cenk Uygur on bitterly opposing sides of a debate on Israel's war in Gaza. Millions have watched them passionately articulate their cases on this show, but never together. So tonight, on our final show of the year, we've invited these two big brains to debate the big outstanding questions on this conflict. How does the war end? Will Israel face repercussions for the scale of its response to October the 7th? Has it committed war crimes? What is the future, if any, for Hamas, for Gaza, and for the prospects of a true Palestinian state? Most importantly, how do we get to peace? Well, I'm now joined by the author of The War on the West, Douglas Murray, and by Young Turks founder and Democratic presidential challenger, Cenk Uygur. Welcome to both of you. So I've interviewed you both a lot in this war, but not together. And Cenk, I know you felt the other night when you were debating with other people, it didn't really get into a debate, and I think that's fair enough. And what I'd like to today really is to be almost a referee, if you like, between you two to articulate your views and to see if we can reach any points of consensus. So in that spirit, let me start with you, Douglas. I think you're back in Israel. Is that right?
Yes, I'm in Israel tonight, yeah.
Today it was a sea of other stories have come out in the last few days, which have been concerning, I think. For anyone who, like me, believes that Israel has not just a moral duty to defend itself, but has a fundamental right to do so after what happened on October the 7th. And I've said that clearly from the start. It's always been, for me, the issue of proportionality. And it seems that in the last few days, there have been a number of incidents which really question whether Israel is being precise, as it says it is, or indiscriminate. And I would cite the killing of the 3 hostages. I would cite the killing of the 2 women outside the Catholic Church. I would cite the President of the United States saying that they're using indiscriminate bombing, and so on. Do you, Douglas, notwithstanding your full throttle support of Israel, does anything that's been happening make you think Israel needs to execute this war differently?
No, and I think that most of the people who think they know how to execute this war have never executed a war. Indeed, most people who think they know how the IDF should be running this conflict have never been near a conflict. I'm in Israel tonight. I was in Gaza again, yes.
I feel like that's not a great argument. Could you say the same about Russia? It's like people say that Russia are committing war crimes, which you go like, have you ever fought a war? Like, bro. I don't know. I feel like even if you're trying to be moderate and not go on the crazy like bandwagon of just like throwing out buzzwords, you can probably make pretty fair critiques of the way that Israel is engaging in what they're doing. And like, for example, I don't know if those hostages who were coming out. So I think what the hostages were doing was they jumped out and they were quite close to the soldiers when they were running towards them trying to surrender, and the soldiers just like fired at them, I guess in like a panic, or if they were just there with the mindset of kill anyone that moves, because that often can happen. I think like when there, at least some old wars, the 48 war, there have been instances where Israeli soldiers will be like basically told, once you've given the warning to evacuate and you're in, then that's it. You've given your warning. Just kill anyone who moves. And so maybe they did that, or I guess the soldiers might have been. I think they were quite young. The soldiers who killed the hostages. The hostages were young as well. But yeah, whether that's to do with policy though, like if there was actually a policy of them like ordering their soldiers to behave in that way, or if that was just soldiers who need to be reprimanded to fuck, I don't know. As for the airstrikes, I think it's probably safe to say that their acceptable level of civilian casualty per military target is higher than NATO's. For a start. And I think, God, every time I talk about IDF strategy and like what they're actually doing and trying to analyze proportionality, I always get like one or two angry IDF people in my emails saying, "Lunabox, you don't know, this is actually what the IDF." I'm like, oh, fuck me, I'm like, okay, sorry, I don't really know if I'm going to be that convincing. If I don't want to call people liars, right? But it's not very convincing if I'm going to go to the public and be like, oh, well, an IDF soldier told me in an email. Like, okay, and also, I think I don't even know if IDF people can't talk about what they're doing now because it's like classified, right? So, on a completely unrelated note, from me getting emailed by, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I've heard one suggestion that I think is quite convincing, is that when it comes to, what's the term? Non-combatant casualty cutoff value, NCV, which is a policy of engagement, which is not required by international law, but it's a policy of engagement where you basically give yourself an NCV for a particular kind of target. And you give that NCV like a number, like 10, 15. And the NCV value is basically the maximum number of civilian casualties that this target is worth, right? So if it's a big target like bin Laden, I'm pretty sure the NCV for bin Laden was 30. As in, if they were going to airstrike bin Laden, they decided that 30 civilians would have been worth killing bin Laden. For a big high-level commander or a general, like a notable, it might have been 15. For some targets, it might have been 14. For some targets, it might have been 5 or 6. And for some targets, it might have been 0. For some targets, they might have just said that this target is worth no collateral damage. So if there's going to be collateral damage expected, just don't hit it. But it seems to be, the question is, what happens if you have multiple targets that are going to be hit in a single strike? What if you have a high-profile commander with a escort of combatants, and they are in a tunnel, and the room adjacent them has a stockpile in it, and you can take out all of them with one hit? Well, the NATO ethic would be I think I don't know if this is for all NATO countries, but I think it's like a general standard, is that you would take all 4 targets and you would find out which one has the highest NCV. Say the commander is worth 15, and that would be your NCV for that entire group, for that strike, 15 civilians. And a theory that I've heard, is that what the IDF have done in this war, unlike other wars, and this wouldn't surprise me, would be that they have taken the NCVs of all 4 targets and put them together. So if the commander is worth 15, if the military escort is worth 5, if the tunnel is worth 10, and the stockpile is worth 5, then what's that? 35. No, wait, stupid, Jesus. Whatever, big number, God. 40. Yeah, like that's how they've inflated the number. And that probably explains why you've got like your Jabalia camp and like 50 people dying, or even their individual NCVs might just be higher as well. But neither of those answers would surprise me. It seems, or they've scrapped NCVs completely. These are the three options, I think. I think they either have higher individual NCVs, or they've decided to group them together, or they've decided to scrap them completely, because you're not required by international law to have an NCV. It's just like a Western democracy standard, I guess. Yeah. Okay. That wouldn't surprise me. And I think if Israel likes to keep on saying how they're the only democracy in the Middle East and they're like the bastion of Western values and all that bullshit, like if they want to say that, then it's like, well, yeah, you probably have to act like the fucking European and American countries then. You should probably act like the countries that you say you're like part of, rather than doing the alternative, which is for them to say, well, no one in this region obeys the rules, why should we? Well, you can say that, but you're not trying to say you're like the rest of the Middle Eastern countries. You're trying to say that you are like the NATO countries, yeah. So yeah, you're trying to say you're the most moral army. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like you could make that criticism, but it seems to be like they're far more accepting of collateral damage than they should be if they want to describe themselves as a moral army. Yeah. I don't know.
Today. And the examples that you give, by the way, Piers, I don't see why they show any need to prosecute the war itself differently. I mean, just to take one of them, the first example you give, the absolutely tragic, awful shooting of these 3 hostages as they were coming out.
By the way, everything I just told you is like, some of it's based on articles I've read about like law stuff, and others are like that thing about what the IDF is doing and what their NCVs. I have no idea if that's true. Okay, it's just a total guess. It's not even my guess. Loadbox Live, this is not correct. NCV is one of the main parameters of the gospel program. That is what determines the targets. That has nothing to do with anything I said, but okay. As in, it doesn't contradict anything I said.
But, you know, some of the spin that's been put on that in the world, apart from the glee, of course, that Israel's enemies can't help expressing, some of the spin on that is almost as if it shows the IDF is sort of so brutal that it even kills Hamas hostages who are Israeli. I just think this is another example of the international media and others just having this astounding lack of empathy for the Israeli people. Can you imagine what it was like for those soldiers who were in Gaza, knowing that at any point there were snipers, there are booby traps everywhere, people coming out of tunnels that they've built at British and American taxpayer expenses and attacking them? Can you imagine what it was like for the soldiers who, in that terrible moment, made...
You need to monitor Islamophobia better in your chat. A lot of freaks here. I don't know if I've seen... Where's the Islamophobia? Where's the Islamophobia? Huh. David thinks it's based that they increased the that they grouped the NCVs together. That's wild. Yeah, it's a pretty horseshit thing to say, but it's not like Islamophobia. That's just like that's just a young, pepped up warhawk dipshit getting really excitable or joking. Okay.
The life-changing mistake of shooting 3 people who turned out to be Hamas hostages.
But why would they? But Douglas, on that, why would they shoot anyone who was shirtless and waving an SOS flag? I mean, why would whoever they were, whether they were Israeli hostages or whether they thought they were Palestinians, why would anyone shoot anyone who comes out like that? That's my point.
That'll be a matter for the inquiry into it. But you know, look, it's hardly as if they'd have wanted to have done that. What this demonstrates is, in this incredibly close conflict in a heavily built-up area, with people coming out from all sides, firing, shooting, detonating, people make mistakes. Of course they do. That's just a human reality of war, horrible as it is. I don't think it shows in any way that Israel is prosecuting this war wrongly. As for the...
You were saying how they determine the military objective, where where to strike and what strike is now determined by the gospel program. Again, that has nothing to do with what I said. The gospel program, as far as I know, the gospel program is an AI program that selects a target, that identifies a target. I don't think it makes moral judgments on how many civilians are worth a particular target, no? I don't think the gospel program is making moral judgments. I think that's people look at what the gospel program gives them and then they make a decision. Is that not the case? Or does the gospel, or is it the case that they just press the button and the gospel program finds a target, they give it to the pilot, and then they just go? I'm pretty sure there's like between the gospel program and the strike, there's a human being making a decision, no? That would be quite wacky if they were just like turning on the gospel program machine or whatever, and then they just take it just gives them some coordinates, and then they're like, okay, got that. Computers don't make mistakes.
Main issue of the war. The main issue of the war is to destroy Hamas. No Israeli of left or right or center believes anymore after October the 7th they can live beside Hamas. Hamas has been given the statelet of Gaza. It was given it in 2006, voted in, then killed their fellow Palestinians in a coup, killed Fatah rivals, and they've run the Gaza for...
Well, to be fair, it was a... I can't remember who was asking. Someone was asking about the 6 Day War, and they asked this like rhetorical question of like, how often are there, what did he say? How often are there people making, How often does a military launch a preemptive strike and say that it was like a defensive war, like 6 Day War? And I was like, well, Hamas did. Hamas's attack on Fatah in Gaza was preemptive because they were anticipating that Fatah, and with some help from the US, would try to coup them. And I think they turned out to be right. And then they got rid of Fatah from Gaza and then like threw their leaders off buildings. Because they are pretty mental. Yeah.
Almost 18 years now, and they've produced a new generation of people whose main aim in life, it seems, according to their textbooks and their classes, is to regard Jews as enemies who should be killed. This is just an unbelievable waste, a waste of life on every side, but apart from anything else, a waste of those Palestinian lives, of children who grew up under Hamas's rule, if you can call it that, who have been indoctrinated into becoming sociopaths by a psychopathic terror organization, Hamas.
All right, Cenk, you've been listening to that. Is there anything that Douglas said that you agree with?
No, nothing.
Not even about the way Hamas has presided over Gaza in the last 18 years.
I feel like it would be worth asking Douglas Murray as well. It's like, okay, yeah, they have indoctrination from Hamas, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like if you're recruiting people to join Hamas, it's probably easier when there's a whole bunch of kids running around Gaza with PTSD and they've all lost like a couple of friends or family members to Israeli bombings and shit. Like, I don't know. Yeah. And that, and the fact that it's just living in Gaza fucking sucks. Like, yeah. I mean, you can give Hamas their side of the blame for that, but it's just he's very unempathetic, this Douglas Murray guy.
Years.
Yeah. So that's a weapon of mass distraction. It's Israel doing genocide on the Palestinians right now. And there's IDF soldiers singing and in video that the IDF has confirmed about how they're going to wipe out the seed of Amalek.
Weapon of mass distraction.
A verse in the old Hebrew Bible that talks about exterminating Amalek. So they're talking about genocide against Palestinians. Benjamin Netanyahu has also talked about wiping out Amalek. These are open calls for genocide. What I find stunning, Douglas mentioned stunning lack of empathy. There's 20,000 dead people in Palestine right now in Gaza. Over 8,000 of them are children. When 36 Israeli children were killed by Hamas, the world cried out, and I was brokenhearted over it. 36 poor kids dead in Israel. Now there's over 8,000 dead kids in Gaza. You want to talk about a stunning lack of empathy. 6,400 women slaughtered in Gaza. You want to talk about terrorism? They're dropping unguided bombs, 2,000-pound bombs. Every one of those bombs is an
don't eam or eme. It's so ironic that you're the one policing what you perceive to be Islamophobia in the chat, and then you think it's okay to say W Amalek L Israelites in reference to what the fuck is? Why is it always? This is not the first time this has happened this month, where someone has policed me, this community, over people either doing like, I don't know, genocide denial or ethnic cleansing denial or Islamophobia, and like 2 seconds later you find out that they're like standing the mass murder of Jews. Like, oh God.
Act of terrorism and the stunning lack of.
Oh, you're talking about the Torah Israel. Like, oh yeah, they're not even real. Wow. Yeah, a bit of the old plausible deniability there, right? Islamophobia isn't even a real thing. I think you've never been to the UK, I understand, or Europe. What a fucking stupid thing to say. What's the... Do I need to have this debate now? Why am I here? Did Destiny say this? Because I'm trying to trace. Every now and then, I'll see a new copy-paste take. Like, Islamophobia isn't real. And it just seems to... It all comes at once. Like, multiple people say it to me at once in the same period. I'm like, who said this? Who gave this impression? Where did they get this from? It's rational to fear Islam for everyone who isn't a Muslim man. Like, oh God. You're like, it's the same energy as people who say, you're calling me anti-Semitic. Little do you know, liberal, Arabs are Semitic people too. Shut the fuck up. Okay, wait, all right. Good. Justin B. Listen, maybe one day you'll understand how language works. Not on my time. Bye-bye. Twat. All right.
Empathy towards Palestinian lives is disgusting. But I want to be clear, it is not shared by all Israelis. The dad of one of the hostages who was killed went on Israeli television and said, stop killing them. And he didn't mean the hostages. He meant the Palestinians.
All right, but Jake, let me just jump in. But before I go back to Douglas for a response to this.
Let me reply to that, Piers.
Yeah, I will let you reply to that. On this issue of genocide, do you accept, though, that Hamas's whole raison d'etre when it comes to Israel is genocide? They want to eradicate Israel and kill as many Jews as they can. I mean, they've made no secret of this.
Yeah, so this is really important. So I have no sympathy for Hamas. So I am not interested in defending Hamas. I think that's nothing but a distraction. Because right now they're not fighting Hamas. They're just killing Palestinian civilians.
Well, they're also killing Hamas terrorists. They are. I mean, they're killing thousands of them.
Barely. No, wait a minute. Barely. But let's go to your main point, okay? So the main point is, well, Hamas threatens X, Y, and Z and has killed 1,200 people on October 7th. So that is why we have to all worry about what Hamas might do in regards to trying to... Hold on, let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. What they might do if they had infinite power, the kind of power that Israel has.
Where's the TYT, Cenk? I want him back. The screaming, bombastic wrestling commissioner. Unguided bombs line triggered me so... Oh, yeah, was it the dumb bombs? Yeah, I don't know. I think Israel is using a slightly higher proportion of dumb bombs than like European or American forces have done in the last like few decades, but not that much higher. There was a whole list of it. Yeah, dumb bomb. You know, with a dumb bomb. A dumb bomb is just it's a bomb that doesn't have a guided thing like a guidance system in it. But with a dumb bomb and with a plane. Like I'm pretty sure that if you drop a dumb bomb from a plane, there's still like, you can still aim it. And there's still like even a computer system in the plane that's still basically showing you where the bomb's going to land. So yeah, like even dumb bombs are still aimed with computers. It's yeah, fucking. You guys are dumb bombs.
Meanwhile, Israel is actually doing the genocide, is actually preventing a Palestinian state and saying you are not allowed to exist. And if you dare try to exist, we'll kill 20,000 of your children and women.
All right, Douglas, respond to that.
Uh-oh.
Several things. First of all, anyone who uses the term genocide in this context simply doesn't know what they're talking about or is a malevolent actor. I don't know if Mr. Uyghur's travelled at all in his life, how far he's travelled, how many conflicts he's seen, but I'd have guessed none. And you clearly know nothing about this
on the
particular
ground journalism,
conflict, and you've obviously seen none of it. The genocide. That
okay, the thing with Douglas Murray is he's so arrogant, and I don't know if it's because he doesn't have arguments, like he just kind of stumbles across these positions and believes them, like, or he thinks he's above it or whatever. But it's like you're on a moderate show. Pierce is the content centrist, both sides are rue, and you're there to present your case. It just seems like you're fucking you're just there to be like to just throw insults, and like that doesn't look very good to people who don't already agree with you. I don't know. He's not really like trying to present a case there. He's very unlikable.
Describe is such a smear and a libel against the Jewish state. If Israel wanted to commit genocide, I'm sure it could, but it doesn't. It doesn't remotely want to. And people like you and other pro-Palestinian propagandists have spent years claiming that Israel is committing genocide in the Gaza. By the way, the weirdest thing about this claim is that the population of the Gaza has grown by 1 million in the last 15 or so years. So if Israel was trying to carry out a genocide, it's either the worst perpetrator of genocide ever or uniquely poor at performing that task. None of the stats support that ridiculous claim. It's such a weird smear and a libel of Israel. Secondly, of course, you've just rattled off Hamas figures, as every one of your kind always does. Thirdly, you said that
your kind. Ooh.
The world cried. Cried. You said that the people like you who cover.
For I'm being charitable. He means pro-Palestinian people, but I just have a feeling that Douglas Murray really dislikes Muslims. Oh, God.
Palestinian extremists. Thirdly, you said that the world cried out for the 36 Israeli dead children. No, they didn't. And you know that very well. You know that very well. If you put up a poster to a missing dog in any Western city, that poster...
Mir Jalal with the 100... Oh, and Sybil the Bunny with the sub on Twitch. Thanks very much. Is that rupees? What? I think it's rupees, right? My memory is. Anyway, thanks for the 100 whatevers things. And did you react to Cenk with Destiny? Yeah. Where to view it? YouTube VODs. NYT now proved IDF bombed indiscriminately. Is the evidence now enough for Destiny to buy it? Where did the New York Times prove that they bombed indiscriminately? Where did they say that? New York Times. I still need to memorize the definition of indiscriminate bombing because I can never remember exactly what it means. Bombing Israel. He means Turks. Yeah. There's a New York Times article saying that the U.S. criticized Israel for indiscriminate bombing because Biden used the words. But again, I don't know if Biden just said that or if Biden said something like, I feel like if you were getting it from Biden, it would matter if he said, our intelligence has led me to the conclusion, because that's what he said about the hostel bombing, right? Normally, if Biden is making a statement about like based on intelligence, he will say that he got it from like his intelligence people, like his guys. If he's just saying the word indiscriminate behind closed, I don't know if that's like if he's using that in a legal sense or if he's just using a shorthand or like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
Stays up. In city after city in America, posters of abducted Jewish children, including a 10-month-old baby, were put up and were ripped down by people who have been indoctrinated into hate of Jews. Nobody would rip down the poster of a missing dog, but from Dublin to Berkeley, they ripped down posters of abducted Jewish children. So no, I don't think there was
Douglas,
very much care for that around the world.
Let me put this to you, Douglas.
Let me make two other very quick points. Firstly, you said what Hamas might do, as if it was some kind of hypothetical. Hamas showed what they do, what they want to do. It showed it on October the 7th, and its leadership, as I'm sure you very well know, said that they would like to repeat that again and again until they have got rid of every Jew. So, I don't know. I would trust Hamas's word on that rather than your interpretation of what you think they mean when they say that, and your generous interpretation of what you think that means. And finally, as for preventing a Palestinian state, it is nonsense that the Israelis have prevented a Palestinian state. They gave the Gazans a Palestinian state in 2005. They gave them a Palestinian state in 2000.
They didn't give them a state. They pulled out of one territory. They still kept control over the population registry, the border, the maritime borders, the airspace. And whilst taking 8,000 settlers out of Gaza, they rammed over 10,000 into the West Bank in the same year. It's not a state. There's no, by what definition is that a state? Ugh. The independent breakaway territory of Gaza. Yeah, whatever.
When every Jewish person was ripped from their homes in the Gaza by IDF soldiers, and the Palestinian people were given a state. And what did they do? They voted in Hamas, who then killed their fellow Palestinians, never had another election, and used all the billions of dollars of taxpayer funds from the US, UK, and Europe.
This is also, I don't know if I'm, oh God. I'm going to do the pro-Hamas talking points now. God, Hamas were not the ones who cancelled elections. Hamas could have had elections in Gaza once they were separated from Fatah. They could have done that. They don't do that because they only like elections insofar as they can use them to get more power. But the PA elections were stopped by Abbas, not by Hamas. The PA elections were stopped by Fatah, not by Hamas.
Europe to build terror tunnels and to enrich themselves so they could live the life of luxury in Qatar. Again and again, the reason there is not a Palestinian state is because the Palestinian leadership doesn't want one.
Okay, Douglas,
didn't want one in 1947. It preferred war, and it doesn't want one now.
Douglas, let me put one point to you raised by Queen Rania of Jordan in a new piece for, I think it was the Washington Post. In just over 2 months, she said Israel's turned Gaza into a hellscape. At least 8,000 children have died, more than the death tolls of Pearl Harbor, September the 11th, and Hurricane Katrina combined. These are gigantic and horrendous numbers of children being killed. Do you not have any qualms about the number of children being killed? I mean, does it not suggest that Israel...
I want to hear Queen Rania talking about this as much as I want to hear Queen Camilla or Meghan Markle. I mean, it's pathetic.
The men are talking. Oh, God.
Is holding on to her own position in Jordan. The only piece of advice she has for anyone is how to marry a king. Queen Rania herself is just playing a very nasty political game. If she cared at all, and I would pose this to all the states in the region, if Jordan cared at all for the Palestinian people...
You know what? That's true. I don't give a... Why do we care what some monarch says? Does she have... Does the Jordanian... Does she have power? She might have power, actually. I don't know. Yeah, well, thanks for the raid. F-bombs for you. Thanks very much. I hope you had a good stream. Mir Jalal with the 40... I think those are rupees. I'm so sorry if they're not. I'm talking NYT YouTube channel, Visual Evidence. If you can send that in the stream chat on Discord or on Twitch chat, go for it.
They would take them in.
All right,
they would take them in. They don't want them. If the Egyptians wanted them, they'd take them in, but they don't. Do you know why? Because every country that takes in the Palestinians gets terror. It happened in Egypt, it happened in Jordan, it happened in Syria, it happened in Lebanon, it happened in Tunisia, on and on. That's why these people don't really care about their fellow Muslims. They just care about hating Jews.
All right, Cenk, your response.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so you asked if he cared about 8,000 dead babies, and his answer was no. Queen Rania bothers me, so complete non-answer, because he doesn't care. He doesn't think that Palestinians' lives are worth anything. He just called them all terrorists.
Well, it's nice you can put that word.
And this is what they always do. So hold on, I let you talk for a long time, so why don't you shut up for a second?
I don't really know why we went from 8,000 kids, which can still include, I think you can join Hamas when you're 16, no? But we went from 8,000 kids to 8,000 babies. Oh, God.
Second. So
you're such
we've
a
got all of
courteous
these
man as
dead
well.
babies. We've got
This is just the Nazi argument about Jewish people. Why won't any of the Europeans take in the Jews? What about Arab states not taking in Palestinians? Is that what you're saying? You think that's a Nazi argument? Why didn't France take in Syrian refugees? You think France should just put them in little fucking camps? I guess some of them do actually just stay in camps forever. Just put them in a wee camp and arm some of them and just leave them to throw some attacks into Syria every now and then. Douglas Murray's smile is very... They did. Yeah, and I think most people would agree that that's bad. Would it be based if they were like putting them in the camp and they were just saying, hey guys, listen, we got your back, you know, we're pro Syria, you guys, we love you guys. Listen, just hang tight in the camp. We're gonna vote against Syria. We're gonna vote against Assad at the UN General Assembly every year for 75 years. Just hang tight, guys. We'll sort you out, no problem. We'll launch some fucking shit attacks across the Syrian border that don't do anything every now and then. They might come. They might invade France as a reprisal and kill a bunch of you. Until Israel Palestine, every leftist said that if a refugee comes to your country, you should grant that refugee protections and rights. Yeah, of course. But suddenly everyone gets all right wing about it because this is a right wing position. The right wing position is arm the refugees so they can fight for their country back. Yeah.
all of these dead babies that this monster doesn't care about. He says keep bombing them. A former intelligence officer said in the Israeli press they're using AI in a program called The Gospel, where he said it's basically a mass assassination factory. And we could all see it with our own eyes. And you could do all the propaganda you want. No one believes your nonsense. We see all the dead women. We see all the dead children. Now Israel has killed 20 times the number of civilians that Hamas killed. So would I want Hamas in charge of Israel? Never, never. I don't trust them, and I don't believe that they would be benign. So all of this propaganda about, people don't mind Hamas. No, we mind Hamas. We terribly what happened on October 7th. And I've now shown you different Israelis that have said that it's a problem. And I want peace and security for both Israel and Palestine. And this does not get Israel any peace or security.
How reliable is the AI claim? It's reliable. They're using AI to generate targets. I'm pretty sure that's true. I need to look into the 972 article because there are some parts in it that I find a bit dubious when they're describing power targets. The article made it, and the way that they chop up the quotes makes it sound a lot like. Thanks for the sub briefing. It makes it sound a lot like those power targets are actually like just civilian buildings that they're hitting to terrorize the population. Whereas when you look at the link that they send you when they have power targets, they send you to an IDF website that defines power targets as Hamas buildings, like buildings that are used for communications or for like party members and shit like that, right? So, and then they say after that one of the byproducts of attacking those power targets is that it will demoralize the enemy, like Hamas. So I don't know how reliable that is because it does make it sound like they're just the article does make it sound like they're just using an AI machine to target like randoms, like a bunch of civilian buildings to terrorize the population. Although but the way that they present that evidence is a bit dubious. Shonk, thanks for it could be true though, who knows. Shonk, thanks for the 30 shekels. Really appreciate that. Sending some shekels from Israel. Love your stuff and keep up the awesome work. Highly recommend, by the way, to watch Waltz with Bashir film. Yeah, I know. I keep saying I'll watch it. I need to watch lots of films. I need to watch Farha. I need to watch Waltz from Bashir. I need to watch that one about the fucking refugee camps in Lebanon. Yeah, I know. I need to read. I got this today because I've read The 100 Years War in Palestine by Rashid Khalidi. Now I've got Righteous Victims. So 800 pages, baby. Let's go.
But when you ask the other side, do you mind tens of thousands of civilians that have been murdered, incinerated alive, body parts picked out of rubble, little babies killed over and over again in what is even the Israeli prime minister is referring to as Amalek, meaning an extermination of the Palestinian people. And I must clarify the difference between a genocide and a Holocaust. A genocide is when you target a specific people and kill a lot of civilians. Srebrenica, where 6,000 people were killed, was considered a genocide. So it doesn't mean you try to murder every single person in that
Cenk, let me ask
race.
You.
That is a Holocaust.
Okay, but Cenk, let me reply. Wait, one second. Before I go to Douglas, Cenk, one question. You want to get rid of Hamas too, as does Douglas, as do I. If you don't do it the way that Israel is currently doing it, given that they live amongst the population, how else do you do it?
Yeah, there's an excellent way to do it, and there's the right way to do it. So let me explain. So war, this guy talks about, oh, I love war. I go to all the conflict zones. So by watching it and rooting on for more death, I know something about conflict. You know nothing. So here's what reality is. War gets you more war, but peace actually works. So when Israel did a peace deal with Egypt, not only were the Egyptians safe, but the Israelis became safer. That peace deal has held for decade after decade. So how do you do a peace deal in this case? What you do is you do the two-state solution now, and you do it with the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. And if you then have a Palestinian state, the Palestinian Authority would have the credibility to drive out Hamas from Gaza. That is a realistic plan for both peace, security for Israel and the Palestinians, and driving out Hamas. The idea that you're going to kill 20,000 more civilians, 200,000.
I guess the problem is that any I don't even think, like, I think it would be a good idea. The problem is that any coordination or cooperation or definitely negotiation between the PA and Israel right now would mean that, like, Abbas already has no credibility. What credibility do you think he's going to get if he starts shaking hands with Israeli politicians and discussing plans for statehood so that the PA can take out Hamas in Gaza? Like, oh, God. Yeah, just change it into a civil war. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
More civilians in Gaza, and it's going to drive out Hamas.
Okay, let Douglas respond.
Let me answer that.
Let Douglas respond to that.
First of all, I mean, your other guest, I mean, I don't know what kind of a creature he is. He's a kind of low-grade thug, as far as I can see.
Jesus.
He's listened to nothing I've said.
Yeah, I know, because I'm Muslim. That's what we call all Muslims.
I'll tell you. No, it's not that at all. It's not that at all. I just think that I think you're just a very low-rent racist. But anyway, let me just get on to it. You say, first of all, I don't care about the death of Palestinian children. Yes, I do care. I care very deeply about it. But I also know that the responsibility for their deaths lies on Hamas, which has misgoverned their society for the last 16 years and now has been leading the country into being in a war with Israel.
Jesus.
So yes, it's on Hamas, this. As for seeing wars, by the way, I just mentioned about seeing wars because as far as I can see, you're very ill-traveled as well as rather ill-lettered and ill-spoken. And I mentioned that I cover wars and go to wars because...
Bro. I don't know. The ad hominems, mate. I feel like, again, you got to earn your ad hominems. I feel like you make an argument and then you can ad hominem. And maybe, but he's just so venomous. And I feel like a lot of these insults, like low rent, thug, and all that, I don't know. It seems a little bit racial to me. I don't know, just a little bit. I don't fuck. Yeah, I don't think he intends it to be that way. I can't read his mind. But god damn it, like fuck, thug. On big burly Cenk. Cenk was being insufferable. I mean, his arguments are pretty are ill verbalized. His arguments are not very good. But that doesn't mean you should fucking just start spitting venom at him. Like, yeah.
Because I happen to think myself that it's worth seeing things with your own eyes, including things that you don't particularly like, but you report the truth. I don't know if you ever even leave your own bedroom.
See, none of these aren't points. He's not making any points. He's just kind of he's just going on a tirade. I guess this maybe it's good for his own audience. Like, he can get clipped and shit.
I can tell already that you don't, because you've already said something that demonstrates you know nothing about this conflict. You have just demonstrated it in the following terms. You said that this is why we need to push for a two-state solution and give legitimacy to the Palestinian Authority. I'll tell you something you don't know, because I guess you spent no time in the West Bank, have you?
Ooh.
I'll tell you something you probably don't know. The Palestinian Authority, Fatah, celebrated the 7th of October massacres. I'll give you another fact which demonstrates you know nothing about this and clearly haven't ever visited any Palestinians in the West Bank as I have. If there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, the reason why there isn't one is because if there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, Hamas would win. So your idea of a two-state solution, I'm afraid you are so out of date and you really should leave your bedroom. Because in this region,
why is he using the bedroom argument on like like an old man and shit? It's just weird. What is the polling in West Bank for Hamas and Fatah? I think Hamas are, if I remember correctly, it was that Hamas were more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza, which is very interesting. Election. In the new elections, in only two candidates, Abbas and Hania, participated. Abbas would get 16% of the vote and Hania 78%. In the Gaza Strip, Abbas gets 24% and Hania 71%. In the West Bank, Abbas gets 10% and Hania 82%. So it's a pretty big difference for presidential, assuming Barghouti can't run, which he probably can't. Because I think Barghouti is still on top of both of them. Fatah. Who do they support? Hamas 43, Fatah 17. 3 months ago, support for Hamas was only 22. And for Fatah, it was 26. In the West Bank, support for Hamas today stands at 44%. And for Fatah at 16. Compared to 12 versus 26. God. October 7th was electioneering, eh? Public demand for resignation of Abbas. Basically 80% average, at least, yeah. Woo.
Thinks that there is a two-state solution on the table because there is not a viable negotiating partner. But I just want to make one other main point. You have gone on and on tonight, throwing accusations out against the Jewish state, against me. It's the sort of thing you do. I know you're a sort of online pugilist and think you can run for office, and good luck with that. But
he can't help himself. Good luck with that. Oh, God. You think Douglas moved to Israel? I think he's reporting there. I don't know if he moved there.
just like to point out that you only really get animated if the Jews are involved. And I can tell that for the following reason. I mean, your surname's Uyghur, isn't it? 1 million Uyghur Muslims in China have been put in concentration camps in the last decade. And people of your ilk never really care about that, do you? Because it's not the Jews doing it, it's the Chinese Communist Party.
See, this is why I think he's saying it to Cenk, because he's Muslim, right? When he's saying your ilk and it's the Jews doing it. Unless he thinks that about progressive, I don't know. I feel like the anti-Semitism allegation is very much pointed at the fact that Cenk is Muslim. Yeah, I don't know. Does TYT talk about the Uyghurs? I don't know if they do. I don't know. Let's see. He portrays this stereotypical smarmy British male very well. Oh yeah. It's that Etonian education. It's that 30 grand a year education that Douglas is giving us here. Let's see. The Young Turks Uyghurs. Humanitarian crisis in China 5 years ago. Cenk versus Prager, I guess because Uyghur is also his name, it's quite difficult to... So he spoke about it there in China. Muslim people being forced into concentration camps and religious cleansing is taking place. Okay. Seems like he's made up his mind on that. What do they say on Ukraine? I actually never heard their opinions on Ukraine. Biden escalates war against Russia. That's a strangely worded title. All right.
At the moment, 1 million people who are who are in Pakistan.
Oh
at the
God,
moment,
he said it slur like 3 times there. Whoa, whoa!
who are your fellow Muslims and who happen to be Afghan, and I don't think you care about them, do you? 1 million Afghans are currently being forcibly deported from Pakistan to Afghanistan. You don't care about that. You're not riled up about that. You're not riled up about what the Janjaweed are currently doing in Sudan, where thousands and thousands of people are being attacked by the Islamist militia there. You don't care about any of that. You get exercised and you rile up what little base you have of malcontents because you're riled up when the Jews do anything.
All right,
it's
Cenk.
perfectly obvious.
Okay, Cenk, your response.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, my last name is Uyghur. We're named after the Uyghur Turks in China. And have we talked about
I
that on
thought
the
you'd
Young
have spoken
Turks?
up then.
Yes. Yes, we've talked about it endlessly, but you don't know that, and you don't watch the show.
Shame
you just
nobody
make
watches
things
your
up.
show.
So
Nobody does watch your show.
Yeah, well,
But I mean, you can't just throw out the claim saying you never talked about this. And it's like, well, you haven't seen the show. Oh, no one watches your show. It's oh yeah, he's just, oh God, he's just being slightly schizo debate tactic there, but okay.
well, okay. Again, you're interrupting me when I was kind enough to let you go on with your mad ramblings. So how nobody watches the show, we have 5 billion views a year. I don't know what piddling outfit you're on, or what little Substack or whatever the hell you write on. So the reason we're incredibly popular is we fight for we fight for shut up.
Dick
we
measuring.
fight for all innocent civilians. So yes, we've covered all of those conflicts. Yes, I'm against fundamentalist Islam, no question about it. I'm against fundamentalist religions of all kind. In terms of every right-wing supporter of Israel, they're only.
Why does he keep on like, I don't know. I don't like to assume people's beliefs if they don't say them directly. I don't like doing that. I think the whole age of dog whistle politics is kind of like rotted everyone's brains, and people are so quick to try and find things where they don't exist, and it's actually not like it's a pretty bad place to be. But like Douglas is doing it to Cenk. He's assuming that Cenk is like a fundamentalist because he's Muslim and shit, bro. And I'll reiterate, okay? I think Cenk is making dumb arguments. I don't agree with the arguments he's making, but fuck me, like.
Tactic is, hey, don't look at the 8,000 murdered children. Don't look at the 6,400 murdered women. Don't look at the fact that all the hospitals in northern Gaza have been shut down. Don't look at the fact that 4 out of 5 people in northern Gaza are starving right now, and half of the people in southern Gaza are starving. Instead, anti-Semite. Now, wait a minute. I just told you how much I want peace and security for Israel, how much I hated what happened on October 7th. What you don't know is I started the Young Turks with 2 Jewish friends. And so the whole program is both Jews and Muslims. You know nothing. You know nothing. I have Jewish family and friends. Why in the world, God, as they go to Israel, I want them to be safe, okay? So I have shown empathy for all civilians throughout everything I have ever done. But all you have is hatred. Oh, he's an anti-Semite. Kill the Muslims. Kill the Palestinians. And once we kill them, by the way, we'll blame them for it. Israel had to murder all those babies in Palestine because Hamas made us do it. Then why are you listening to Hamas? Why are you letting Hamas drive your agenda? Well, you don't have to kill those civilians. It's a mass assassination factory.
We are, 9 weeks into this war. 20,000
Wow.
people, according to the Hamas-run health authority, but the numbers have not been questioned by other official bodies. 20,000 people so far have died on the Palestinian side. And it is estimated from the IDF that they say they've killed 7,000 or so Hamas terrorists. That number's not been verified. But if you take that as being accurate, that's 20% of the estimated number of Hamas terrorists that exist. Therefore, there's 80% still to be eliminated, which at this rate would take another 8 to 10 months and would lead to...
I don't think that's quite how it works. It's not like if it takes you this amount of time and this amount of collateral to get a fifth of the troops, then you have to just multiply all that by 5, and that's the end result of the war. Usually what happens is you get to a certain point where your enemy military gets demoralized and they start surrendering, and then they start to face like a diminishing return when they run out of supplies, and then it's like usually the end is a lot quicker than the first. But yeah, so it's not a very good way to analyze that part of things. Non-linear trend box. Hey. Usually you do still have quite a lot of enemy soldiers alive when the war's over because people surrender, people can't, they've lost all their strategic positions. I don't know. But that doesn't factor in the fact that even if they get rid of if Hamas loses control over all of Gaza, then there's still the insurgency factor. They're going to have to deal with an insurgency. Because I don't think those Gazan civilians are going to be very ruly with Israeli troops running around.
Potentially several 100,000 civilians being killed and pretty much all of Gaza being obliterated with nowhere for the 2 million who've been displaced to go back to. So my question for you is, if this is the game plan by Israel to finish Hamas right to the last terrorist, what is left after that? They talk about the day after the war. What does it look like? Who runs Gaza? Where do these people go back to live? In other words, what actually happens if Israel is successful, however long it takes, in eliminating Hamas?
Well, first of all, I just have to add, you quite rightly said it, Piers, that the figures you gave are Hamas figures, and we do have to treat them with more than a grain of salt. As for, again, my counterpart here goes on about the deliberate...
Do you think Destiny is a Zionist? By my definition, I don't know. I even know if I have a definition. I don't know. I don't really like answering that question because everyone has their own different opinion on what a Zionist is. He probably is, by the way I would understand it. But by enough people's definitions, I've tried this on with people before as well. I've posed to people the idea of so what if someone pushes for a binational, a one-state solution with full right of return, but you don't evict any Israelis. They just stay where they are, and they live side by side. I have been told that that's a Zionist position. I don't know. Yeah, people are fucking insane on the internet. I don't know.
genocide of children and women. I mean, I know and this is...
And actually, I've even heard people like Ilan Pape say that he thinks a binational one-state solution doesn't actually have to, theoretically, come into odds with Israel's right to exist, because it doesn't have to exist as a state. It can exist as a nation within a binational state. It can do that. You'd have some very interesting electoral maps, but it's not impossible. highly improbable, but not impossible.
Sort of thing I think you do. You sort of claim that there are bombs being deliberately dropped on children and old women. Why would Israel want to drop bombs deliberately on children or old women? I mean, it's just a shame you don't get out and see anything. The Israelis do an incredibly careful campaign before bombings to try to make sure that civilians are warned to leave areas that are about to be attacked. Everybody knows that. Everybody in the region knows that. It's a shame that that fact hasn't got to you. As it happens, the whole question you raised, Piers, is a very, very complex one. I don't have the answer. I don't believe anyone does have the answer about the day after.
I don't know if you can necessarily say that about this war. Even the people who, even it's ironic, people who are citing that 972 article, one of the claims that they keep making in that 972 article about the AI thing is that they say in previous wars we were very careful to avoid, with the warnings and the careful targeting and all that. It's only this war where we've become, so it's like it kind of contradicts what most people say about all the previous wars in Gaza. But I don't know if you can make that claim for this war, and I'm pretty sure is that not why it feels like that they haven't really done the same level of like roof knocking and phone calls and all that shit that they did in previous wars. Was the Allied bombings during World War II, which killed 600,000 German civilians, a genocide? No, I wouldn't say that. Okay.
Nobody wants to rule the Gaza. The Israelis used to be in charge of it. They left, as I say, in 2005 to the last Jew. They were all taken out of their houses. Israel doesn't want to rule the Gaza. Now, who can rule the Gaza?
Why is he calling it
Hamas
the Gaza?
clearly cannot, because they set it up as
He's
a
so old school.
terrorist statelet. Can some Fatah-like authority be encouraged to take it over? Possibly. Possibly. I spoke to one Palestinian analyst earlier today who said that actually, just as I said earlier, that an election in the West Bank today would elect Hamas. Perhaps an election tomorrow, if it was to happen, and I'm not sure if that's going to be a good idea, might even actually elect not Hamas Palestinians to power. But it's a heck of a risk. The reality is that the only solution to Gaza that anyone can see, I can imagine, is that it has to be a solution which involves multiple players in the region. The question of the Gaza...
The AI deleted the door knock function, probably. It's just like a random word generator of a take. Oh, God.
Is a very complex question. It used to be ruled by Egypt, used to be run by Egypt. Can Egypt have a role? In my view, it has to have a role. Can Jordan be involved? In my view, yes, it has to have a role. Can the Gulf states, including those who've been pumping money to Hamas, have some kind of role? Yes, I would hope so. It cannot be Israel's task alone to deal with the question of the Gaza. It has to involve multiple players in the region, but there's one kicker to that, which is that none of the Arabs in this region that I'm sitting in care a jot about the Palestinians. They really do not. If they did, for all of their talk, they would have done something. They would not have decided to keep the Palestinians out, as they have in country after country. Queen Rania can invite the Gazans into Jordan. She can invite the West Bank Palestinians into Jordan. She doesn't. Egypt could open its border with Gaza. It doesn't. The Egyptian border with Gaza is firmer and more closely locked than the Israeli ones. There are Gazan workers who, until the atrocities of October the 7th, every day were going through the Eretz crossings and others to work in Israel and to earn a decent living. Were there workers going in daily into Egypt? No, because the Egyptians don't.
I don't know if it's necessarily, I wouldn't call it earning a decent living. I think they're still paid, even the people with work permits, I'm pretty sure are still paid worse than the Israelis. Maybe their goods are cheaper. I don't know. It's also not to mention that you have to go through the fucking checkpoint every day, and like they can't, even if they're working late, they can't stay overnight in Israel. Like, yeah, it's not a very ideal system, I would say. It's like the London commute, but like you have to go through people with guns, you know? Fuck that, yeah.
want Palestinians in their country. So the only solution is a regional one. But I'm afraid in this region, there are very few people who care about the Palestinians.
Okay, Douglas, you had the first word. Cenk, I'll give you the last word. I want to preface it by saying that it's been reported today, and this is coming from Hamas's statements, apparently, picked up by newspapers in America, that there was a new hostage deal offered, which was that Hamas were asked, will you release the 40 women and children you still have captive in return for a week-long ceasefire, and they apparently have rejected that. So I think that when we talk about behaviour on both sides, the mere fact that there are still 40 women and children in the clutches of Hamas, and God knows what they're doing to those poor women, that should be noted too. There are still innocent people being held in the most appalling conditions by Hamas, and that is also motivating Israel's response. But I'll give you the last word, Cenk.
Yeah. So I wish to God that they would release those women and children. I think it's immoral to keep them.
Whoa, there's so many Twitch raids today. What the hell? Lexibat, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid of 17 people. Wow. Hope you had a good stream. Haven't heard from you in a while.
It's wrong in every way. But Israel kills more than 40 women and children every single day. All completely innocent. Look, even if you take IDF's outlandish numbers of 7,000 Hamas fighters killed, that means their kill ratio of civilians to fighters is still worse than Hamas's. And they have now killed 20 times the number of civilians that Hamas has killed. So when Douglas talks about driving them into Egypt or Jordan,
I don't know how you can claim to have those numbers. Like, I don't... Is it as brain damage inducing as Cenk's convo with Destiny? No, Cenk's convo with Destiny I thought was alright. I thought it was quite... This is just shit-slinging.
That's just ethnic cleansing. They live in Gaza. So if you push them out and they say, well, you're all Arabs anyway, why don't you just go live somewhere else in the region? That's the definition of ethnic cleansing. That is outrageous. And he says it with blithely, with no concern, because Palestinian lives don't matter. And you ask them, hey, how many Palestinians can you possibly kill? And he never answered the question. So the reality is you cannot kill your way out of this conflict. The more that they kill, the more, what do you think that the Palestinians are going to feel? What would you feel if your family was butchered, if their heads were crushed by a bomb that was dropped on a building, if they were lit on fire by the bombs that were dropped? What would you do? You'd fight back the rest of your life. And then they are permanently occupied. And now Netanyahu says he was proud that he prevented a Palestinian state and that he will continue to prevent a Palestinian state. He is not a partner for peace. Or he profits from war. His whole career is about perpetuating war, not just to murder Palestinians, but it keeps Israel unsafe for eternity. So the whole point of Israel is to be a safe haven for oppressed Jews throughout the world. It cannot be a safe haven as long as you're imprisoning 5 million Palestinians and saying, we are never, ever going to let you go. And if you ever dare oppose us, we will kill your women and children. It's disgusting.
They're not in prison.
It's not what Israel was meant to do.
I'd urge you again, Cenk, leave your bedroom sometime and come to this region and see it for yourself.
Hey, I thought I was supposed to get the last word. This idiot's talking about bedroom.
I don't really know what going there, and it's such a strange thing for him to, because you think Douglas Murray likes to get on his fucking intellectual high horse the way he talks and shit, but then he's saying things like, come and see for yourself. What, do you know there are loads of Palestinian journalists in the region who have a completely different opinion than he does? I feel like being anywhere doesn't, I feel like it didn't tell you shit. Not really. It might tell you some interesting details or the experience, but I don't know. Yeah, it's silly. The touch grass argument. I don't know. Yeah.
The Palestinians
hey, you care about the babies, you care about the women.
Prison.
Douglas, why don't you admit you don't care about dead Palestinian babies, dead Palestinian women, because you don't mind it. Israel, Israel,
I
Israel. You
think
say right or
you
wrong, no matter
don't
how many
mind
people they have
about
murdered,
anything.
no matter how many kids
I
they have
think you
crushed
don't
to
mind
death,
about
you
anything
don't
other than
care because
shouting.
you don't care about human
All I can
beings.
say is
All you
because
want is
you
some
don't
sort of
care about
warmongering,
anything other than
Israeli state,
shouting.
U.S. state,
Such
etc.
a
All right,
weird
listen.
Neocon, war
Such a
hog
I've got
weird
to, I've got
nonsense.
to, I'm going to wrap it up. I've got to say, listen,
strange little man.
I think we actually
Very
had a
odd
very,
little man.
I found
You're
it as
super evil.
I
You
listen,
don't mind the deaths of
let's
all
try and
those
keep it-
thousands of people.
let's not
evil
descend-
warmongering.
Jake, let's not descend into this. I actually think, with a few exceptions, we had a good debate there, right? I understand.
There's the Hassan rage. Super evil. You genocidal scumbag. Do you have not 1 ounce of dignity in your soul? Where is it?
Passions run high. I think it's a shame whenever I do these debates when it gets ad hominem in the way that it has occasionally tonight. But I do think we've also had some really smart takes from both sides about what is going on and where
Both
we need to get
sides.
to. I think we can all agree on one thing. We all want to end up with peace here somehow. It's going to be horrendously difficult.
we do.
It's very
Doesn't, though.
complicated.
Here's, that's not true.
But I
He's
do
never
think
advocated
I
for
don't
peace.
actually think, knowing both of you as I do, I don't believe the charge that neither of you care is true. I think you do care about all the lives that are
It's
being
just a
lost.
lazy smear. Of course.
And I think that we should start from an
1%.
acceptance we all
I think he's
care.
Oh, this was Cenk at the end.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
I'll watch this clip 1,000,000 times.
IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself? You genocidal piece of shit.
Oh, God. You can see where he gets it from, eh?
A monster.
And then try and be more constructive. But listen, I thank you both for joining me. I wish you both a Merry Christmas. I'll see you
you,
both,
Piers.
no doubt, in the new year. And
Merry
I thank
Christmas
you both.
to you,
I
Piers,
thank
and
you
to
both for
Cenk.
your regular contributions to the show, particularly since this war started, because I really do appreciate it. And I want to hear both sides. And I think you both articulate your cases extremely powerfully. So thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Washington Post article about Al-Shifa. Yeah, I was going to read a few of these things because kind of wondered what was going on with all that. Are they the only ones who did a proper article on it since like this month? WAPO. That was a good one. That was a good video. Very productive. God, this entire topic is just so brain damaging. Oh, God. It's just so cancerous. It just brings out the worst in all humans. I don't know. God. New York Times video. There's a New York Times video about Al-Shifa. Young Turks. That's not the New York Times. Israel vows to continue war against Hamas as hundreds of militants are arrested. Expands offensive. This is just from 2 hours ago. No, I don't see a video. Is there a video about Al-Shifa that came out recently, like a few days ago? Breaking Point. I'm not going to watch a fucking Breaking Point video on it. God. Let's use this. think this is the one that people are talking about, so. Unless there's another one going around. Okay. The case of Al-Shifa, investigating the assault on Gaza's largest hospital. What's wrong with Crystal? She looks good. Interesting. Was I not supposed to talk to you at Prometheus Unbound? You're not supposed to fix your internet? Jerusalem. Weeks before Israel sent troops into Al-Shifa Hospital, its spokesman began building a public case. The claims were remarkably specific, that 5 hospital buildings were directly involved in Hamas activities, that the buildings sat atop underground tunnels that were used by militants to direct rocket attacks and command fighters, and that the tunnels could be accessed from inside hospital wards. The assertions were backed by concrete evidence, Israel Defense Forces spokesman Daniel Hagari said as he laid out the case in an October 27th briefing. After storming the complex on November 15th, the IDF released a series of photographs and videos that it said proved its central point. Terrorists came here to command their operations, Hagari said in a video published November 22nd, guiding viewers through an underground tunnel illuminating dark and empty rooms beneath Al-Shifa. But the evidence presented by the Israeli government falls short of showing that Hamas had been using the hospital as a command and control center, according to Washington Post analysis of open source visuals, satellite imagery, and all of the publicly released IDF materials. That raises critical questions, legal humanitarian experts say, about whether the civilian harm caused by Israel's military operations against the hospital, encircling, besieging, and ultimately raiding the facility and the tunnel beneath it, were proportionate to the assessed threat. Oh. The Post analysis shows the rooms connected to the tunnel network discovered by IDF troops showed no immediate evidence of military use by Hamas. None of the 5 hostile buildings identified by Hagari appear to be connected to the tunnel network. Interesting. There is no evidence that the tunnels could be accessed from inside hospital wards. Are you guys like... Well, one person in chat is getting annoyed at them saying appeared to be and immediate. Well, the fact is it's been a month since it happened. Like the press has to... They're going to report something. The fact they're putting immediate evidence or appear to be would imply that they're probably saying that this is what we know so far, and if more evidence comes, sure. Like they're not going to say anything's conclusive like in the middle of a war. Like shit. They don't want to get sued. Hours before IDF troops entered the complex, the Biden administration declassified U.S. intelligence assessments that it said bolstered Israel's claims. In the aftermath of the raid, Israeli and U.S. officials have stood firm behind the initial statements. We are absolutely confident in the intelligence that Hamas was using it as a command and control node, a senior administration official told the Post last week, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive findings. Hamas had been holding the hostages in the hospital compound until shortly before Israel went in. The U.S. government has not made any of the declassified material public, and the official would not share the intelligence this assessment was based on. The IDF has published extensive, irrefutable evidence that points to the abuse of the Al-Shifa hospital complex by Hamas for terrorism purposes and underground terrorism activity, an IDF spokesperson told the Post. When asked if more evidence from Al-Shifa would be forthcoming, the spokesperson said, "We cannot provide additional information." On November 24th, Israel's military announced in a statement that it had destroyed the tunnel on the hospital grounds. Its forces withdrew soon after. Before, I was convinced that Al-Shifa was where these operations were taking place, a senior U.S. member of Congress told the Post, speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the matter. But now, he said, I think there has to be a new level of demonstration. They should have more proof at this point. Okay. The targeting by a US ally of a compound housing hundreds of sick and dying patients and thousands of displaced people has no precedent in recent decades. The march on Al Shifa caused the hospital's operations to collapse. As Israeli troops closed in and fighting intensified, fuel ran out, supplies could not enter, and ambulances were unable to collect casualties from the streets. Before troops entered the complex, doctors dug a mass grave for as many as 180 people, the United Nations said, citing hospital staff. The morgue had long since ceased to function. Several days later, when WHO medics arrived to evacuate those still inside, they said the place of healing had become a death zone. At least 40 patients, including 4 premature babies, died in the days leading up to the raid and its aftermath, the United Nations said. In the weeks before, other hospitals in Gaza have come under attack in ways that mirror what happened at Al Shifa, making the assault not just a watershed moment in the conflict, but a vital case study in Israel's adherence to the laws of war. Protected status. The Al Shifa Medical Complex was Gaza's most advanced and best equipped hospital. After Israel launched its withering campaign of airstrikes in retaliation for the brutal Hamas attack on October 7th, Al Shifa became the beating heart of the enclave's faltering health system, as well as a place of refuge for tens of thousands of displaced Gazans who feared they would be killed in their homes. Medical facilities are afforded special protection, even in times of war, losing their status only while they are being used outside their medical function to commit harmful acts to the enemy, said Adil Hack, a law professor at Rutgers University. Without a complete understanding of Israeli intelligence and its battle plans, the legality of Israel's military operations against Al Shifa remains an open question. But in his October 7, 2017 briefing, Hagari provided a clear picture of what he thought Israeli forces would find, showing an animated video of what allegedly lay beneath the facility. In the film, masked militants patrolled on one level, which was connected to a warren of rooms further below ground with laptops and sleeping quarters. The law is about what was in the mind of the attacker at the time the attacker planned and executed the mission with respect to both the collateral damage they expected to cause and the military advantage they anticipated gaining, said Michael Schmidt, an emeritus professor at the U.S. Naval War College. The IDF would not comment on the military advantage sought or achieved. What was the urgency? This is not yet being demonstrated, said Yusuf Saeed Khan, a senior lawyer with Global Rights Compliance, a law firm who has drafted UN reports on siege warfare. While the underground tunnel uncovered by Israeli forces after the raid does point to a possible militant presence underneath the hospital at some point, it does not prove that a command node was operating there during the war. Okay. We're getting more of a granular three-dimensional understanding of Al Shifa Hospital, the tunnels underneath it, said Brian Finucane, I don't know, a former legal advisor at the State Department and now senior advisor at Crisis Group. What we're really lacking here is a confident understanding of the fourth dimension, which is time. When were various elements of the hospital being used in certain ways? When were the tunnels beneath the hospital complex being used in certain ways? The October 27th news conference sent ripples of fear through the hospital, with staff viewing it as a pretext for military action. Communications networks went down across the enclave hours later. After that, the bombardment began on the buildings surrounding Al Shifa, recalled Ghassan Abu Sitta, a British Palestinian surgeon working at the hospital that night. The bombing was so close and the building was shaking so violently. By early November, thousands of terrified civilians were trapped inside the hospital ground as Israel's military operation effectively sealed off the compound from the outside world. At least 2 premature babies died on November 11th when the hospital ran out of electricity to power its incubators, staff said. Several dozen more patients died in the ICU over the following days, medics reported. The Palestine Red Crescent said it could no longer send ambulances to assist or evacuate the wounded. Do Twitch streamers spend this much time reviewing, assessing, and commenting on Hamas's terror attacks? Are you new to this channel? I feel like we spent the best part of 2 hours one day just reading all the articles about allegations of rape at the October 7th attacks. So I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. In the early hours of November 15th, the IDF said it was carrying out a precise and targeted operation against Hamas in a specific area of the complex, and that it had killed a number of militants outside the complex prior to entry. So they're saying, so far they're saying there were tunnels in the complex, but their initial claim was that they led up to the hospital buildings. And I don't think that's what they confirmed, right? Okay. By late morning, medics inside the facility and the Gaza Health Ministry officials said that Israeli forces were in complete control. Troops had gone room to room questioning staff and patients and asking some to gather in the courtyard, not far from the mass grave where the dead were buried without ceremony. The Post analysed satellite imagery and photographs on social media to map damage to the hospital and locate the gravesite, just inside the eastern gates of the hospital complex. Site destruction, maternity ward, morgue, emergency unit, internal medicine, tunnel entrance. So there's a tunnel entrance within the hospital complex. Okay, but they didn't say where it actually goes, whether it goes into one of the buildings or into the rooms or, okay. Okay. I guess criticizing and questioning the WAPO's reporting here is really just criticizing Loner. You asked if Twitch streamers, not what, is the Washington Post a Twitch streamer? Okay. I feel like when you say Twitch streamers and you're in my Twitch stream, I assume you're talking to me. I'm sorry. Fuck. This was a very precise and targeted military operation that Israel carried out with a range of efforts to reduce any civilian casualties, the senior U.S. administration official said. When WHO aid workers arrived on November 18th, medics and patients begged the team for safe passage, the organization said. In the emergency department, several dozen premature babies were bawling, videos showed, and doctors said. 2 more of them died before the WHO evacuation vehicles arrived. Evidence emerges. During the IDF's more than week-long occupation of Al-Shifa, it released multiple sets of photos and videos showing alleged evidence of Hamas's military activity inside and underneath the hospital. Less than 24 hours after Israeli forces entered the complex, the IDF released video footage showing spokesman Jonathan Conricus, walking through the radiology unit. Behind an MRI machine, he points out what he calls a grab bag containing an AK-style rifle and an ammunition magazine. Photos revealed by the military later that day purported to show the full haul of weapons recovered at the hospital. About 12 AK-style rifles, in addition to magazines of ammunition and several grenades and bulletproof vests. The Post was unable to independently verify to whom the weapons belonged or how they came to be inside the radiology unit. Which guy is it? Is this just the drone footage or the camera footage? Pro-IDF forces say they were terror babies. I don't think that's the claim they made, but okay. Okay. In the days that followed, a larger piece of evidence would emerge, potentially indicating militant activity beneath the facility. On November 16th, the military released visuals showing the entrance to a tunnel shaft in a northeast corner of the hospital complex near the specialty surgery building. Satellite imagery indicated that Israeli troops had found the shaft inside a small building that they demolished. Okay. Later, the military released videos of its troops and Hagari exploring the tunnel network connected to the shaft. The footage showed a long tunnel extending east from the shaft and running south beneath the specialty surgery unit. Another section headed north away from the hospital compound. It wasn't possible from the videos to determine the north tunnel section's final distance or direction. Okay, it's blocked and sealed. They know that we are going to come here more than a month ago and sealed it. Oh, Hagari said in one video. Why would you put AKs beside an MRI machine? I thought the MRI machine hadn't been on for a while, is what they said. I don't know though. Do the magnets from the MRI machine, do they only affect what's actually in the MRI machine, or do they just affect the whole room? Because I only know this from watching House. I feel like in House, there's metal shit all over the MRI room outside, but not inside the machine. I don't know. That's just, yeah, I don't know. You can't have metal in the room. Oh, okay. So, and I think also when you turn an MRI machine off, the magnet still works for a while, right? So it would have had to have been off for a while before they were putting weapons in there. Who said the magnet is always on? I thought there had to be a whole procedure to turn an MRI magnet off. I don't know. Shuts off when there's not power. Okay. So if there's no power, you could put weapons in the room. Okay. All right. Later, the military released videos of its troops and Hagari exploring the tunnel. Oh, yeah, we got that. Yeah, blocked and sealed. The Post mapped the path of the tunnel by geolocating the excavation sites within Al Shifa and analyzing the videos frame by frame to determine the network's directionality and length. The Post then superimposed the tunnel routes on the original map released by the IDF on October 27th that it said showed the full extent of Hamas's command and control infrastructure. None of the 5 buildings highlighted by the IDF appear to connect to the tunnels. They're being careful with their language here, appear. But I guess if you are reading this with a very predetermined thing that you just want to believe that, yeah, you probably would say that this was there was just nothing here. And no evidence had been produced showing that the tunnels could be accessed from inside the hospital wards, as Hagari had claimed. This is basically the word that stops them getting sued, doesn't it? If anything else changes. I don't see anything wrong with this article so far, though. It's not dishonest or anything. Underground complex, command and control center. Okay. In one section beneath the surgery building, 2 small bathrooms, a sink, and 2 empty rooms are joined to the tunnel. Hagari said the rooms and the tunnel drew their electricity, water, and air conditioning from Al Shifa. One room, Hagari said, was an operational room, he said, citing the electric wiring as evidence.
This room is an operational room that had communication with electricity provided from the sources of the hospital, meaning the hospital is providing electricity. It's more convenient for long living, like you have toilets, more rooms. This is a room, where you can sleep, eat, make command control. It also has an air conditioning. This air conditioning goes above the hospital. One of the reasons that allows us to understand this complex is that we found the engine of the air conditioner, of course, outside, next to the Qatari compound, inside the hospital.
I think I know the problem. The problem is that when they said command and control center, I'm almost 100% sure this is the case. When they said there was command and control center underneath Al Shifa, what people were expecting to see. Hang on. Fuck me. I think they were expecting to see something like this, right? When they said underground command and control center, they were probably expecting to see something like this. Anything short of this. I don't know. They released a diagram. Let me see. What was the IDF diagram? Did they make it look like that? Where was the IDF's diagram? Oh, was it this? Was it this? I don't know how Hamas does command and control. Are they just sitting on laptops giving orders, or? Or where are the animations that showed the command and control center? Someone can send it me in stream chat. Oh, this was it. This was their diagram. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Like that. Yeah, it's laptops. Okay, I'll carry on. Fuck. The bare white tiled rooms showed no immediate evidence of use for command and control or otherwise. There were no signs of recent habitation, including litter, food containers, clothing, or other personal items. The room was evacuated and all the gear was evacuated. I guess it was evacuated when they knew or understand that we are going to enter Al-Shifa Hospital, Hagari said in the video. Okay.
Electricity, full electricity. The gear that was inside here was evacuated before we entered, but look at the ceiling. This is not just a regular tunnel. This is a high facility compound. Electricity from all over the sides are electricity. All this electricity compound, all this electricity gear, of course, comes out from the hospital. The hospital provides, in that sense, electricity to this terror mechanism of the tunnel. He's standing here. It goes directly to the street. Meaning it, again, goes out from the hospital to the north side of the hospital, where we found another tunnel.
Okay. He did not elaborate on when militants were known to be operating in the tunnel or when their alleged departure took place. The IDF did not respond to requests for clarification. If you don't end up finding what you said you were going to find, that justifies skepticism as to whether or not your assessment of military value in conducting the operation was legitimate, said Jeffrey Korn, a law professor at Texas Tech University and a former senior law of war advisor to the U.S. Army. It's certainly not conclusive. The ultimate question is whether the assessment of military advantage was reasonable under the circumstances. In a November 18th statement, Hamas described claims about its use of Al-Shifa as part of a campaign of blatant lies. Officials have not responded to a request for a comment on the group's alleged use of the tunnels. The following day, the IDF published an additional piece of evidence, security camera footage showing armed militants leading 2 hostages through the hospital on October 7th, among some 240 captured during the assault on southern Israel. One appeared to be wounded and is on a gurney. It was not clear if the hostages were taken to the hospital for medical treatment or other purposes. Hostage taking is a crime under international law, but misuse of the hospital 5 weeks before the IDF operation does not bear on the legality of the IDF operation. Okay. Hospitals as targets. As the dust settled on Al-Shifa, experts warned of the precedent it had set. I think there's a risk that what Israel might be trying to do here is pre-excuse future operations against hospitals. There should be no presumption that hospitals are generally targetable based on what Israel has put forward regarding Shifa. Okay, it's a very strong assumption. By the time of the November 15th military operation, almost half of the major medical facilities in northern Gaza had been targeted or damaged in the fighting, according to a post-analysis of data from Insecurity Insight, a not-for-profit research group. In the months since, a string of other hospitals have been closed or pared back operations to the point that they are barely functional as airstrikes continue and casualties mount. WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said Sunday that he was appalled by the effective destruction of Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza, leading to the deaths of at least 8 patients and putting the facility out of service. After arresting the hospital's director, Ahmed Al-Khalot, Israel released an interrogation video Tuesday in which Khalot admitted to being a member of Hamas and said the hospital was under the control of the Izzedine al-Qassam Brigades, the group's armed wing. Al-Qassam Brigades? In response, Gaza's health ministry said the statement was made under the force of oppression, torture, and intimidation to justify Israel's successive crimes, especially against the health system. Al-Auda Hospital? Al-Qassam, yeah. Okay. Among the last functioning hospitals in the north was besieged by Israeli troops earlier this month as doctors continued treating their patients and fuel and food ran low. Medics and Doctors Without Borders, MSF said. Okay. Let us be clear. Al-Auda is a functioning hospital with medical staff and many patients in a vulnerable condition, said MSF's head of mission, Renzo Fricke, in a statement. On Tuesday, the group said that Israeli forces had taken control of the facility. Men and boys over 16 years old, including medics, were taken outside and stripped, bound, and interrogated. There were still dozens of patients in the wards, the organization added, but supplies of anesthetics and oxygen had run out. So, what have we gained from this article? I guess the elephant in the room is that you're not supposed to have any tunnel networks and weapon stock like piles anywhere in a hospital complex. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems to be like it seems to be that there's more people expected more. And why there isn't more, who knows? Bad intelligence? Lies? I don't know. And it seems like whoever wrote this article is leaving themselves open to all kinds of new developments with all the appeared or immediate evidence like wording. Yeah. At least that's how I read it. I don't know. What happens to Al-Shifa now? I have no idea. I don't know if it's under IDF control, if they're keeping it running, or I have no idea. Yeah. Inconclusive. Yeah, it's basically all of it. It's like the fucking rocket attack. Like you can make guesses with what we've got, and you can make you can lean in one direction or the other. The tunnels were built by Israel. Yeah, again, it's always the TikTok headline talking points. No, the tunnels were not built by Israel. There was a bunker that was built by Israel for storage. Those tunnels that look like all the other Hamas tunnels were not built by Israel. No, you go read the claim again, dumbass. And as for planting the weapons, well, then all you're saying is that no evidence would satisfy you. That's the problem. Yeah, maybe they did. Who knows? But then no evidence would satisfy you because it's not like they're going to go around with a camera crew filming as they're fighting for control of the area. Like you're only going to see video footage, mostly of them, of all the evidence after the fact. It's not like they're going to stop in a room and be like, by the way, Twitter.com weapons. Like I don't know. But no, when you say the tunnels were built by Israel, you're going off a headline. Like read whatever article you think you got that from, like just read the whole thing. No, there was a bunker built in this complex by Israel for storage. It was not extended into a tunnel network. No. Anyway. Well, we'll see. What's the tactical advantage of hiding 15 rifles in the hospital? I don't know if you want to look back at the pictures and the videos. I feel like there were a bit more than just 15 rifles. There were grab bags, there were magazines, there were grenades, there were all kinds of shit lying around. Again, you can say it's all planted, and also it's reasonable to assume that once they knew the advance on Al-Shifa wouldn't be contained, that a lot of them would leave and take what they could with them, and whatever they couldn't take with them was left behind. Like again, you don't know. I don't know, and you don't know. Okay. But you have just decided to become very firmly you've already decided to make up your mind. Yeah, fuck. Oh well. Was it worth the damage and the dead patient? I don't know. Because I don't know what was happening in the hospital before it was attacked. And neither do you. I don't know. It might very well not have been. Wouldn't surprise me if it hadn't have been. But I don't know. Eek. Just eat up that IDF bullshit. This is genocide and you're defending it. Wow, we've got all kinds of fucking 30 IQ people in chat today. Wow, they're everywhere. They're swarming me. What's your take on the IDF versus PIJ rocket on Al Ali? I'm about 80 or 90% sure that was the rocket misfire. I've given you a look at. Oh god, you guys only have like 2 jokes. That's like 2 years old. Oh well. Given your location to the Fursan Al Aqsa Brigade, says the person in his fucking bedroom from the United States who's never going to act on their political opinions ever. And okay, all good, bub. P Nasty, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Holy shit. But if we don't actually know, how would you treat this information regarding Israel's targeting of hospitals in this way? More or less justified? I mean, I don't really approve of them doing what they're doing in general. So in that sense, none of it. But as far as like, if we're talking legal and military advantage versus expected collateral, I have no idea. Because...
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
I feel like a lot of these things we're only going to really find out why they happened or whether they fell within the law or not. Like, that's like you only find that out after the war, most of it, for definite. You can make inferences now for sure. Oh god, do I want to fight with someone? I feel like that Zaki person has quite a long chat history in my Twitch. I feel like I've seen them before saying dumb shit. I don't know. But I need more water first. Shit. Hang on. But yeah, you can go to discord.gg/lonerbox if you want to... Give me your hot takes. I don't know. Cenk said the PLO should get rid of Hamas. I don't know if he meant by force or if they could just like win over support. The former is quite stupid though. Anyway. Okay. That would be content. What, the PLO going to war with Hamas? That would be content to you. Jesus. I hope that's not what you mean. Whoa. Have you seen the incubator video? Yep. Listen, there's nothing you know that I don't know, okay? I don't know why you're trying to drag my opinions with these like emotional appeals if that's what you're trying to do. Like, it's stupid. Okay. What the fuck? Do you seriously believe that Hamas stuffed them with bullet? Like, I guess I can. Sorry, I'll just be really quick because I know it's okay. Don't ever try to guess my opinions on anything. Zaki 243355. Your brain is rotten. Okay, you have no fucking idea like about anything. Okay, you want to come to Discord and like try to sway me on something? You can do it, but like no. I will not be one guide on my last stream before Christmas. On Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve in the UK. Norman Finkelstein. Hanging out with Bill Maher. Last night I had a dream, like MLK's dream. It was about justice, but it wasn't about white supremacy. It was about Jewish supremacy. It was about Bill Maher. He was in a courtroom, like Julius Streicher at Nuremberg. He was being prosecuted for his diabolical lies and disgusting jokes as the people was being martyred. Systematically murdered and starved, their homes and hospitals methodically destroyed. The verdict was pronounced. I woke up with a bittersweet smile. No one can bring back the dead, but at least justice was done. This guy is actually... He has children running his Twitter account, right? Like, he has hired 8-year-olds to run his Twitter account and his emails and his Substack articles. This guy is fucking mental.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Christmas is when a Palestinian man was born in Bethlehem, the West Bank, right? I think he was Jewish, so, and it wasn't called Palestine, so, at the time. You have better things to do with your life? Like what? Like ask retarded questions and make dumbass strawmans in my chat? Are those the better things to do with your life? You're watching me. Like, you clearly have no intention of, like, understanding my opinions. I don't know why the fuck you're here, so are those the better things to do with your life? What are those moral high ground? Excuse me. I, a cultured citizen of the earth, would not waste my time on a wretch like you after you've been typing in my chat for, like, 2 hours. Okay. Listen, no, I agree, actually. You do have better things to do with your life. Hang on. Is he in Twitch chat? Yeah. Listen. I'll give you a little nudge out the door, okay? Good luck. Fucking retard. All right, cool. Okay. Ooh. Did you see his take on Charlie Hebdo? Yeah, it was pretty weird. Okay. Pretty weird. Why don't you just ignore people instead of banning them? Listen. If you don't understand the one guy, it's fine. You just haven't been on the internet long enough. Okay? I mean, they said they had better things to do with their life. So I'm like, yeah, you do. Loner, if you're really bored, we can do that Egypt won the 73 war thing. Nope, because I have not read that much at all about the 73 war. Well, we'll get back to it. I wasn't even familiar with that point. I didn't even know people tried to make that argument. So I guess we'll find out. He compared Charlie Hebdo to Der Stürmer. Yeah, but he made a free speech argument to defend David Irving. I was like, yeah, the guy's incoherent. He's completely incoherent. Do you do much about economic policy of the UK or anywhere else? You still doing that Islamophobia talk with Destiny? I mean, he's got people in his VC right now, no? Like, he's had Pisco in there for ages, and they're probably talking about legal shit with Trump, right? I would guess the Colorado stuff. So I don't want to interrupt that. Also, I'd have to come off Twitch because I cannot host a banned streamer, a menace to society. They're fighting over January 6th stuff. Amazing. Has he applied for an unban? Several times, I think. Cenk versus Lonerbot. Oh God, maybe he would. I always wanted to get a Ukraine debate with Kyle Kalinske. Were any lefties justifying Destiny getting death threats over his Muhammad memes? I don't think so. Maybe? I didn't see any. Ugh. You know, I might have to, because I don't know if I have any other React content, or what I should really be doing is organizing my stuff for tomorrow and getting an early night, but God damn it. That Eddie thing, I don't know what the Eddie thing is. Kyle is good in domestic policy. The last thing I saw of Kyle Kalinske was him talking to Brianna Joy-Gray about third party vote, and he absolutely wiped the floor with her. That was really funny. MGG, if you have any opinions, you can bring them to the Discord, okay? I'm not gonna fucking waste my time with you trolling me in chat. If you think there's any opinion I have that I can't defend, or if you want to post something to me, go for it, okay? Oh, Eddie Liger. Yeah, that guy. Well, I know. I messaged him on Twitter. He didn't respond. So I guess he's just like a clout farmer. Like, he doesn't think I'm big enough for him to talk to. The Destiny conversation will be like 5 minutes. I don't know what I'm going to say apart from, okay, fascist moron. Interesting. That's what I said. You don't have any arguments. You have nothing you can defend, so you just resort to calling people fascists. I hope that works out well for you. I think you'll find it's you who are the fascists. Reverse Uno. Let's go. Liger's debate with Vosh. That was a really weird debate. Oh God. 40 alternatives to self-harm. 1, harm someone else. What the fuck? He did the same with Dylan Burns. What, the Eddie Liger guy? He didn't respond to Dylan Burns either. Oh, because Dylan wanted to talk to him, didn't he? Dylan wanted to debate him on Ukraine after seeing the Vosh conversation. Oh. Yeah, I remember that. God. There are people in my VC. Let's just see what's... He talked a bunch of shit and then ducked. Yeah, that sounds like him. He just wants the... He just wants the big boys. He just wants the big gun creators. Pisco is leaving. Oh. Well, Twitch chatters. Twitch chatters. Yeah, you guys should go to YouTube because I'm probably gonna drop your Prime subs before you go, eh? Before I jump into this room. Don't think the debate is done. It's okay. But Twitch chatters, just get ready, okay? Get ready to go YouTube, okay? Start moving. Hang on. I'm just gonna talk to someone else now. Hold on. Animator Broman, how's it going?
Hey, what's your name? Oh wait, shit. I'm retarded.
Oh. Okay. Nice try.
Yeah, I my life is over. Anyway, so I'm guessing Israel-Palestine stuff.
Whatever you want to talk about. Doesn't have to be that.
Okay, so I was having a debate as a master, as a master debater. I've been trying to argue with my friend about the current war because we've been having like disagreements about like he thinks that it's like indiscriminate bombing borderline like a genocide, while I've been kind of been being like, well, like they're kind of being like reckless, but like they're not like, I wouldn't call it like genocide. You know what I mean?
Okay. Sure. Like, were you wanting to run
like,
through your arguments with me or what?
Or okay, like here's my kind of like general argument, because one of my general arguments is when like you compare like something like the Hamas October 7th attack on Israel, it was like over the span of like a few hours, like less than a day, and I think it was like 1,400 people that died.
1,200.
And like if you compare like that general rate to like the rate Israel's killing Palestinians, what would you call? If you compare the general rates between the two, you would see that like Israel's killing, like when it comes to like people per day, despite having a much larger and much more impressive military than Hamas, they're like the rate at which they're killing people is much slower. You know what I mean?
Okay. What does your friend say to that?
My friend.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the general arguments that my friend likes to bring is what would you call it? Who's the guy that Netanyahu's like what would you call it? The other parties that what would you call it? The guys who he's associated with that want to like annex like the West Bank and I forgot their names. Shit.
Like Ben Gvir?
Yes, Ben Gvir.
And Smotrich?
He referenced. Hmm?
Yeah.
Yeah, he references like people like Ben Gvir and be like, oh yeah, like Israel wants to annex like Palestine, and also what would you call it? And also he brings up an incident or like mistakes that Israel's done. Like I'm pretty sure like they mistake like a calendar for like actual Hamas like names or something, and like the 3 dead hostages. I'm pretty sure. You know what I mean?
I mean, none of that has anything to do with genocide, but sure. Like mistaking a calendar for names has nothing to do with. Yeah, like there's going to be, it's a war. There's going to be incompetence. There's going to be people, soldiers breaking the rules on the ground or making mistakes. I don't know why those hostages were shot. It could have been a mistake. It could have been that they were acting recklessly. It could have been that they were out for some revenge and they were just trigger happy. I don't know. But I guess your friend doesn't know either, right? Yeah, there'll have to be an investigation, hopefully.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where like we're just, you know, when you have that one friend who doesn't say anything, they just link you like Instagram videos and like TikToks, and then you're like, oh, he's
Well,
that kind of person.
I tend not to have friends like that, but yeah, okay.
Ace.
Yeah, I don't know, just fuck. Are you? What were you?
Well,
Were you want to ask me something, or were you just want to tell me your stories about about these conversations?
well, actually, here's a good story, because like I've been watching your videos, and big fan. Used to be a DGGer, or no, I'm still am a DGGer. I just been watching your content more because I just find it interesting. But I wonder, what's your like stance on like what do you think should overall be like what should be like done? You know what I mean? What's your solution that isn't the last one?
What should be done?
Yes.
I mean, right. For a while, I would have said that Israel needs to chill the fuck out and stop killing so many civilians. But I guess we're at the point of no return with that. So that's just kind of. I don't think there's any going back from that. So whatever. Assuming they achieve their goal in getting rid of Hamas, then I think it needs to be completely on them to prioritize a peaceful solution with the Palestinians. Like, they can't have governments that aren't interested in peace. They can't expand settlements anymore. Like, they need to change some kind of policy because before they end up producing just like more of the same. And they need to realize that. They need to realize that their approach of just like dogmatically obsessing with security led them to this. It led them to the biggest security failure in Israeli history. So that's kind of what I would say.
Because I was like wondering, like, let's say they kill most of the Hamas soldiers, or let's go to the most extreme case and say, okay, they kill like all the Hamas soldiers. Then in that case, like, I always wondered, like, wouldn't like another Hamas pop up in like, I don't know, like 20 years?
Well, if they leave Gaza or they don't govern it properly or it doesn't, yeah, of course, yeah. The problem is that it's not really about killing all the Hamas guys. It's just about Hamas not being able to control and operate through the Gaza Strip. So it doesn't matter that their leaders in Qatar, their leaders can't do anything if they're going to give orders to Gaza that don't go anywhere, right? Or they just go to like a cell in a house that doesn't have any access to weapons, or if they don't control any of the tunnel systems, or if they don't control any of the weapons factories, or they don't control any of the imports. So yeah, if Hamas can easily lose control over the entire strip, well, not easily, but they can realistically, and then someone would be occupying Gaza after that and managing their affairs and rebuilding and all that. But who does that? I have no idea. Israel doing it is a horrible idea, but who else will? That's a big question as well. I don't know.
Okay, that's probably like most of what I gotta say. Can I say like one? Okay, Can I say like one last thing?
Sure.
Okay. What do you call it when Palestinian? What do you call it when a Palestinian makes fun of an Israeli?
I don't know.
A Gaza striptease.
Okay.
You know, I'm just gonna get out. I'm gonna go drink something that's probably gonna end myself, or no, just getting in a video game.
Okay. I hope you have a good
did
Christmas.
not think
Okay.
that through. Yeah, Merry Christmas, bro. And my solution is we should honestly get rid of both of them, restore the Ottoman Empire. I think they've been doing something really good over there. Or they don't exist anymore, but restore the Ottoman Empire. Okay.
I'll think about it. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Have a nice Merry Christmas.
And yourself. Bye bye. What the fuck? Fazboy, hello? Oh. I did not know how to handle that guy. What the fuck? Outskilled. Hello?
Yes, I'm in. Oh, there I'm in now. I think I must have. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it seems to me that my voice is apparently being very much slowed down.
Not to me.
I'm only hearing my voice on your side until after the fact.
That's because you're listening to the stream. You need to turn the stream off and just listen on Discord.
Oh, okay, there we go. Does this work?
Yeah, does it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you correctly.
Yeah,
Sorry about
okay.
that. So, about you want to hear my stance on Israeli-Palestine before we go forward?
Sure.
So my stance is that bad things are happening in Israeli-Palestine. I don't know. I don't know particularly about. We know for a fact it's bad, right?
Yeah.
It's very particularly bad. I think Hamas is very. First of all, Hamas just needs to go. I wholly agree with that, and they committed massive war crimes during October 7th, obviously. But Israeli is. I don't know if they committed war crimes or not, but we do know that civilian infrastructure is completely gone. Hospital structure is completely gone. 2 million people are displaced. Is that correct?
Yeah, about that.
So I feel like at the very least, I don't know that Israeli military intentionally did those things to punish the Palestinians. I just know for a fact it happened. See, what I'm hoping for at the very least is a ceasefire with independent investigations. That's kind of my position to it, and I feel like I'm working with the Silicon Valley DSA to like protest or whatever to make sure that happens, make sure there's like pressure on our side to make sure that kind of happens. Do you think it's any bit possible on our side, or anything like my organization, like the Silicon Valley DSA can do?
Before October 7th, that would be a really easy question to answer. I feel like if people stopped soying out over like all this river to the sea and like no peace on stolen land and intifada like bullshit, and just called for something that America could actually contribute to, which is like push Israel to freeze the settlements, then yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, they could do, and even if the war ends, then that would be the next step, right? Like try to just end the expansion of settlements. Yeah, that would be like a really cool thing, but it feels like most of the protesters don't really have many policies in mind. I mean, they do now with ceasefire, but that seems to be the only one. And ceasefire is just, it's not happening. I don't even know if Hamas wants a ceasefire based on the last attempt. So, yeah.
All right, sure. About my next question. Do you actually no, this might be a bad question because I don't know if Israel. I can't say for 100% certain that Israel is committing war crimes because I don't have enough evidence. There's not a whole lot of independent research on it. Do you agree with that? Or
war crimes is, yeah, because the way that they determine war crimes is really, really difficult. Like the proportionality thing, we might never find out because Israel's not part of the ICC or the ICJ or any of that stuff. They could well be though. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they were. The amount of collateral that they were willing to accept would constitute a war crime. That wouldn't surprise me. But I don't know.
I wonder though, do you think like that's my next question was going to be, if you were the Israeli military and you need to get rid of Hamas, how would you do that under a framework of international law? Is that possible, or is it no? Can you really minimize like casualties enough to make it sure that you're not committing like war crimes or whatnot?
As far as I know, you can do quite a lot to stay within the law. You just have to, again, it's like the legal standard for proportionality is that you need to show that your immediate expected military advantage outweighs the immediate expected civilian casualty rate. That's what you need to calculate. Yeah, you could feasibly do that. Yeah, you would just have to avoid targets that are not worth the military, like the collateral loss, and go for targets that are, and just use your best weapons and don't go fucking mental.
Remember
yeah,
the
it's possible.
Holodomor?
Okay, this might be a bad question, but do you think the Israeli
Dark Knight Rises, thanks for the sub.
following proportionality correctly, or at least minimizing casualties enough?
Do I think they're?
This is probably a bad question.
Do I think they're what?
Do you think that the Israeli military is following international law enough so that they cannot be persecuted all that much, or do you think?
Well, the
Oh
reason they're not going
no,
to get prosecuted is because they're not part of the International
I
Criminal
know.
Court. Or the, yeah. I just don't know. I don't really know that much case law about proportionality violations because I'd imagine that's the big thing. There might be individual soldiers committing war crimes. It could even be that the IDF are just pursuing an illegal goal. That could be the case as well. I just don't know. I don't know.
All right, then just one last question. I know this probably ties into my first question. But again, I'm tied with the Silicon Valley DSA. I work with them. We're really trying to do a protest movement, especially for ceasefire and stuff like that. And I'm going to the next Silicon Valley DSA talk in a couple of days. And I'm just trying to see what can we do right now. I know you said that a lot could have been done before the war, but right now that's not possible at the moment. But what
Hmm.
can I and do at the moment?
You could fundraise for PCRF, the Children's Relief Fund, Palestinian
Oh
Children's
yeah, I
Relief
heard of
Fund.
that.
And outside of that, like, I don't know, just try and adopt some better slogans. I don't know. And
Well, I am happy
try
to say,
to
as a
make sure
Silicon,
that Jewish progressives are still welcome in your movement because I'm hearing quite a lot of Jewish progressives want nothing to do with leftists after all this stuff and after all the apologetics and bullshit. So, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not even against people still calling for ceasefire, even though I think it's never going to happen at this rate. But yeah, like, I think stopping settlements is from the American perspective, like that's a pretty basic thing. Like it's pretty easy to argue. America's done it in the past. They've managed to achieve brief settlement freezes. So yeah.
all right, then that's about it. I'm happy to say, as a Silicon Valley DSA, we have a lot of Jewish progressives in our campment, and we don't use, I don't, no, we don't really use River to the Sea all that much. We just say free Gaza. That's about it.
Okay.
All right, then I guess that's about it. Thank you.
All right. Take care, buddy. Bye bye. It's funny I mentioned that, and then like 3 Jewish people in chat speak up immediately. Yeah, fuck. And of course, Tabby, the fucking retard in chat, is saying that of course, are they Jewish progressives really progressive? They enable colonialism. Okay. Again, like, what policy are we talking about here? Like, supporting settlements or what? Like, just to be clear, right? Most Jewish people in the world have some sympathy for the state of Israel or some connection to the state of Israel. Like, most of them, they would reach your threshold for being Zionists. Most of the world's Jews would be Zionists in your eyes. So, I don't know. I feel like the more leftists learn about Jews, like they would just hate them. Like, I don't know. It's like even, do you know how, is that true? Yeah, I can try and find the poll. It's definitely true about American Jew, but yeah, I'm pretty sure like the Venn diagram between Jew and Zionist is pretty close. Not all Jews, obviously. But I feel like the more these like progressive types would know, like knew about Jewish people, like they would just fucking hate them. You know how people always say, "Oh, the liberals and the social democrats, they're the ones who enabled the Nazis." You ever heard? Yeah, that's like a really far left talking point, which is bullshit, but they say it. You know that in Weimar Germany, like most of the German Jews voted liberal. Not social democrat liberal, like liberal, like to the right of social democrats. Or like when they always talk about the Ethiopian Jews and how badly the Ethiopian Jews were treated in those transit centers with the birth control stuff, and then it's like you ask, you look at what's happening to the Ethiopian Jews now. Well, they're all in Israel and they're voting for Netanyahu. I feel like if you told the right leftists that, they'd probably wish the Ethiopian Jews had been sterilized. You know. Eek. What are your thoughts on anti-Zionist Jewish groups? Whatever, they're fine. I don't really care that much for Jewish Voice for Peace because they're kind of insane and they're not. I don't really want to say too much about this because it's not my research, but I'll just say they seem dubious. And the fact that they call themselves Jewish Voice for Peace, but they'll go on like social media accounts and say shit like fucking no peace on stolen land. Canada JVP supported the Houthis. Yeah. And they posted like glorifying the paraglider shit as well. Yeah, and there is some evidence. Again, it's not my research, so let's just say I've heard this from other people who have done more investigating into them. I think it's questionable whether or not they are actually mostly Jewish members, even though they still like are. And I think sometimes one of their social media people who begins their tweets with "as a Jew" isn't actually Jewish. Dubious. Hey, good one. Bonk. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Is my audio good?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Yeah, in chat, I'm Matthew.
Okay. Hi.
Link the Voice article. Does it have to be about Israel Palestine?
Nope.
Do you want to talk about I don't know, UK politics then?
That thing I haven't kept up with for
Okay.
like a year, but yeah, you can tell me something you want to talk about. You can just talk and I can listen.
Well, yeah, okay. What do you kind of think about the current state of the SNP? And because I think you said like, I think it was like it might have been like 2 weeks ago that you'd probably still vote for them again. But I don't know. You're in Edinburgh, right?
No, but at this rate, I would probably go
Wait,
for
wait, what city are you in? I'm getting this wrong.
Aberdeen.
Aberdeen, sorry.
I mean, I know they've achieved a lot with a good bit of pushing from the Greens in terms of kind of social democratic policies that I support to the left of Labour anyway. But I don't know with the finances. I don't even know what happened there. I don't know how popular they are. I don't know how much they've moved away from all that. I'd have to look at it. It could be the case that I have a look at what's actually going on there and end up wanting to vote Green. That wouldn't surprise me, but we'll have to see.
It's just, I don't know, looking at them, I almost kind of feel like one way they've monopolized support, obviously in Scotland, is pushing Scottish independence. And it almost kind of feels like, I don't know if that would entirely be a good idea. Like, obviously it's fine if people in Scotland want to be like leave the union, then that's their choice. But it almost kind of feels like they use it to cover up their political failings. Like recently with the like huge drop in school standards. I forget what the report is that came out, and also like even things as simple as that whole like ferry scandal.
Yeah, and I know the well, actually, to be fair, I think with the trans stuff, I think they are in the right to be fighting the UK government on that. But yeah,
yeah, completely.
I know, it's difficult because again, I don't watch that much Scottish politics, but like when I hear people, I remember when I used to, I would always hear people saying the SNP always talks about Scottish independence, but I would always hear that opinion from people who are opponents of the SNP. I would never hear that much independence talk from, but maybe I just missed something. But yeah,
wait, what do you mean?
I said I don't know how often the SNP actually weaponizes the lack of independence thing. Like maybe they do, but I suppose the polling on independence is like quite. It's not really stabilized at all since 2014.
Yeah, aren't they still? Aren't they like? I mean, I just feel given like how trade dependent Scotland is on England, and the fact that isn't it a country of like 6 million, 7 million? Like it's half the size of England, but still with like a fraction of the population. And then if they left obviously there's the whole situation of they probably rejoin the EU, but would they have their own currency? Well, actually, no, they couldn't. They couldn't join the EU unless they had. What is it? It's like 10%. No, it's 3%
Nina, thanks for the
GDP
raid.
being
Hope you had a
debt
good
is like
stream. Holy
the
shit.
minimum. But they have 10% at the moment, and it's kind of just like it would be pretty hard to get that down.
It's been like 10 years since I've read the economic arguments for independence. Yeah, I don't know. It might. I don't know. I don't even know how you can. Yeah, I don't know.
And if they decided to keep the pound or pound sterling, then obviously there'd be a kind of a complexity of not having monetary like independence.
Yep.
So it's kind of and then the convert, it would be real hassle with trade with England. So, but no, it's one of those things where like I don't want it to be like a Brexit for another people. Like I don't want it to be a decision that's taken that just hurts the country, but is done for almost like nationalistic reasons.
Yeah, but it's also like I don't know if I don't even know if Scottish people still would rather be in the EU than because the majority of Scots did vote for staying in the EU, and then we were taken out anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I guess it's the kind of thing I'm probably not going to look into until another referendum campaign comes about, and then I'll make up my mind, because right now the polls, as far as I know, have been like neck and neck for more or less 2 years. Some give or take, like 45 yes, 45 no. Yeah.
Because the whole thing with Brexit was just like, it was essentially the only, like, the Conservatives and most of the media kind of acted like the main thing holding us back was the EU, and it was just a simple decision of getting out, and then, you know, we would be competent enough to do well, which is obviously shown to be not true on either of those counts. But it's more like I don't want Scotland to kind of almost self-sabotage by thinking that the only problem they have is like centralized control in Westminster, or like, you know, like the whole foreign power like mentality. Like I think there's some of that, probably not a lot, but you know, there's the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, what do you think?
I haven't thought about it in such a long time. I don't know. I feel like any opinion I give now would just be winging it. Like.
Oh, okay. Oh, hopefully. Sorry, I know. It's just like I feel we basically agree on Israel-Palestine on a lot of things. So it's kind of like I feel like it's just useless talking about it. More like I feel like we know where we stand.
Yeah.
One more thing, I guess. On how are you feeling on like electoral reform, on like proportional representation of some kind?
I voted for AV when that was going. The
Alternative
vote system, yeah. I don't know.
Was that when that when Nick Clegg wanted it?
Yeah. It lost. Yeah, I think I prefer the idea of it. Although it does seem like a lot of these I don't know, with the rise of like far right parties in Europe, that hasn't really quite reached us in the UK in the same way as it has for people like France and Germany and shit. But if it does, then proportional representation actually kind of fucks you really bad, doesn't it? After all, it was in Weimar Germany with a perfectly proportional representative parliament.
Please, why are you turning into Vorsch? That's what I'm trying to escape.
I'm just saying, in Weimar Germany, if you got 30% of the vote, you got 30% of the seats. Look how that went for them.
I don't actually agree on. I don't agree on direct. I don't agree at all on direct proportional representation. I think it could be just as, or maybe even worse if it was done badly. But I think single transferable vote, where you just have like bigger constituency boundaries, would be cool, because then you could have, I don't know, you could have to get like you'd still have to get enough votes in the constituency. And I don't know, it would be like, let's say you had a bigger constituency that sent, I don't know, like 3 representatives. You'd have to get like a third of the vote each or closest to that. And that would still help keep out like minority, like completely like fringe parties, you know?
Yeah. Or we could get like, Yeah, it could be. Like, I like the way it works in Scotland. You know, it got the Greens in, and it does actually mean with the SNP
how's it
that
work?
they're like the SNP's monopoly is it's earned, right? You have to work insanely hard to get, because that alternative, that the 8 regions, the regional vote system in Scotland makes it really difficult to get a majority. Like if you're close to getting a majority, the regional vote system basically makes sure that you like need to go far and beyond to get the actual full majority. So yeah, and that got us the Green coalition with the SNP, and that was like pretty cool. So but I don't know, it might also be better to just go America system and have 2 parties with a president. I don't know.
Are you? No, bro. No, you'll be on. Like, jeez.
Why not?
Why?
I don't know, just
Okay.
get rid of all the
I'll
riff raff and consolidate all the
Okay.
right and left into their own little camps. You know, they can.
Yeah. Stop fucking with me. Like, that's the problem we have now, though, because like you have essentially, like Labour Conservative, and if they want to not be conservative, but I don't know, still want the fiscal conservatism, Lib Dem, and then like the regional parties, and that's kind of it. And you have this weird situation where like 25% of the Conservative Party should be in a far right party, and like 25%. It's like an insane people want to vote Reform UK and will. So it's, and I just feel like we need it, or because Labour has to come to this acknowledgement that it's better for them to have a system where, you know, they don't have a majority as often, but when they don't have the majority, they're in coalition with like the Lib Dems, rather than a system where it's winner takes all. So Labour can win it all, but when they lose it all, it's just the Conservatives for like years upon years, austerity with like was it like 300,000 excess deaths, David Cameron, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak. You know, it's
been pretty
insane.
disastrous, eh? And they hang on for so long. I guess even Labour, like after the Iraq War, like people hated Labour they were a really hated party for so long, but people just kind of, yeah, they were able to hang on. Yeah.
You that is true, but just after Gordon Brown got into office, after Tony Blair stepped down, if he had called a general election straight away, he would have. The polling was saying that he would have actually won that by a close majority.
Yeah, he had a skill issue, unlike Boris. Yeah.
Fucking, my opinion on Jeremy Corbyn as well is quite soured. Like, I used to kind of believe the narrative of him being. It's just like, I don't know. It's quite an obsessional narrative about him being betrayed by the like center ground, like by Blairists and stuff. But I think when you actually look into the procedure and how he got in, how he was never even really meant to be a candidate, and he only got nominations because they wanted like a variety of voices in the debate. You know, it's like it was kind of a failure of the Labour Party mechanism as well.
Yeah, he got the votes, and then he got voted in again against what's his face? That's Owen Smith guy. Remember him, the Welsh dude?
Yeah, but the problem is that he was just like, I don't think he had many solutions. He just kind of seemed like quite a vague populist, and I think the accusation made around the kind of, there was almost like a cult of personality for a man who had no personality, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it worked in 2017. Kind of, it destroyed the.
No, it didn't.
Well, it could,
no,
as in,
no, it didn't.
Compared to what people expected, and in the time that they had, and for
I'm sorry, but
and I've heard this from people who used to be staffers for Keir Starmer, is like that whole wing of Labour has not forgotten that either. That actually those policies, some of them, like the kind of like redistributive social democratic policies, they were popular. They did something for people.
No, I'm not. I know. Like, I know if you look at the actual, I think it was like something they did where if you asked voters like, without telling them like which party the policy was from, just like the target groups, if you actually just brought the individual policies from the 2017 manifesto, they were actually like very receptive.
Yeah.
But the problem I think of that is he should, like, 2017 by all metrics, like should have been, he should have got a majority after like the awful result with like the Brexit referendum and like David Cameron, you know, and austerity after 7 years. It's like people framing, if anything, him winning that 30 seats was probably worse in the long run because it led to the deadlock which let Boris Johnson sail in.
Yeah, and the whole Brexit thing being at the front of the narrative made it really difficult. And the more
Well,
people, the more people learned about Corbyn as well, with all the background and the Hamas and Hezbollah shit, and like his opinions on Russia. With it was just
the fact that he laid one of the things I was reading in, like, after like going through this, kind of checking if my opinion of like Corbyn was kind of, you know, right or wrong, trying to really figure out what I thought of him, is that he laid like a wreath at a ceremony for like one of the Munich massacre like terrorists. He like laid a wreath at like it's like, that's, people like talk about like the mural stuff a lot that got removed, but that's like nothing compared to laying a wreath at the grave of a literal like you can't, that's just like, I don't know what was he smoking, like he's just like a naive guy who just on the hard left, kind of tanky adjacent idiot.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's necessarily him as a person. It's much more, I think, when people go down that road and that like take that like rhetorical path, especially, then they just attract the craziest, like, because I guess if you're like I always imagine like Marxist Leninists and like the crazy, like the Hezbollah supporters and all those just nutcases, is they don't really have a party, they don't have an organization, so they will just latch onto the closest person to the left that they can. That happens. That happens to content creators as well. That happens to YouTubers. So yeah, I think that's maybe a lot more to do with it. But I think he does.
I think he himself is like I can see that argument with Bernie Sanders, like all of the like Bernie or Busters, the insane people who latch onto him when he's actually quite like a moderate in terms of non-US politics. But I think Jeremy Corbyn was a much more, much more of what's the word, ideologue. Like I think he believes a lot of it, and just the fact that he was, I think was it 1987, the leadership election after the fucking 83 one, actually, like he was still saying like long after that, oh yeah, like Tony Benn would have beat out Neil Kinnock. And it's like, why after that disaster, like the most, the whole meme of like, I forget who said it, but who called the 83 manifesto the longest suicide note in history. Like like after that, still kind of supporting that and not moderating, it's just stupid. It reminds me, I think that almost is indicative of what he did later. Like, 83 was the time in the 20th century, like we, most needed a more moderate left-wing government to balance out Margaret Thatcher. And then in 2019 was the time in the 21st century where we desperately needed a moderate alternative to, like, fucking not get Boris Johnson. But he, I mean, he should have stepped down after 2017, really, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. It felt like in the 2019 election cycle that he really just didn't want to be there. Like even at the interviews with like Andrew Neil, he looked like he just wanted to be somewhere else. Because he's an activist. He wasn't supposed to be like running for prime minister. Yeah, I don't know. It's a shame. I think. What do you think about Keir Starmer's his approach?
Well, the problem, I guess, is it's like he's gone back to he's almost gone back to the cautionary kind of tendencies of Ed Miliband, although Ed Miliband was more progressive, I'd say, like actively, but like the whole like that kind of tepid, I don't know, just attitude towards we won't like he's not really challenging the narrative, even on things that he should be. He's completely looking at the target groups. He's completely like when he attacks the like Rwanda policy in Prime Minister's Questions, he doesn't attack it from like a moral basis. He attacks it from like a financial basis by going, oh, it's not working, we've spent 140 million on it. Like that doesn't sound like the moral case for socialism that, you know.
Yeah, because I imagine his main focus has been almost tunnel visioned towards reminding everyone that he's not going to be the same as Corbyn, that Labour is not the same as it was with Corbyn, to the point that he just wants to appease right-wing voters. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea why he's gone with that path, but that's what it sounds like to me.
On what you said on Corbyn, there's this book called The Prime Ministers We Never Had. Have you ever read that?
Nope.
There's this bit in the back, because the last chapter's on Jeremy Corbyn, which I think perfectly sums it up. I'll just read it here. It's talking about him getting back to the backbenches after and like near the start of COVID, and it's the freakish aberration in his late 60s had passed, and he was doing what he contentedly had done before, seeking to make hay as a near powerless backbench MP. It's like the idea of it's like this freakish aberration that's like he didn't, like he has no agency because he kind of didn't. It's kind of just his friends came to him, you know, put his name in the hat, and then the public kind of, you know, all the Labour members kind of just went, oh yeah, hey, let's go this guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Keir Starmer, there's the possibility he could be more radical in, like not radical, but more like if you just listen to his rhetoric now, you'd think that he was not in a Labour Party. You'd think he would be in like a Liberal Party or something. But I think it could be that. I think the biggest concern, in my opinion, is electoral reform, because, like, you know, he can get in for this 5 years next year on not being the Tories. I mean, that's quite appealing right now, but you can't really get another election after you've been in office for a few years saying we're not the Tories. Like, he's going to have to have a positive case the election after, and I think unless he includes proportional representation and electoral reform, we're just going to go back to the same problem before of the Tories, who represent an extremely small amount of people in the country, holding a monopoly on, you know, political power, which we have to avoid at all costs.
Okay.
You know, and once we have, even if we get a bad form of proportional representation, it's much easier, I think, to change the system with that maybe than, like, I feel like we'll be just in a better position all around. And I guess lastly, I think it could be true, like the whole idea of more radical parties getting in, but do you think Farage would be as popular if he had got some kind of elected position and showed people how fucking useless he is? Like, do you think?
I mean, I'm still quite surprised that after expecting it for about 15 years or however long I've been into politics, and expecting Britain to have their turn, as every other country in Europe seems to, of having like a far right populist party getting 20 or 30% of the vote. As much as I've been expecting that to happen, it just hasn't. And I'm like, fuck, that's really good that it hasn't happened here. I just feel like our time is yet to come, you know, because we're not that special.
I think
I don't know. Something's kept it at bay, but I don't. Yeah,
it's because honestly, I think a part of it is we're just so insulated from, honestly, probably by the channel not being in mainland Europe, from like, I feel, I don't know what maybe it's because of immigration. Like, as much as, you know, we fearmonger, or the Tories fearmonger about immigration. We're not actually hit very hard. Like, we're not hit at all, really. Like, we need more people coming here to, you know, staff our hospitals and pick the fruit and stuff. But it's like,
well, I know that like refugees do push people to the right. Like, I know that. Yeah. Well, especially if they're coming from the Middle East. Yeah.
But there's not even. Well, that is true, but I feel like a big part of it, though, is like framing the debate, because I feel like if you've got such a hostile media that we have, like literally all the big tabloids and I forget what the other kind of newspapers called, the broadsheets. That's it. All the big like top 3 broadsheets and all the top 3 or maybe even 5 tabloids are like, you know, with the biggest readership is all right wing, like, and you know, we're in a system where there's like a direct pipeline from working at the papers to being hired as a Tory advisor to seeking office to getting elected, then going back again once you've done, like Boris Johnson writing, you know, Telegraph columns. It's just insane.
Yeah. Well, I have a bunch of people in the waiting room. Do you have anything else?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No. I'm sorry for taking up your time, but yeah, thanks.
That's okay. Nice time.
Yep. See you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Oh. Did you see half of Jews are considering leaving? I did see that article, yes. A large number of them. Also, chat, too many white names in YouTube chat. You guys need memberships. Get yourself your Christmas presents or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Let's go. Don't make me beg. I'll beg. I'll put on more Chud Logic streams. Oh, God. Are they still arguing about fucking January 6th? 1 second.
Take off right now?
No, come on, man.
Yeah, okay, they are. Oh, no. I don't. Oh God, do I want to switch over to YouTube and just watch this and chill? Because I'm not gonna lie, this week has been difficult. Just tying up so many fucking loose ends, trying to do a video essay, trying to do streams. Okay. Twitch chatters, go to YouTube, okay? I'll give you a link, all right? We're going to have a nice chill stream. Listening to these fucking psychos. All right. All right. See you later, Twitch guys. It's nice knowing you. Bye. Okay. We have disengaged from Twitch chat. Oh, Rick Montana with the 20 gifted subs. That is so generous of you. Oh my God, thank you so much. Wow. Holy shit. 20. That's absolutely insane, chat. All right.
You know what we needed that day? We needed a brave president with the responsibility to make that decision, and he failed. And I've heard you before cite his massive responsibility on January 6th. It sounds like today you're giving him a free pass, and what your position is that Trump bears no responsibility for the ramshackle response.
Why is he lisping?
Correct.
That's
right. Originally, I did have that opinion because I'd heard it repeated so many fucking times. And then when I actually started to read into, well, what actually happened, especially when all those Senate judiciary hearings and all the Capitol Police reports came, I was like, oh, Doesn't seem like the muck-up had anything to do with Donald Trump at all, because if it did, both of you would be screaming from the rooftops a single shred of evidence pointing to it. It seems like the issue was there was a whole muck-up of the process of actually coordinating the National Guard and getting them to D.C. and authorizing it, and it seems like a lot of this had to do with Bowser wanting to avoid bad optics the day before by explicitly saying, do not send extra fucking police here.
He's elected with an affirmative duty in an office.
That's great. It doesn't change. You can impassionately...
There was a Democrat called Bowser who didn't want extra dudes at the January's. That was funny. Bowser. Wasn't that a woman called Bowser? Oh, God.
During the lives of law enforcement, Congress, and the attackers on January 6th, and I'll give you the link in the quote. Would you find that sufficient? That's just, but the reason I didn't link it earlier is because it's a fact-finding report.
He disagrees with it. I mean, why are you asking that?
Muriel Bowser.
Well, I don't know.
What an incredible name.
To be clear, no. I don't even necessarily disagree with that. I'm asking for a single shred of evidence. Oh my God. I'm asking you for a single shred of evidence with a 50-minute time to prove it. I've told you 15 times that if you can just show me that, like, oh, well, in this particular point of time, we were waiting on Donald Trump, or Donald Trump was supposed to make this call, then I'd be like, oh, well, in that case, yeah, it's 100% Donald Trump's fault. I've said that literally since the beginning. I've maintained that position.
Right, but to my point, so what I just read you is not in and of itself sufficient.
She didn't send the Koopas. That's true. She did not.
I want to know the underlying rationale for the court finding.
I'll link.
Okay,
yeah,
just link me the thing.
Thing.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Fuck it, man. It's just.
So for here, you've got, all I'm seeing is fact 185. The court finds that Trump had the authority to call in reinforcements on January 6, 2021 and chose not to exercise it, thereby recklessly endangering the lives of law enforcement, Congress, and the attackers on January 6, 2021. So if they have some... Yes. So this is an opinion of a court. So
wait.
So if the court found that he somehow mucked up the process or something, first of all, I don't know why you guys didn't just say this 2 hours ago. But then I would say, oh, well, in that case, look, Donald Trump is responsible.
The only I can
where the fuck's my
us that he bears responsibility for his inaction. The fact that you were waiting, you're waiting to find what these 7 Democrat judges to say that
they're
he had
both
a duty.
lisping.
No,
bro.
we know he had a duty.
The reason I didn't bring it up earlier is I didn't even know if you would accept it because it's a court finding in Colorado and not like a primary source from the acting Secretary of Defense or whatever. I didn't think it would be sufficient. But there's the link and there's the paragraph. So
Z, thanks for the $10.
Chat, is this real? Can mods fact check? Can we get a poll?
Wow.
Chat.
Thank you so much, Z. I really appreciate that.
I love you guys so much. And Steven, I love you too.
I love you too. Be careful,
I
baby.
have to go. But be careful. Just I love you, dog. Peace.
All right, see you, buddy. All right.
Wow.
Well, Steven, before I hit the road, how you doing, buddy?
Okay.
Are you going to be covering this particular topic as far as like the disqualification?
Technically, probably actually hardcore. I'll probably in a day or two. In the because on January 6th I'm debating Glenn Greenwald and Alex Jones in Austin.
Oh, shot! Are you serious?
Jesus.
Yeah, over Jan 6 related shit. It is on January 6th in Austin, so that'll be a.
Oh shit! Is it gonna be a public thing?
Greenwald.
I think so. Yeah.
I might go sit in the audience for that. Wait, it's gonna be a 2-on-1, isn't it?
No, I've got 2 brothers that were with. Hold on, let me check.
I lost my rating
Fuck,
a while
I wonder if this
ago.
one
It's not
announced.
good.
Maybe fucking announcing this ahead of
Fuck
time.
this fucking night. Go back to where you came. This is not a good position for my opponent, I don't
The
think.
Krasenstein brothers. Have you ever heard of them?
Yeah, they're big on Twitter. Ed and something or
Yeah,
another.
Brian and Ed.
Krasenstein brothers.
Dude, good for you. What about the Shapiro thing? Is that still
fuck?
Supposedly the 13th of next month, I think.
Jabiro.
Okay. And is that when?
Remember Alex talked about your wife? Alex Jones made that comment when he came up. I sincerely and legitimately don't believe he had any idea about any of my personal stuff. I think he was just making I found this afterwards. Because him and Melina were just chatting upstairs beforehand.
Laser.
I don't think he was like, there was no like cuck joke that some people interpreted that as. He was just like, but Alex Jones is also like a super friendly dude. Like, if you're talking about real life, he'll like chat with you and like laugh with you and shit and like hang out. Yeah.
This is a target.
Okay.
Is the Shapiro thing going to be about
this guy's cucked.
Biden
This
v.
guy's
Trump
dead.
or is it Israel-Palestine?
Shit.
Wait, in the Austin thing?
No, the Shapiro conversation.
I'm hoping it's related to Biden or whatever.
This?
Cool.
Get him out of the way.
Other than sending the 2 tweets at 2:38, which did not call off the attack, Trump did nothing between being informed of the attack.
Aiko, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. What did you miss?
Trump ignored pleas to intervene and instead called senators urging them to help delay the electoral count. When told the mob was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," Trump responded that perhaps the vice president deserved to be hanged. Trump also rebuffed police when McCarthy asked his supporters leave the Capitol, stating, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." The court finds that Trump, as the commander of the D.C. National Guard, had law enforcement entities at this disposal to help stop the attack without any further approval.
Oh, that's actually quite interesting. Look at this.
Wait.
Because the next take
Trump
is that.
could have redeployed the 340 National Guard troops already activated in Washington, D.C. to assist with traffic and other duties on June 6th. The group could have rapidly responded because riot gear is already stored. There's no evidence that Trump made any effort to redeploy these troops to the Capitol once he knew the attack was underway.
I'm so well positioned.
Trump could have ordered deployment of
Where
additional...
are we going now?
Is this the...
Is this the...
Trump provided evidence that he took any action to deploy any of these authorities after learning of the attack on the Capitol.
Is this
the... to exercise it and chose not to exercise it, thereby recklessly endangering the lives of law enforcement.
No.
This is...
Hey, well, Christmas presents coming in. You guys.
Yeah, I mean the citations. Like, I to be honest with you, because I'm not an attorney, I don't even know how to understand the citations outside the footnotes, like the 1031 TR.246:2. Like, I don't understand what the fuck any of that is. So we'd need Pisco for that, which is yet another reason why I didn't bring this up.
Gotcha.
Because these are findings of fact from a Colorado judge. I didn't know if you'd find that sufficient. And look, trying to find these primary documents, they are a pain in the ass. I was trying to do like Google Foo while you guys were having this conversation. And
I mean, because I had the opinion on this and I looked it up a ton afterwards. And when I looked up afterwards, because my initial interpretation was also that Donald Trump was either refusing to pick up the phone, wasn't authorizing for hours, was mucking up the process. That was my initial understanding. But after all of the hearings and the investigations and everything came out, it seemed to be the case that there was just some dog shit process for deploying the troops, and for some reason Miller took however fucking long to respond to shit. I don't know what it seems like something was fucked up in the process.
Thanks for the $5.
And I couldn't find anything, any piece of information. And you agree that if there was this piece of information out there, we'd probably be screaming it from the rooftops, like, "Oh, here's the proof that Donald Trump fucked everything up." But it doesn't seem like that has ever been the case. I can't. Find it.
To clarify, and that's when you finally, I guess it finally broke through that either I miscommunicated or you misunderstood. But I'll just go ahead and concede. If I ever said that Donald Trump, or suggested that Donald Trump deliberately gummed up the system or fucked it up in some way, happy to concede that. My point was his inaction. I was trying to make the case that, to me, that suggests that his intent was to allow the violence at the Capitol to unfold, because he didn't take any affirmative action to step in, even though he had the ultimate authority. And I would argue the ultimate command responsibility to do it, even if the day-to-day stuff is delegated. That was not a check. And I don't even know if you agree with that or not, and maybe you're sympathetic to it.
I know.
Because to me, there's a difference between responsibility and expectation. I agree with you that the day-to-day stuff is delegated to the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of the Army.
They have to do this first.
But when Trump is watching this unfold, I would think, like you gave the example with Bush. If Bush was watching Katrina happen, even if like the activation of FEMA goes to, I don't know, the DHS or whoever, you would think, be like, hey, are we on this? Is somebody doing something about this? And it seems like the evidence.
I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. You keep saying that.
Oh God.
Like that's so obvious. I don't know if that's the case. The office of the presidency probably has 50 billion different things going on. I don't know if it would be normal for the president to be like, hey, I just want to make a call and check to make sure that like the National Guard is actually deployed. Because if that was the case, there might be 50 million different things that the president could be making phone calls to check in on.
Fuck me.
I don't know if that's like an expectation. But that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if it was the case that like George Bush was making phone calls and he was like, hey, I need to know what the fuck the National Guard is doing. And I'm like, okay, fuck, that would be an expectation, right? Or if, I don't know, was there a National Guard shit under fucking Obama?
I'm sure at some point. I can't think of anything off the top of my head in terms of like a crisis in which he'd have to deploy it, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, so if this was like a delegated thing and Trump was just sitting there stewing at the TV, right? If we're saying like Donald Trump had this extra, fucking Donald Trump, I legitimately don't know if Donald Trump knew that Puerto Rico was a U.S. territory. I don't know if Trump knew that Puerto Rico was a U.S. territory. I really don't know that. Or if he thought it was a separate country. I have no fucking idea, okay? Because he said president of Puerto Rico, which is him. I don't know if he knew that or not, right? So to say like Donald Trump should have been making phone, I don't know if that's the case. If that was his I don't know.
Well, let me ask. Then let me ask you this, out of curiosity: are you persuaded at all? Then, does it give any credence to what I'm suggesting? The fact that so many people in government were outraged that Donald Trump didn't step in. So not just laymen like you and me, but like Congress people and senators. Like, Trump, where the fuck are you? Why aren't you doing anything? Do you find that persuasive? Like, it seems to suggest that they were under the expectation.
I think there's a conflation going on with what Donald Trump should have been doing, which is why I didn't answer Pisco's other question. I don't believe that Donald Trump's failure was to activate the National Guard with his own phone. I think his failure was to not fucking call off his rabid mob immediately. That was his huge failure. So I think when people are looking at Donald Trump like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Even for the politicians themselves, I doubt they're thinking like, Donald Trump, why aren't you authorizing the National Guard? They're probably thinking, Donald Trump, why the fuck aren't you on Twitter telling your people, your rabid fucking dogs, to get the fuck out? That's, I think, the conflation that's happening. I think that's what Pisco's fallen into, and everybody else. Like, oh, Donald Trump failed to act and blah, blah. His failure to act was that he mobilized his fucking army of rabid sycophants, and then he didn't call them off until like 3 hours in or whatever. That was Donald Trump's failure. I think that's what people want him to speak out against, not mobilizing the National Guard faster.
I think it's both. I agree with you that obviously the primary one is the fact that the rioters were obviously personally loyal to him, and he made no effort to call them off. But like in the first article I linked you, the Salon article, Liz Cheney, and again, I'm not saying this is proof. I'm just saying it seems to be the expectation of other informed government actors. She says not only did President Trump refuse to tell the mob to leave the Capitol, which is your point, he placed
you said
no
Salon?
call. Yeah, the Salon article I linked you to. It's the first paragraph.
Fuck you.
Excuse me, the first sentence of the second paragraph.
There's no call to any element.
B, listen, how fucking stupid do you feel now? You probably feel as dumb as this heavy jezzy jizzlord guy, eh? It's never over. Don't resign. It's never over.
Of the United States government to instruct that the Capitol be defended. Yeah, but it sounds like he doesn't have to do that. It's already an assumed role.
I hear you. I will cop that. What I'm saying is, do you think it matters that clearly Liz Cheney, a Republican member of Congress, who again is informed in the intricacies and the chain.
Wait, hold on, chill. When you say Republican member, like that's supposed to have her, she was also like an anti-Trump, right? And got crucified.
No, she voted with Trump 93% of the time prior to January.
Didn't
6th.
she lose her seat because she was critical of Trump?
Right. After January 6th. What I'm saying is she was devoutly loyal to Trump until January 6th, and that was what snapped it for her because of his actions and inactions. That's why I brought that up. So what I'm saying is, I take your point that, again, the day-to-day exercise of authority is to the Secretary of Defense and to the Secretary of Army. But do you think it matters at all that she and others in government are pissed off that Trump still didn't do anything? That they're not saying,
I don't know why, but like, so here's a question, right? So, and then again, I don't know. So here's her saying this. Okay, this is my question. So she says he did not call his Secretary of Defense on January 6th. That's one of her statements, right? Here's a question for you. If he would have called him ahead of time and said, authorize this, is it still possible that it might have taken 3 hours for Miller to do so?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you would think not, right? But
well, why did it take so long for him to authorize it? Did Miller think that he wasn't supposed to deploy the National Guard?
I'm gonna go queenside.
This is where Peace goes right. This is where as far as I can remember from the House January 6th Select Committee, I think this is an entire section of the final report. They still don't have any satisfying answers as to why the fucking delay. I can't. So to your point, it's a great question. I can't answer it. They don't have a concrete answer. What caused the 3-hour delay?
Okay, can we like? What are you doing right now?
I'm gonna leave in about 20 minutes.
Okay, we got 20 minutes. Can we like? Can we just Google around right now and try to find an answer to this?
Let's just Google around
That's what I've been doing. I'm telling you.
Okay, so then at the very least, then, because I've been in your position, because that's why my opinion has changed. If you can't find the answer, at the very least, we know there's no clear-cut way to blame Trump, unless we're saying that Trump should have made an extraordinary call or something to Miller. Who should Trump have called?
So I think she gives the answer in the statement that he should have called the Secretary of Defense on January 6th. He should have called the Attorney General. He should have called the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, but it seemed like the chain of command for this. It seemed like I keep forgetting. Was it the lieutenant? Lieutenant of the Army.
There's still this
President to Secretary of Defense to Secretary of the Army.
Yes. Okay.
To Lieutenant Commander.
Let's say that he called the Secretary of Defense. Okay, and he said, "Yeah, you're good to go. Whatever you guys need." It seems to be the case that Miller took 3 hours to approve the request from the Lieutenant Secretary of the Army. Why?
We don't know.
They just went development.
I'm telling you, I vividly recall, and I think even it's in the report, the however many page report, I'll link it to you, where they said they don't
This is material
they don't
for me,
have
right?
like an answer to this.
Okay, which is
Or
fine.
they don't, yeah. But yeah, I think that's what it is for me. It's just I do expect an extraordinary and affirmative response from the sitting president during these situations, even if the normative day-to-day stuff
this is difficult.
would usually not require it.
Okay,
I guess that's
and if I'm able to find in some report or some other statement besides what Miller said, okay, if it was the case that Donald Trump ahead of time explicitly authorized whatever they needed for the Capitol, would you then say that the responsibility for this fuck up is on Miller, or is it always on Donald Trump?
I would say it is shared at that point because, and here's why I say that. I think all presidents, including for example President Biden, with the 13 servicemen deaths, which happened in the evacuation of Kabul. I do think that a sitting president bears command responsibility for all that happens on his watch with the military.
Sure, and I could listen, and I even granted you guys earlier because Pisco unwittingly used the phrase "the buck stops." If you want to say that, I can probably agree with you there. That to some extent, the head of the armed forces, our commander in chief, ultimately has responsibility for what happens with the military. But that's way different than this individual mucked up the process, right?
Yeah, and that's why I said I want to be very clear, and I think even Pisco copped to that to the end. I have no evidence, none, that Trump deliberately and nefariously mucked it up. I think it was based on the evidence we've seen. It was a dereliction. He just stayed out of it when he had an affirmative duty, in my opinion, to stay on it. That's, I think, the disconnect. I just want to be very clear. I don't think he was getting requests from Miller and Trump's like saying, no, let him hang Mike Pence. I don't think that's we have no evidence of that, none. So I want to be very clear.
Okay, am I looking at 750 on the PDF or like 750 in the actual document itself?
Which one did I just link you?
Somebody linked me I think this is the whole Jan 6 review or whatever.
I just need a minute.
Who's saying 750? For guys that are saying 750, hello? The file, not the page number. Okay. 750 directs the Select Committee to examine the facts, circumstances, and causes relating to domestic terrorist attacks on the Capitol, including the activities of intelligence agencies, law enforcement.
Wow.
A gut-wrenching summer. The approval process for the deployment of the DC National Guard is unique. Unlike any of the other 50 states or 3 territories across the country where ultimate authority rests in the hands of the governor and the nation's capital where no government rests, the Guard is ultimately under the command of the President of the United States when acting in its militia capacity to support civil authorities. By executive order, however, President Richard Nixon delegated the President's day-to-day control of the DC Guard to the Secretary of Defense and specified that its commanding general should report to the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary's designee. By memorandum, the Secretary of Defense in turn delegated day-to-day control of the DC Guard to the Secretary of the Army. The commander of the DC Guard reported directly to the Secretary of the Army on January 6, 2021. During the 2020 summer protests in response to the murder of George Floyd, the approval process for Guard deployment ran very smoothly.
I made a video myself on that.
Very proactively. The then commanding general of the DC Guard, William Walker, said, Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy really wanted us out there. Secretary McCarthy, with all his authorities, was physically beside Major General Walker throughout the summer.
I think it's to prepare for some kind of battery.
It's been widely reported a number of President Trump's senior advisors, including Attorney General Bill Barr, resisted President Trump's request to deploy the Guard or other troops in various states and cities where violence had occurred or was underway.
What happens here?
Had resisted Trump's request. What does this mean? Does this mean Donald Trump wanted to deploy the National Guard and actually made the request and it got rebuffed, or that he just wanted to and they talked him out of it?
Where's that not going to go?
Can you? I'm trying to find where you are in this PDF.
I'm on page 7, file page 751.
7 page 7.
In the summer of 2020, nothing was being written down. It was all just a verbal back and forth. That approach sped up response times, but as the DC Guard footprint grew and controversy began plaguing the operation, Secretary McCarthy came away with a lesson. The deliberative and by written order beat fast and by oral command. The conclusion is on page 748, but 774 in the PDF.
Okay. God.
774. We're getting there, okay? We got time.
I don't like this at all. Fuck.
December 20, that approach sped up. What we learned in the process was we were not capturing a lot of the information in writing in the orders process, which is fundamental.
I can just let them take that.
Concept of operations conduct was developed at the lower level during the December 2020 operations. It did not require approval or input at the secretary level. That approach came to be seen as a mistake that should not be replicated the next time there was civil disturbance crisis in the nation's capital.
I think this is going to work because I've got this.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're talking about the George Floyd protests. That was when he apparently was giving orders to a request to deploy the Guard, and there was resistance. I thought you found something which indicated that he gave the orders affirmatively multiple times on January 6th. I was like, oh shit, that contradicts everything.
No, that was people have said ahead of time that he authorized troops or something. But
put this one to the edge.
But supposedly, according to Pisco, Miller contradicted that testimony later under oath.
Oh, I've got that to hit as well. Unless they go right back. They'll want to go right back. Which is not good. Bishop pair is still threatening them.
2020, on June 1st, the Guard presence tripled overnight. The embarrassment of the low-flying affected center.
Oh, shit. That's a threat. Whoops.
At the request next time would be absolutely certain that we understand the mission clearly and that there is no civil authority could remission off that support without the approval of either the Secretary of the Army or, in certain circumstances, the Secretary of Defense.
Can't win everything.
In mid-June of 2020, then Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, Secretary McCarthy, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, huddled to talk about what went wrong in the preceding week. Senior defense officials then decided that they would take a more active role in directing the force. As a result, we all took more active interest in what was happening. Major General Walker said that he was not told by that shift in perspective. A tailored request for guard December 19. Big DC protest January 6th. Be there, be wild. Mayor Bowser sent a letter to Major General Walker requesting guard assistance for January 5th and January 6th. The second letter specified the district's request as limited to 2 forms of assistance: crowd manager at metro stations.
Request.
Blah, blah, blah. Pretty good tailored mission that was not vague. According to civil service, something we request. Okay. 5 days of tremendous resistance. Okay.
Is this how you research? Oh, I think I've got to move here.
Fears of police and military
night's
and
free.
anti-democratic
That's a free
men.
night.
Both Acting Secretary Miller and Secretary McCarthy were sensitive to the set of troops near the site of the congressional certification of electoral votes because of President Trump's previous expressions of interest in using federal troops in civilian situations.
Where was
Again,
the blunder there?
Attorney General Barr and other members of the Trump administration had resisted President Trump's desire to deploy such troops. Secretary Esper said it tended to be the case that the president was inclined to use the military,
you moved the night up
contrary
there.
to long-standing principles of reserving the armed forces as a last resort.
Like
this is, by the way, consistent with everything we've seen of Donald Trump. The idea that he's the one saying, don't send in the National Guard, it doesn't make any sense, because at this point in time, I'm pretty sure conservatives have very favorable views of police. Right? I don't know why Trump would say no, because it wasn't until January 6th that conservatives started to hate police, I think. And that's at least my recollection of things, but whatever.
There's like this, I think.
According to his testimony, Acting Secretary Miller's expressed first priority after being installed with just 2 months left in the Trump administration was to make every effort to return the Department of Defense to a non-politicized entity, because previously the department was being showcased too much in testimony. Fears that the president would invoke the Insurrection Act to politicize the military and He wrote, later adding that if I would have put troops on Capitol Hill before the attack and without a request from civil authorities, that would have been seen as extremely provocative, if not supporting that crazy narrative that the military was going to try to overturn the election. Secretary McCarthy felt similar pressure. He had always been taken aback when, as he was walking down the Pentagon's hallways, one of the most seasoned reporters asked him whether the Army was planning to seize ballot boxes. Wait, Destiny, just a question. Why did Miller get authorization from Pence if he was instructed to do so as needed? Major Arcana, can you link me that he needed to get authorization from Pence?
Oh, that's not good.
Well, and this is the problem. I'll say this. Mike Pence is technically not in the chain of command. This is the problem. We do have reporting that he tried to give orders for the National Guard to be deployed. And I think it even says here in this article, once we get down a couple of paragraphs, that the acting Secretary of Defense said, well, I wasn't ordered. And part of it is because the vice president is not in the chain of command, which is technically true.
There's also this missing pawn.
Okay, on January 1st,
I don't like this alignment, though.
By Monday, January 4th, with Secretary McCarthy now backing the operation, Acting Secretary Miller was briefed. He told the Select Committee that he made the right decision there to honor the request, that approval came with strings attached. The role of the DC Guard would be spelled out and tightly circumscribed in a memorandum that, as characterized by General Milley, was very strict on the use of the military. It decreed that without the acting secretary's subsequent personal authorization, the Guard would not be issued batons, helmets, or body armor, could not interact physically with protesters except in self-defense, and the Quick Reaction Force, 40 service members staged in case of an emergency at Joint Base Andrews and Prince George's, County Maryland, could be deployed only as a last resort. This is all consistent with when I was doing research that, it seemed like the really big things leading up to January 6th was people were really fucking scared of this impression, especially because of what happened the prior summer of the National Guard being there. And this was a huge pushback that Bowser and everybody else felt like. And that was my understanding of why things kind of got mucked up. But we'll keep reading. To district officials, it seemed new and unnecessary. The secretary told us, if you send them to any other kind of mission, this has to get approval from me. And I just think that those were unnecessary restrictions, Chief Conti said.
I don't know what the plan is there.
Let's see. The Army and the DC Guard appeared to have had different understandings. The intent of the Quick Reaction Force was really to send these troops over to force or to help if they had a problem at one of the traffic command posts. General McConville said there was never an intent for a Quick Reaction Force to go to the Capitol, according to Army officials. Without a con op and a formal change in mission, the QRF could do traffic control and no more. That was not how others imagined an emergency unit would or should operate. According to Major General Walker, a Quick Reaction Force, something's happening. Do I have time to find you and call you and ask you? He called the pre-approval language highly unusual, particularly as their name already implied that it's a last resort.
No point.
Prepared without guard help. Okay.
I should probably go off this stream if the shouting has stopped there.
Let's see.
What the fuck is this opening?
On the morning of January 3rd, Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund approached two members of the board of the Capitol Police Board, and reportedly requested but concededly did not push for guard resources. The Capitol, according to Irving, told Chief Sund he did not like the optics of asking for the guard in advance and that the intelligence did not support it. Chief Sund said that he did not push back on either point. In fact, he agreed that his reading of the intelligence, despite a forewarning put out by his own intelligence unit, Congress was itself the target on January 6th, did not call for the guard's support, only that having more personnel on his perimeter would make him more comfortable.
I feel like this alignment's pretty good.
774.
Then I got that.
The page?
So people are saying that's where the conclusion is.
I don't know what this guy wants to do there. I go there? I could just castle. If they want to go there, probably. Oh no. If I castle, I lose that bishop. He didn't notice it, though.
I see a conclusion on 748, but for the full report, it might be 77 or 777 or whatever. 748 at the bottom, it says conclusion.
They're not well developed. That's what's happening here.
Chief Sund said he reached out to the House Sergeant at Arms Irving's at 12:57 and 12:58 and told him, we are getting overrun on the West Front by thousands. We need the National Guard now. Irving recalled the call coming from before a break in the electoral certification just short of 1:30 p.m. The chief said that conditions were deteriorating outside and he might be making requests for the National Guard. Although Irving was firm in his stance that only the Capitol Police Board had the authority to request National Guard assistance, he nonetheless sought out the Chief of Staff to the Speaker to inform her of the intended request. He did not need her to sign off, but any changes could have like a time. Would have given them a heads up. The Speaker's Chief of Staff immediately scribbled down a note and went over to inform the Speaker, who was in the chair presiding over the floor, about the request. Absolutely go, Speaker Nancy Pelosi said. Later, as they were evacuating the floor to an undisclosed location, the Speaker asked her, is the National Guard coming? The Speaker's Chief of Staff said, yes, we asked them. Irving said the formal request for guard assistance came in a call after 2 p.m. from Chief Sund, and of course we said absolutely. Chief Sund said he made the request and that earlier 12:57 or 12:58 call and had been waiting for 71 minutes. I hung up the phone. I yelled across the command center, mark the time, 2:10. I finally got approval from the Capitol Police Board for the use of the National Guard, Chief Sund said. Around 2:30, Director Rodriguez patched Chief Conti and a largely silent Mayor Bowser listening in into the conference call with Chief Sund and Major General Walker, who brought in General Pyatt. Pyatt, right? To take handwritten notes on the call the rest of the day. On the line, the Pentagon gathered around the Speaker of the Secretary of the Army desk's phone were General Pyatt, General McConville, and Secretary McCarthy. According to Secretary McCarthy, it was during that call that he learned the Capitol had been breached.
I don't even know.
It was during that call at 2:30 that he learned the Capitol had been breached. That's worrying. I don't know why it took so long for him to know if the call was made at 2:10, considering he's the one that needs to be the final approval, or at least it has to pass through him to get to Miller, but okay. So according to General McCarthy, it was during that call that he learned the Capitol had been breached, watching it unfold in real time on television. And he saw it on TV. He didn't recall hearing Chief Sund's voice on the call, but said we were trying to get what we call the operational site picture, what's going on, how big is the crowd, how violent is the crowd. They started laying out really just how bad it was. Secretary McCarthy's resolved to run to the office of Acting Secretary of Defense Miller, leaving behind instructions to General Pyatt to find out the requirements as he was going to get the authority. We go zipping down there, General McConville said. As they were leaving, General Flynn showed up. Wait, do these guys not have phones? Why does he have to run to the office? How far is his office away? General Flynn, or maybe it's like right down the hall. General Flynn said, I don't know.
It's possible.
General Flynn said, when I came by the phone, he heard voices screaming on the end. He called the tones of their voices as chaotic and said you couldn't tell who was talking sometimes. Chief Sund was pleading for help. I want to say he even used the word like, I am pleading. Chief Conti said. Colonel Matthews, listening in beside Major General Walker, said of Chief Sund, his voice was cracking. He was almost crying. According to Chief Conti, the reaction to his pleas was tepid. It was a very sluggish response. Chief Conti said, I remember just, with all that was going on, not hearing a yes, just what I would, in my mind, qualify as like excuses and not decisive action. I was hearing like all the reasons, why we shouldn't be doing this. Director Rodriguez called it kind of a bureaucratic response in the midst of a rapidly evolving situation where literally the Capitol is being overrun. He added, I don't want to use the word disinterested, but more just, let's hold on, let's just wait, let's just kind of calm down for a second while literally Rome is burning. For his part, General Flynn depicted General Pyatt, the main interlocutor, as the calming voice in an otherwise chaotic situation. General McConville agreed. I talked to some of my staff and they said that General Pyatt did an incredible job. He was like, in a very calm voice, just saying, let's just settle down. But Major General Walker said he just couldn't believe nobody's saying, hey, go. He asked the generals on the line, aren't you watching the news? Can't you see what's going on? We need to get there. And I was cognizant of the fact that I'm talking to senior people, but I could see what was happening. Chief Son was perplexed and dumbfounded. It wasn't what I expected of, the cavalry's commanding.
Forward.
It was a bunch of round the house, oh, hey, let's do this, let's do that, he said. I was borderline getting pretty pissed off. Many participants in the calls that General Pyatt's stated concern was the optics of sending troops to the site of the democratic process. The infamous talk of optics, that came up again. There was talk about boots on the ground again. That's not good optics, having boots on the ground, Chief Kunti said. He would call out Secretary McCarthy to vocalize the same hesitance during the 5-day deliberation preceding January 6th. Okay, I'm just going to scroll down.
Why are they being so fucking slow when they've got the upper hand? I don't know.
On the call, talk of needing a plan, the so-called con op that had been a lesson learned from the summer emerged after the optics. Then it was like, they wanted like specific information. There was something they were talking about, like mission and what exactly they're going to do when they get there. Top of page 741 is the Pence request. The doc or the okay, hold on. Chief Kunti interrupted Chief Son mid-sentence and said, wait a minute, hold up. Let's make sure I understand this correctly. Are you asking for support from the National Guard at the U.S. Capitol? Chief Son said yes. General Pyatt said he was clear on response and have authority to deny or approve. The secretary is getting approval. The third time when they said, you're denying our request, they also said, and we're going to go to the media. General Pyatt said, we were desperate. Everyone was desperate. So I'm not angry at that, but I just knew it wasn't helpful. So we told that to General McCarthy, or Secretary McCarthy.
I don't really care about
as for the threat to go public, Major General Walker said, I remember that very clearly. According to him, after the generals would not say yes or no. In the end, the call sort of ended abruptly. The D.C. head of Homeland Security and Emergency Management left the call thinking that help was not coming, and at least not from the National Guard. How long did Major General hold? 3 hours and 19 minutes. Okay. What did Major General Walker think was happening with an absent commander-in-chief? Vice President Mike Pence called several times to check on the delayed response of the Guard.
Is this
President
a
Trump
tactic?
did not.
Vice
President Pence
really,
called Acting Secretary Miller at least 2 times. He was very animated and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. General Milley said,
"This is ridiculous."
The idea is get the National Guard down there, get them down there now, and clear the Capitol. And this was the Vice President of the United States, and there was other forceful language.
Oh, wow.
Acting Secretary Miller clarified that he did not order me, as he's not the chain of command, but he considered the talk with the Vice President hyper-professional and very focused, in which the Secretary highlighted the District of Columbia National Guard was activated, and we were throwing every asset we could marshal to support law enforcement. In contrast, according to General Milley, Chief of State of Meadows Collins said, we have to kill the narratives that the Vice President is making all decisions. We need to stop saying every that the President's still in charge and things are already stable.
I've got like
President
all
Donald Trump
this
still did
going on.
not call the Sports Department of Defense denials and delays were echoing the media. No high-level defense official, including Secretary Miller and McCarthy, received a call from him that day. At the time, General Milley thought that was absolutely highly unusual. You're the Commander-in-Chief. You've got an assault going on the Capitol of the United States. And there's nothing, no call, nothing, zero. He said, I grew up in an organization where commanders are responsible and take charge, and they see situations unfolding and they issue orders and take charge. On January 3rd, at the end of the National Security meeting concerning a foreign threat, the President asked him passing about January 6th preparations.
It's May, isn't it?
Acting Secretary Miller informed him that they'd be fulfilling Mayor Bowser's request for DC support. From then on, if not earlier, the Secretary felt like I had all the authorities I needed, and I did not need to discuss anything with the President regarding authorities. The conversation lasted all of 30 seconds to a minute. Secretary Miller testified that he'd never received any order at any time from President Trump to deploy the National Guard on January 6th. There was no direct, there was no order from the President.
Oh, there's the... Well done. Wow.
On January 5th, as demonstrators rallied in support for the president, Acting Secretary Miller received a call from the Commander-in-Chief. The president asked him if he was watching the events on television. The secretary told him that he had caught some of the coverage. Unprompted, President Trump then said, you're going to need 10,000 people. The following day, as in troops, an email sent by Chief of Staff Meadows on January 5th explicitly noted the D.C. Guard would be on hand to protect pro-Trump people. The president and his staff appeared to be aware of the likelihood of violence on the day of the election certification of his loss was slated to transpire. This communication from President Trump contemplated that the Guard could support and secure the safety of Trump supporters, not protect the Capitol. At that time, Secretary Miller apparently had no information on what Donald Trump planned for January 6th. Acting Secretary Miller thought that 10,000 was astronomical. We expected 35,000 protesters, and even if there were more protesters than expected, we thought the local law enforcement handled that. But again, this was no order from the president, just President Trump banter that you're all familiar with. Okay. Yeah. I feel like now I feel super strong. I think Miller was the one at fault here. Or not even necessarily Miller. I think it was the whole bureaucratic muck-up of them trying to avoid the look of impropriety by deploying the National Guard, the military, during the certification of the election. Now I feel even more. I've never actually read this document before. I've just read articles about this. But it seems like even more, that is exactly what happened.
Can you go to the bottom of page? The last thing that read is the conclusion part. And so in the file, it's 740F or 748.
Wait, what page are you on?
It's 748 of the document, but my file, my PDF says 774. But if you look at the top of the page, it's 748.
Okay, 748. Okay.
There's this.
Look at the bottom. It says conclusion.
Former President Trump's eagerness to engage the U.S. military to play a visible role in addressing domestic unrest during the late spring and summer of 2020 does appear to have prompted senior military leadership to take precautions in preparing for the joint session against the impossibility that the D.C. Guard might be ordered to deploy for an improper purpose. These precautions seem to have been prudential as much as legal in nature. What that entailed is the unprecedented circumstances of the January 6th attack on the Capitol is, however, harder to accept. A 3-hour, 19-minute lag time in making a relatively small but riot-trained and highly capable military unit available to conduct one of its statutory support missions. While the delay seems unnecessary and unacceptable, it was the byproduct of military processes, institutional caution, and a revised deployment approval process. We have no evidence that the delay was intentional. Likewise, it appears that none of the individuals involved understood what President Trump planned for January 6th and how he would behave during the violence. Imperfect intergovernment and intra-military communications as the January 6th rally morphed with President Trump's active encouragement into a full-blown riot at the Capitol also helped explain the time it took to deploy the Guard troops to the Capitol after their assistance there was requested and approved. Post hoc evaluation of real-time communication during an unprecedented evolving crisis and limited tactical intelligence nevertheless carries the risk of a precision that was unrealistic at the time. It was also clear from testimony provided to the Select Committee that DoD and DC National Guard leaders have differing perspectives that are not reconcilable regarding the timing of deployment authorization. With the DC Guard's deployment on January 6th is concerned then, the lesson learned at this juncture include careful evaluation of the base of limited information will take time, statutory constraint, intergovernmental request for assistance, and multi-level approval process are complex and time-consuming. Any visible military presence in the domestic setting is circumscribed by law and triggers considerable constitutionally driven sensitivities, and crisis communications are often imperfect, especially in unforeseen and rapidly evolving situations.
And that.
Yeah, so that's the conclusion of that. So your conclusion is, after what you read?
I think every single thing I said was completely and totally correct, and I feel vindicated. Fuck Pisco, and fuck you, a little bit. But Pisco made the stronger claim. So
wow.
Okay. So,
okay,
I'm just going to ask you one question. Does it matter at all to you what Chairman Milley said about how unusual the president's silence was?
And they want to do that?
This is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
When was this statement made?
Fuck, we read this one. We read it.
I'm sorry. I remember the page, but I'm saying, like, was this a statement that he made to the media, or was this like a statement that he's making in a closed session to? Yeah,
I think it was during an interview to the House January 6th Select Committee. Milley was not the kind of guy to say this to the press. He kept his opinions to himself. I think it was in the interview.
Yeah, I mean,
where is this guy
from everything that I'm hearing, it doesn't sound like a call from Donald Trump would have changed anything.
Ooh.
If Pence himself is literally making calls and nothing is happening, and it seems like luckily we read in here, apparently Donald Trump's request for National Guard deployment to states has literally been denied in the past because Barr is saying you're a fucking idiot, like shut the fuck up.
Sure, but I think the summary we read also said that it's different, that the deployment is different with respect to the Capitol, because when it comes to the 50 states, it is true that the president can't.
Sure, the deployment can be different, but I'm just saying that in reading all of this, like, aside from that one statement where Milley's like, it's kind of weird that Trump wasn't calling to find out what's going on, right? Keep in mind, Milley and Trump also fucking hated each other at this time, right? But, like, aside from that one statement, every other part in here seems to reinforce, and even that statement doesn't say if Trump would have called it, all would have been fixed.
No. And you know what? Here's another opportunity. Maybe I can give you like an example. You tell me if my thinking's wrong here.
Sure.
So when people ask me, like when I have debates with other people about Trump's COVID response, when people say, "Do you blame Trump for the COVID pandemic?" I'm like, in part, with respect to the United States. And obviously, no matter who was president, there was going to be a COVID outbreak at some point. The question is, what did the commander-in-chief, the head of state, head of government, the most powerful man in the world, do to try to address the situation? And I tell people that if Trump had made different decisions, if he had taken the virus more seriously, if he would have not undercut his medical advisors, if he tried to rally, Republican governors and officials basically to take it more seriously, and then shit still hit the fan, I would not blame Trump, because then I could say
Sure.
he did everything in his power to address a crisis. But because he didn't do that, and because he fucked up so spectacularly,
goodbye night.
using COVID as an example,
Chased him
and
to the edge of the board.
again
Good.
would argue derelict in his
Fucking
duty
die.
and all the things,
Correct.
I do blame Trump
10
in
seconds.
part for the pandemic. So taking it to
Oh my
January
God.
6th, do you think it's reasonable at all for me to apply that logic here? That maybe you're right. Maybe if he was on the horn with everybody and said, guys, get somebody the fuck down there, it would have taken it from 3 hours to 2.5 for all we know. Or maybe it would have taken it to 0 because maybe
I
they
think
would have been like,
I think your analysis, you're
5
in the right
seconds.
area, but I think you're exactly wrong. I think that it's
Okay.
possible that if Donald Trump would have made the
Possible.
call, it might have taken even longer. If you want to blame this particular scenario on Donald Trump, I think you could do it, but you have to make the exact opposite argument, because it seems like the issue relating to the deployment of the National Guard in D.C. wasn't because Donald Trump was trying to keep everybody back and fuck everything up. It seems like the issue is Donald Trump's over-eagerness to rely on the military and the perception of him as being an authoritarian leader,
Being
and
an
the
authoritarian
worries that if the
leader.
DC police were seen with the
know,
National
they're
Guard in
fucking-
the background, that I think the quote in here was that people they were worried that the National Guard is going to be stealing election boxes, ballot
I don't know if
boxes,
this is a
right?
win.
Sure.
So if you want to say
It's not-
that the
Oh my
guard
God.
wasn't deployed here, it seems to be because Donald Trump leaned into the military way too much, and that's been like affirmed 15 different times in here, that now people are creating a ton of different processes saying, like, if you want to deploy the National Guard, we need to know the exact scope of the mission. We need to know exactly what the situation is.
Look at that
You need to get authorization from Miller himself. Okay, we need to like it seems like there were so many restrictions put on because Donald Trump. So if you wanted to blame Donald Trump, that would be the reason why. But then to say that Donald Trump making the call would have fixed this, it might have been.
Okay, Jesus. I don't know why the fuck I'm listening to that. Oh, God, that was difficult. Wow. Yeah, that's emotionally exhausting. I don't really want to interrupt that conversation. I'll do it when I'm back. Fuck. IDF deployed their best chess player. I know, right? Loser. Shouldn't you be killing Palestinian babies? You genocidal scumbag. God. Okay. Oh, I never even watched the James Somerton video. Sleeper box. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. I don't know. Just haven't had a good week. I have. I've learned a lot and I've written a lot, but God, it's come at great cost. Also, that person who PayPal'd me, thanks very much. Merry Christmas to you too. Ask Destiny about Islamophobia. Hey. Weren't you up till 5 yesterday? Yeah. He said he'll leave in 20 minutes. Yeah. I'll just go in now. Fuck it.
And that seems to be the impression that everybody has. And so all of these bureaucratic structures were essentially created to like slow down any deployment of the National Guard to DC because they didn't want to give the appearance of it like deploying like a militaristic authoritarian thing relating to the election day. And Bowser herself said as much on the 5th. And when I'm reading through everything in here, that seems to be the case. Nobody's like, where's the president? Why isn't the president authorized? What's going on? It seems like what's happening is everybody's arguing. It's like, well, hold on. Well, what's going on? We're trying to give us, what's the situation? Like, give us a report. Like, do we really need this? Blah, 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 blah. And that's where the delay's coming because they want to be really sure. And that seems to be the big error. So that's why I'm saying if you want to blame Trump, you can. But the really roundabout offer you have to, or the roundabout argument you have to make is Trump's fault was his overuse of authoritarian or militaristic measures earlier that made it more complicated or optically troubling to deploy the National Guard, which led to the bureaucratic controls that were in place that caused these 3-hour plus delay in getting the National Guard.
Guard to the Capitol. So 2 points I want to make real quick. I'll concede to one thing, but I'm going to push back on the other. Let me push back first. Again, I think Barr was pushing back, and if you look at the footnotes, I think it's like footnote 11, which is on page 751, 771, or 777 in the document, 751 on the file. But
wait, 7 Trump, what? Did you get those backwards?
Yeah, 751, I'm sorry, on the document, and in the PDF it's 777. So if for Trump to deploy the National Guard in states, that would require him to either get permission from the governors or invoke the Insurrection Act, which basically allows him like extraordinary.
Which footnote am I reading?
11. Okay. And so it's Barr explaining why he kind of resisted Trump's efforts. And so he talks about, how much Trump waved his finger around the semicircle saying we were losers, we're all fucking losers. He then raised, he talked about whether we should invoke the Insurrection Act. And, my position was that the Insurrection Act should only be invoked when you really need to invoke it as a last resort, when you don't really have any other assets that can deal with the civil unrest. So what he was saying is basically Trump would have to invoke that authority. He was kind of pushing back, no, sir, don't do that. It's really a mistake. But it's not. Trump would have had to take extra steps to try to assume the authority, like extraordinary steps, to deploy the National Guard in cities and states when the authority usually resides with the governor. I think in D.C., it's relatively straightforward. He had much more discretion to do it himself without invoking any sort of extraordinary authority. So I think it's apples and oranges, and that's why I push back on that.
Sure. And again, if you listen, if your guys' argument was just that, like, maybe Donald Trump could have made a call to like expedite this, although based on everything I'm hearing on this shit right now, I don't know if that would have been the case. If it would have expedited.
Well, and that's what I was going to concede to. I think you made an interesting point there that I'll concede to, that it does say something that nobody was trying to do. Like nobody was saying, call the president, what the fuck, we don't know what to do. So here's my question. That's a fair point. How do you reconcile that with the fact that the people in there were not trying to get Trump's permission or attention or direct involvement, with the fact that other people in government are faulting him for not being involved? And I don't know if I'm articulating well, because
I think it's what I said earlier. I think it's the conflation between him being ultimately responsible for the riot being there, and then them just saying like, you needed to do something to stop this from happening, basically.
Well, hang on, but they did also say not just for the riot being there, but for you not to remember that quote we read from Liz Cheney in the Salon article, where she says he didn't call, he didn't make a direct call to.
He didn't need to. I don't know if Cheney knows any idea how any of this shit operates. I don't know if she has any experience. It doesn't seem like she's making a substantive critique of what's going on. She's just mad, and it's like, why did you stop this? Why did you make the call or whatever? It's like, well, he didn't make the call. He didn't need to. And again, through all of this, like nobody's waiting for the president to make an order. Like it seems like what they're trying to figure out is like, what the fuck do we actually need to send the National Guard? And I don't know if they even had a good situation report that showed that they needed the National Guard. I'm not even sure if that was the case, right? Because remember also, if we're watching this on TV, it just kind of looks like a bunch of people outside, like, I don't know how long in it actually like got so violent where people watching TV would have been like, I'm not sure. I just don't know the answer to that.
Gotcha. All right, man. Well, listen, I think you made a bunch of good points. I still think that he had moral responsibility and command responsibility, but I want to be very clear. If at any point, and I'll say this to chat, I apologize. If at any point in the conversation I suggested that Trump like affirmatively fucked everything up to allow the riots to unfold, I retract that. I concede that was.
You did hear an echo. It's because my
mind
was
definitely
not
Boner's. That was Pisco's original argument, but okay,
gotcha. Cool, man. Listen, looking forward to watching the conversations with Shapiro and everybody. So,
yeah, I love you, buddy. You can probably be involved if you want to hop on because I'll probably in a few days I'll start doing research for this January 6th debate. So,
sure, happy to do it.
Love you.
All right, see you guys. Everybody have a good day.
What's up, Boner Box?
I just had to jump in because I feel like every now and then when I react to things that you're saying, some fucking idiot will go into your chat and like telephone it, and it's not what I.
Oh yeah, that happens. Yeah.
I was saying I don't think you need to bite the bullet on calling yourself Islamophobic. That's my take. At least based on how you rationalize it.
Sure. Do you want me to give what I think your argument is, and then we can disagree, or we're gonna have a discussion on it? Are you gonna say something along the lines of like, usually when people call themselves Islamophobic, they're talking about hating like actual Muslims and all the cultural aspects attached to it. And when you call yourself Islamophobic, it's making you sound way more hateful than you actually are. If you just want to criticize the religion, you can criticize the religion, but calling yourself Islamophobic in modern parlance is basically the equivalent of calling yourself like racist or hateful of a group of people that might not even have like the extremist religious beliefs you're criticizing.
Yeah, like especially in Europe, like Islamophobic doesn't mean you're an atheist who hates all the religions. Islamophobic means you want to deport them or like block immigration or fucking ban the niqabs and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. That's probably fair. I was just feeling edgy that day.
That was easy.
Yeah.
Destroyed. Shagged. I was watching your talk with Benny Morris.
Yeah.
I thought that was quite interesting. What do you think about him saying that he didn't believe Arafat didn't start the Intifada?
I thought it was interesting. I don't think I've ever seen strong evidence that he like started and like coordinated it, more so that he might have been aware of it and kind of maybe instigating it, but those are only just like a collection of quotes from people. I think that there are a few things that it would have been really fun to fight in depth with Benny on, but I wanted to cover so much ground. I didn't have a chance to like really dig into it. That would have been kind of an interesting thing to dig into. Something that would have been more interesting to dig into was the role of religion at the beginning of the conflict, because he seems to believe that it played, I think, a larger role than I thought it did, and he probably knows way more than me. That would have been interesting to talk about more, and I think there were one or two other things that would have been interesting to mine more on.
Yeah, I know he has this I think it's a more recent position that where he talks about the role of jihad in Palestinian versus Israeli stuff, and like usually referring back to Arab leaders even from the 40s who referenced jihad, and I even read a paper today that mentioned it from 48, so I was like, okay.
Sure.
But I don't really know how far that goes, because I wonder if he, or I guess you would disagree, that it feels like at least until the 80s, basically all the hatred against Israel was like mostly rooted in like nationalism, right? Like pan-Arab nationalism and anti-Semitism, right? Yeah. And then it just kind of...
One of the things that is frustrating, especially as you learn more about a thing, is, and I run into this issue a lot, is I hate arguing against quotes. It's very frustrating. Because someone will be like, this is what they wanted to do. Here's the quote. And I'm like, okay, well, what did the whole government do? What happened afterwards? Why would he have said that particular thing? Fuentes said something once I thought was an intelligent way of phrasing things, and I wish... it was in regards to, I don't remember who was speaking, but Fuentes said something like, oh, I think it was about Putin. Fuentes said, obviously, when Putin speaks, he's lying, but it's important to look at why he's telling the lie that he is. It was something akin to that. And I'm like, yes, Jesus, I don't know why nobody understands this. Like when certain leaders speak, sometimes they're doing propaganda or they're lying or whatever, but it's not random. They're not speaking randomly. They're saying things for a particular purpose. So yeah, it's not surprising that some people might say, like Netanyahu has crazy quotes from all the beginning of his like being in public office, but the Netanyahu in 95 was way more restricted by the desire of the Israeli people and his government than the Netanyahu we see today. So you can't take the quotes from then. It's like, oh, well, look, he did all the same things then he was doing today. Well, no, he was a part of a different government, you know?
Yeah, that's why I always would hesitate on the Arafat thing as well, because even though at the time, like for some reason, I have this like animal brain that really can't fight off the fact that his fucking wife said that he was starting an intifada, but then I'm like, again, it doesn't really match up with any of the facts of the time. His wife hated him. There are potential contexts where she could be paraphrasing something that actually does make sense.
Also, to be fair, I don't think that quote was him telling her he's starting this thing. I think his quote was something like, stay in Paris, it's going to get dangerous here. I think something like that.
Yeah, which makes a lot more sense because people in his own party kind of, like militants within his own party kind of were gearing up to that kind of thing. Yeah. That's a lot less surprising. Do you get the impression, and people are complaining about this in my community as well, that there's a bit of too much of a Venn diagram between people who are shitting on the like pro-Hamas leftists or like a bit more sympathetic to Israel and Islamophobia?
Yeah, bro, you overlap with like so many horrible fucking groups in this conflict, in my opinion. Like, yeah, you can very quickly get to like hyper Islamophobic positions by being pro-Israeli here, or by talking about really all of the Palestinians, but especially like Hamas or some of the more radical aspects. But that gets also the same on the other side where, and I'm being very careful about this now, especially because I've seen how much this has bit me in the ass before. Like, I believe that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. I think these two things are different, but oh my fucking God, does one bleed into the other incredibly fucking quickly. Yeah, it's just frustrating that, yeah.
Yeah, I think I even got the impression from Benny Morris a little bit as well, because I think he told you why they can't coexist, right? Because of different cultures, different languages, different histories and all that. Like, but then I think which is probably fair to say, But the example he brought up was Palestinians doing honor killings.
Yeah.
But then I looked up the polling on that, and apparently, like a pretty large majority, this from 2019, of Palestinians do believe that honor killing is like a heinous crime. Like it's just not the best. I think there are other countries where there are higher rates of people who believe in that, but as far as Palestinians go, I don't think they've really ever had a broad interest in like honor killings. So yeah, I don't know. And I occasionally, from watching Benny Moore's lectures, I get the feeling that he kind of doesn't really like Muslims. Yeah, I don't know.
That's possible, but also, I mean, he's Jewish, so I don't know how much that plays into it as well.
Yeah, and I think, didn't he like lose?
Not just Jewish, he's Israeli as well. So
I think he's one of those examples of people like I think he lost I think he might have lost people that he knew in the Second Intifada. That's what I was told, and then that's when his politics started to get a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit less neutral sounding, but yeah, sure.
Possibly, yeah.
Are you still doing that much on Israel Palestine, or have you kind of moved on?
I think I'm gonna start doing January 6th research next because I have a Austin debate against Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald about January 6th shit, which will be Jesus fuck.
What was the
observing on that.
TLDR of your whatever the fuck that Pisco debate was, or because I was listening in a little bit.
A long time ago, I thought that Donald Trump had fucked up the Capitol Police response. I thought that everybody was waiting on him to approve stuff, and he just fucked up. He didn't do anything because he's a piece of shit. But then I had that strong opinion. I don't remember who argued me on this, but somebody sent me an email or some conservative somebody and said that this isn't true, and I'm making all of this up. And then I went to do research. Oh, actually, this might have been after. Wait, was I living in Nebraska for January 6th? There's no way. It was that long ago.
It was 2020.
What are we in now? 2023?
Yeah. 2024 almost. But it was at the end of 2020, wasn't it?
I feel like I remember arguing with Lauren Southern when I was in my Nebraska house about how many protesters died on January 6th. I must not have been. I must have been. I had to have been in California. But I originally thought it was 5 or 6 people like got killed basically, and the real answer is like 1 or maybe 2. Yeah. So after that, I started to be like really careful on my fact checking on everything because now I was really irritated after that debate. And yeah, that was the Donald Trump mucking up everything was one of the big things that came up. And when I tried to look at like, okay, well, how did Donald Trump fuck up? Yeah, I couldn't find that information anywhere. And then the more that I looked, it seemed like there was a huge optics nightmare after Trump's deployment of the National Guard for either photo ops or because of George Floyd shit, where people were really trying hard to avoid that. And everywhere I looked in terms of like testimony and everything else, that seemed to overwhelmingly be what everybody on the ground was blaming for the situation being so fucked. I couldn't find a single credible person other than like politicians on the day of being like, where's Donald Trump? It didn't seem like anybody saying like, yeah, Donald Trump fucked this up. It seemed like a huge bureaucratic fuck up in response to the bad optics of the deployment of the National Guard prior to this. That's what it seemed to be. And now I feel even further in for it. I'm almost positive that is the case now after reading all this. But,
I feel like from a while ago, wasn't it that there was like a Democrat called Bowser, Muriel Bowser?
Yeah, she's the mayor of DC, yes.
Okay. Was she the one who failed to get the National Guard or just didn't do it or what?
I mean, I'm kind of harsh when I'm saying I blame her, but like she very explicitly the day before was saying like, do not send more. We do not need help. We have this under control. Like and even the National Guard people they did draft in, I think we're just doing like traffic shit. I don't even know if any of those National Guards that were drafted in under the MPD's authority, I don't even think they were at the Capitol. But yeah, it was all because everybody was so worried about the optics of Trump's military in the Capitol when the day of the certification. People were thinking he was gonna like steal the fucking ballot box or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think she just said she didn't expect them to try to overthrow the Capitol building, right? She just thought they would be like cop-loving right-wingers, right?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know about that,
but like what's the whole debate going to be about with the Colorado Supreme Court stuff now? I looked into it for like a couple of maybe like an hour, and I just got sucked down this rabbit hole of like whether or not the president of the United States is considered an office holder because of the 14th Amendment. So I did some notes on that, and then I got bored. So shit.
Like the founding fathers like wrote some of the coolest things of all time in the United States, but it seems like at points they wrote just like some of the most ambiguously weird shit sometimes. I don't understand how that 14th Amendment shit is supposed to play out. Who the fuck knows? The Supreme Court's gonna have to rule on that one soon. But we also need like fucking 2 or 3 different huge court cases to also end soon, and I don't know where the fuck that's going to be. Like, we need to know an answer to the 2 federal charges. The one, well, but like the federal thing over whether or not Trump defrauded the American public on the vote, and the RICO case in Georgia, and the federal thing about the classified information. We need like answers on this, and we were like a month away from the fucking primaries in Iowa, and I don't know what the fuck that's going to look like. That's like insane that these ongoing court cases are happening while we're voting for like the next president of the United States, you know?
Yeah, that's fun. I feel like America's still, it's felt like there's been a bit of breathing space with Biden back in, but then like underneath all that, you still have this kind of existential fucking problem with half of the political parties not really doing things properly, you know?
What do you mean by that?
Like the fact that the Republican leader is someone who might have, incited a insurrection, who might have broken the law in all these different ways, who might not even be qualified to stand for president, and it's just like,
you're talking about Donald Trump. Oh yeah, the Republicans lost their fucking mind. But that's on them. Fuck them. They deserve what they got going, I guess. Yeah.
Isn't Biden quite low in the polls right now, though?
Yeah, Biden's popularity is fucked completely. But I mean, like, who knows why, or who knows how that's gonna turn out, or it's hard to say. Like, because are we still doing good in like special elections? I think for Democrats, so it doesn't seem to be affecting them there. It's also hard to tell. Like, there's been this huge ongoing debate in America about like this fucking shadow recession or whatever, or like the vibe session, where like there's a lot of people on social media, a lot of Americans are saying the economy is fucking horrible, it's fucked, and blah, blah, blah. And like economists are like scouring so much different data, like trying to figure out like where is it actually bad for people? Like, how do you see this? It's not reflected in mortgage payments and percentage of mortgage homeownership, and possibly not in wage growth. Maybe it is in year-over-year cumulative inflation. Maybe like it's just so hard to figure out like why the sentiments of Americans on the economy are so fucking bad. It's hard to figure that out. So I don't know what the White House is trying to do about that or anything too. So who knows?
I mean, I feel like we just had a basic like a cost of living crisis. Isn't it the same over there? That like energy bills and food and everything is just a lot more expensive now than it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, but I don't know if in terms of like whether or not wages are outpacing that and everything, like people are just, because wages have also grown a lot as well, and it's just everything's just hard to figure out. But looking at the numbers, so I'm not sure. I don't know.
So there's like,
it's hard to find it in the data. Is the difficulty.
So
like,
people are struggling, but people don't know why.
Well, I don't even know if people are struggling. I don't know if that is even born anywhere. People just feel shitty. I don't know if like, or somebody can look that up. If like foreclosures are up, or like unemployment is really fucking low, like wage growth is happening. I don't know if people are struggling. I don't know if that exists anywhere.
I don't really pay that much attention to like finance stuff. I make enough to survive, and I'm usually happy. But like, I did remember looking once, and I was like, I actually spend a lot monthly. Like, I've got a lot of monthly standing orders that just kind of go on random shit, like subscriptions and like music production stuff, and like just various things like that, or like Netflix or whatever. And I'm like, fuck. I guess that never really used to be the case, did it? For like even 15 years ago, you didn't like the amount of monthly little bills that you've got. Is that the case though? Are people just maybe spending money without realizing they are, and that's why they feel like they're fucked for financially?
Yeah, like as stupid and as like unsophisticated as that sounds, Noah wrote a big article that like there might be really weird things like that are happening. So for instance, you'll see that like people are spending more on food than they were prior to this. So it seems like food spending is totally fine. But then it might be the case that because more people are ordering on things like DoorDash or they're eating out, and because companies have gotten better at like targeting consumers with like these hyper specific like triple deluxe cheeseburger extra bonus packages, that even though people are spending more, and even though the CPI seems to show that like inflation or these indexes are good, they're spending more money on kind of the same stuff, but a little bit more, but not something. There's like a lot of weird things I'm sorry, Nate Silver wrote that article, in no opinion. Yeah, that like maybe there's a lot of weird things like that are going on that are hard to check in, for consumer spending. So,
because I feel like 10, 15 years ago, you just didn't spend that much on that kind of stuff, like deliveries and monthly payments for all these like different subscriptions. I feel like those two things just didn't exist. But God, if that explains,
I don't know if that explains everything or not, but it's, like I said, it's hard. Like, for instance, and there's a whole bunch of people in chat that keep saying this. Just to remind you guys, if you're watching my stream right now, you are part of the privileged middle class that when I was poor, I hated, and now that I'm rich, I hate you too, okay? I've always hated you, okay? The middle class is the worst group of any people in all of the economy. Fuck all of you, okay? So for all of you guys calling me privileged, blah, 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 you're just as privileged as me. Probably more privileged than I was at whatever age you are. Fuck you, suck a dick. A big one. But yeah, I think like one of the worries that people had is that like, well, because of the Vibe session, because it's like so fucked, like even if there isn't a real economic crisis, like holiday spending is going to be fucked because people are going to be saving money because they're so worried about the economy. And it seems to be the case that that didn't happen. It seems like holiday spending and everything is right where it's supposed to be, or up a little bit. Maybe I can check real quick. So all these people in chat saying like, oh, that's the bougie take. Like, oh, that's not true. The bougie blah, 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 blah. But no, it seems like most Americans are spending, I think is what I saw before, are spending a lot of money. Oh, I'm sorry. Jesus. 2023, this is a month ago. This is 2023 holiday to reach record spending levels. I don't know if we were still on track for that or if that changed recently, but yeah, so it seems like, yeah, a lot of people are still spending money on shit. And yeah, I don't know.
There's no way that like there could be an economic crisis that actually just the people need to bootstrap their ways out of it, right? Like,
well, that's the thing. I don't know if people are having to bootstrap anything, because when people say that like the economy sucks right now, it's bad. When you say it's bad, like what does that mean?
Well, they might just
because
be fine.
Like,
okay, yeah.
Yeah, because like they might have like they're owning homes at the appropriate rate. Like the wage growth is about where it should be. Year-over-year inflation has come down. Like everything seems to be tracking.
I mean, when you're in your early 20s, like people would always say they were skint, but they never actually were, right? Like, yeah.
Would always say they were what?
Oh, broke. Sorry. It's the Scottish word for
no UK slang in here. Fucking loser. We're always raised broke. Wait, I'm sorry. Fuck. Say that one more
time. When I was in my early 20s, I noticed this thing, or that people would always say they were broke, but they weren't. That was just like a thing you said. You would just talk about.
Oh, sure. People have like different. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. That's aren't high housing prices the problems among millennials? I don't actually know if that's true, because it seems like millennials and Zoomers are like owning homes at an appropriate rate compared to even baby boomers before then. It seems like home ownership is right where it's supposed to be.
Wow.
Holiday spending, FT. Let me see if I can find right now. News, holiday spending. Hold on. Somebody in YouTube chat said Destiny has no clue. Holiday spending is down like 30% this year. Is that true? Can you show me that anywhere? I just Googled quick fox10phoenix.com. Holiday spending expected to break record this year. I don't know. This is a random fucking local news website. Does anybody have a link to this? Somebody said Destiny's officially out of touch. Yeah, people spam that over and over and over and over and over again, but you can't, nobody can show like how the fuck is, where are the problems? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a hard one, but
I don't know. I swear in the UK, stuff in the shops just went fucking mental. But I mean, our inflation in the last couple of years was, I think, one of the worst in the developed world. So maybe a bit different.
Yeah, but I think even when people try to compare your economic sentiments to US ones on inflation, Americans feel worse about inflation than I think every other country in the G7, I think. Even though our inflation
it's lower,
was better than every other country. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's like fucked. Yeah.
I mean, that just makes sense though, right? Like, Americans, they can't handle as much.
Show you, motherfucker, leave your gated community and go outside. I mean, I can go outside. Scene. Tell me what I'm supposed to look for. Tell me, please. Let me know.
Our inflation was 11% at the end of 2022. A 41-year high. Yeah, that was hard times. Shit. Okay.
Is it?
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Wait, where do you live? You're in the UK?
Scotland. Yeah.
Jesus. It's like 3 a.m. for you or whatever, right?
Yeah, well, my next video took me down like a massive rabbit hole, so I've been reading quite a lot, and it just kind of threw me off. But
what's your next thing?
Do you know a creator called Traveling Israel?
Yeah.
He does this video about 1948, and it's like debunking a Vox video. The problem is like he says a lot of things. He seems to know a lot of details, but I kind of realized that like a lot of them are wrong, and I was trying to figure out where he got them from because he doesn't cite that much. And he was doing this bit about the Deryaseen massacre and his whole thing about how actually it wasn't as bad as you make it out to be. They actually gave like a warning on a loudspeaker, and those villagers had broken the peace pact beforehand anyway, so like it was going to happen anyway. But and it was really difficult to find, like, because you know how people talk about the new historians, right? And I'm like, so obviously before the new historians, there must have been like the old historians where people just said like
I think it
mad
was
shit.
literally like oral history and shit, right?
Yeah. And like a lot of it was just government stuff. It was like the government would put out pamphlets and stuff like that, or just the memoirs of the people involved. So I did so much digging to find out where he was getting these talking points from. I ended up at like a foreign ministry article, like a pamphlet that was distributed in the 1960s and was passed around by a few outlets. Then I went further back, and eventually I got to a memoir, like an autobiography by Menachem Begin, the leader of the terrorist group that did the massacre at Deryaseen. And the guy was just citing, he has like 2 pages of his memoir in 1950, 2 years after the massacre, describing his version of the events, and Traveling Israel was just like doing it word for word. So
gotcha. Makes
yeah,
sense,
that was quite, and there's like, it's like that for about 5 different things. So yeah, that's been pretty wild. And I'm also an ADHD med, so that's cool. But they do keep
What
you
the
up
fuck?
longer.
Jesus. We'll just take them earlier in the day.
I mean, I do, but they're like, they're like the slow releases and they last 8 hours. But even like 15 or 16 hours after that, it's, I don't know, I still feel like awake, you know?
When did you start taking them?
2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
But I'm on.
It took me like 3 or 4 days to adjust. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on Ritalin though, not Vyvanse.
Oh, that's really weird.
You know, there's a
because
Vyvanse
Ritalin-
shortage in the UK.
That's not surprising. They made it generic, so I think there's a Vyvanse shortage everywhere because they cut production. So
Oh, how long did it take you to realize that it was like helping?
I had a friend let me try their prescription for like I think 7 or 8 days. For the first 2 days, I was just high as fuck, and then days 3 and onwards, I felt a huge help.
I think I'm on like maybe just under 50 milligrams now of Ritalin. It's like 3 tablets.
Jesus.
They don't feel like that much. Doesn't feel like that much is going on.
Okay. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Ritalin is methylphenidate. I don't know. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I can't speak to that. I've only tried amphetamines. I haven't tried the methylphenidate.
Yeah, because that one's methylphenidate. It's not a amphetamine, is it? It's just like in a similar family. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a stimulant still. It works a little bit differently, but
Interesting.
what are you? Oh yeah, if you're trying and it's not working, you're talking to your doctor or whatever.
Yeah, we're going through some different things, and definitely like the whole thing of like melatonin as well, because melatonin is prescription in the UK. You can't just get it over the counter.
Jeez.
Yeah, and if you're private, you have to pay like I think like £15 for like a small bottle of them. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So I don't know why. Over the border, like in Europe, you can just go to a supermarket and buy it off the shelf for like nothing. So, but then that whole thing is like figuring out that a whole tablet fucks you up the next day, and you have to like cut it in half. And yeah, it's a whole
Yeah.
journey.
Why do you? Did they say why they prescribed you Ritalin instead of like Adderall or Dexedrine or Vyvanse or?
They said that Vyvanse would be preferred, but it's the shortage, so they just put me on Ritalin instead to start with and just see. But I think I'd probably try other ones as we go along. Because
Did they say why they did Ritalin over Adderall?
actually, no.
Because if they said that Vyvanse is a better drug, Vyvanse is an amphetamine. I don't know why they wouldn't do another amphetamine like Adderall XR instead of the Ritalin. But they might have reasons for it. I don't know.
I have no
Or
idea.
maybe Adderall doesn't exist in the UK. Actually, I have no idea. I'm not sure.
There's a few drugs that you guys have that we don't. Yeah.
Like I think you guys don't technically have Vyvanse over there, like Evancy or some bullshit.
It's
or
called
is this the one
Evans.
I did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't. It's like because with the diagnosis, the way they do it here is like you're either there's like hyperactivity and there's whichever the other one is that has to do with daydreaming, that kind of thing.
I don't. That's weird.
The two
Okay.
categories, the two like broad categories.
Oh, okay.
But like I'm quite high on both of them, but the hyperactivity is a bit lower. The main problem is like inattentive. That's it. Yeah, inattentive. I am off the chart. I'm fucking riddled. So I don't know if it's to do with that. Like some are better for one or the other. I don't know.
Well, damn.
Yeah. So I don't know why fucking 10,000 people needed to know my life story, but okay, listen.
Well, now we got it. Yeah.
I hope
Wait, what did you say? What was the
Hmm?
next project? Oh, you said it was the traveling Israel guy.
Yeah, that guy's weird. I don't know, but he's like his little fucking 20-minute video just sent me on a absolute spiral. I've read like 4 or 5 papers, grabbed like 2, because I can't refer to pro-Palestine sources, like to anti-Zionist sources if I'm gonna like appeal to anyone who watches that guy, right? Like to anyone who's pro-Israel. So I'm gonna do this whole thing where like I'm gonna debunk this guy using only Zionist sources. So it's like a lot of Benny Morris. I've got his fucking Righteous Victims book, and I've got like the birth of the Palestinian refugee problem. And Benny Morris just doesn't really market himself to the public very well. His books are very long and very
If you're
dispassionate. Yeah.
doing something like this, maybe something that would help is I might be making this up, but I thought I heard Benny Morris give an interview very recently where he said he might have said this. He might have said this in my interview. I think he said he's working on a new book where he's just cataloging like all of the early massacres. I think pre-48 maybe.
Oh.
Which I mean that would help. I don't know when that book's supposed to come out though, so it might be a while, but.
Yeah, I was thinking of even getting him onto my channel because I was watching him talking to you. I thought there was there were quite a few things that I just like felt, oh, actually, I'd really like to ask him this. Yeah. I'd really want to know, and I've never found a good answer for this, is how historians decide whether or not they think like rapes happened in a particular massacre or event, right? Because obviously, in general, it's a very hard crime to prove anyway. And in history, you've got even less evidence. Like you rarely have access to the bodies, and you don't. You're going off of like witness testimony, and sometimes it's witness testimony of people who don't want to talk because they're so traumatized. And I think the longer it takes for a witness to speak, the less credible their opinions become because of like rumors spreading or bad memories and all that kind of stuff. So, but then also it seems to be that from reading like Morris and Pape and people like that, it seems like a lot of these ones that happened in 1948 were a lot of it is oral testimony, but historians are fine to go with that as long as like it matches more or less, like as long as enough witnesses from different places are saying roughly the same thing, or there's usually some document that'll have someone from the Haganah or Irgun or something, someone saying that they saw it happen, because apparently like they just kept all of that. And it was interesting comparing that to the standard of evidence people are placing on rapes on October 7th. But
the kind of related to that is kind of funny. What was we were reading something relating to the civil war and everything going on in Lebanon and Israel being up there, and I think it was just on Wikipedia referencing a book or a speech. One of the things we read was that was this Yom Kippur? I don't remember. It might have been Yom Kippur, but I think it was like something like a Syrian fighter was like so brave that he like. What was it, guys? That he like drank the blood of like 20 Israeli prisoners of war, like as they sat on the ground, like tied up. Like that was how an Israeli prime minister put it, or that was how like some Israeli war general. I don't remember who it was, but I read the statement. I was like, that's fucking wild. And I was like, hold on. And I think we probably spent like an hour trying to fucking find the source of this statement, and we went through like a book and then like a speech and then like another reference until we could finally like find the original fucking Syrian Gazette like newspaper that sourced it. And like I think the original claim was literally like I think it was like I think like a Palestinian fought off like 3 Israelis with an axe, and he like bit the last dude in the neck or broke his arm. Like that was like what the newspaper had actually said. But the difference between that and like playing telephone to the original article, I was like, what the fuck? I thought that was funny.
Yeah,
so, I can't imagine like trying to verify, and that's what that was written. That was written down in a paper. So like when it comes to like oral history, yeah, I'm very curious in what you're saying there. Like, how the fuck do you trust like any kind of fucking oral history? That seems wild.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading it now. It's what the militiamen who stabbed puppies and drank their blood.
Oh Jesus! Yeah.
The girls bit the snakes and ate them. He applauded what the fuck? Oh, this is Ba'ath Party. Okay, Ba'ath Youth Militia from Syria. Oh, this article is by Benjamin Netanyahu in New York Times, 1983. Okay.
Wait, in reference to what I was just saying, that thing that you just read? Or?
I just Googled Syrians drinking blood or whatever, and this is him talking about, what is he talking about here? Yeah, he's talking about Yom Kippur War.
Because it might have been Netanyahu that it originally, yeah, it might have been in Assyrians, right?
Yeah, the Ba'ath Youth Militia, yeah.
Maybe it might have been his quote even originally, but when I tried to find the source for that, yeah, it was quite a bit different then. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like these are the last people you should be going to for testimony of that kind of shit. It's like but it's actually also people puffing themselves up, like the perpetrators. So I guess Benny Morris mentioned this as well. He said that Deir Yassin, the big massacre, because it was one of the early ones, happened before the official war. And that was the one that got so many people to start fleeing, the news spreading of that. And even Benny Morris told you that it was initially exaggerated by the Arabs, which it was. But again, like I read this from Benny Morris, is like the reason it was exaggerated, the first reason was that the initial report actually came from the Irgun. They said that they had killed 250 people, whereas it was actually more like 100. And the Irgun put out a press release, and they said they put the press release out with that higher number because they wanted to get Arabs to be demoralized and to flee. Like, yeah. And then the British accepted that number, the Arabs accepted it, and I think they added a few embellishments, but that was more or less what they accepted. And but that people, the traveling Israel guy and like people like that will miss that bit out. They'll just say, "Oh, the Arabs exaggerated, and that's why people fled." But it's like, well, why did they? Yeah, but like everyone exaggerated, it seems. Yeah. And it was only in 1987 when two Palestinian scholars went about to name all the people who died, and they found the number was 107, and that's the number that people go with today. But Israel accepted that inflated number for like decades. Yeah. Anyway. I hope you have a good Christmas. Are you streaming or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'll probably stream. Maybe go to my parents and eat. But yeah.
Cool. Okay. I'm sure I'll see you at some point afterwards.
Yeah. I love you, buddy. Be careful.
All right. Bye. Bye, DGG. Take care. Bye. Like that fake loner box tweet. Yeah, well. Golly. Whew. Oh, his chat liked me, so they're so nice to me. That's cute. Anyway. How old is your dad? 66? Thereabouts? Maybe 60, 65, 66? I don't know. Happy holidays. Fuck off. American cunt. Happy holidays. Ooh. There are still inattentive books. I am very inattentive. I am a nightmare. I'm the scum of the earth, you guys. Mary Boxmas. That's the real take. That's the real power. Let's talk to this AKC guy. Hang on. AKC, hello, you're live.
Hey.
Hey, sorry to keep you waiting so long. Shit.
No problem. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm okay. Waiting.
What can I do for you?
I think we might or might not have a disagreement on the NVC? NCV.
NCV.
Yeah, you. I mean, let me get this wrong. You said they're calculating NCV by simple addition?
No, I said, how do I phrase this? I said, I'm just guessing. I'm not even guessing. I'm saying that I haven't been told this by anyone. Okay. definitely no one in the, I'm saying that if that were the case, it wouldn't surprise me. It would add up with the facts on the ground as I understand them.
Yeah, but do you think people, the IDF, or obsessed with Hezbollah would convince the international community by simply saying, oh, we calculated the non-combatant casualty cutoff value by using simple addition, and we are going with that?
No. The IDF aren't telling anyone this shit. That would be classified. I think if you're in a war, the way you are choosing your targets is classified information.
No, but they have to disclose this at some point, right?
They might
maybe after the war.
I don't know if they need to disclose their NCVs. Legally, you're not obligated to have an NCV at all.
No, yeah, because they're not part of any ICC or UNRWA or anything like that. But
no, even if they were, like, legally, you don't have to. The NCVs are not a legal requirement under any, like, under the ICJ or ICC. They're not.
Yeah,
it's just something the countries do to give themselves guidelines.
Yeah, sure, but as Khalidi said in his 100 Years' War, I mean, the tactic of Hezbollah, I mean, he called it slick, devious Hezbollah.
Mm-hmm.
They have to do it at some point. And if they do it, they have to. I mean, they have to explain how they did the NCV.
How did they do this for previous wars? Was there like big Israeli press statements and Israeli pushback about their NCVs? I feel like what Israel generally says is they just say, like, Israel's Hasbara is Hamas uses human shields. That's their Hasbara. That's what they always say. Yeah, they say that after the war. They say that during the war. That's what they said for all the previous wars. Yeah, I don't think the public cares that much about the technicalities of an NCV. Like, no one knows what fucking NCV is.
No, the public wouldn't, but I mean, public are not the only people who have eyes on this, right? I mean, the US is looking into this. I'm pretty sure some of the international investigations, they might look into this. I mean, even if Israel doesn't give the answers, they have to have some explanation as to how they arrive at these numbers.
I don't know if that's true either. Does is there actually been like public disclosure that Israel has used NCVs in the past as well?
No, but there has not been deaths at this massive scale before.
No, but there have been investigations into, say, like Cast Lead, and they've allowed people like Goldstone to look at their an example of how they chose a target and why it was like a bad target. But as far as Hasbara goes, I'm not going to. The fine details of how they choose their target is not going to be an issue. Their public statements for the general public is to say that that Hamas uses human shields. As for legal inquiry and investigations, they don't need to provide an NCV at all. So the fact that they did any at all is more than they need to legally, as far as I know.
No, but they have to give the procedure by which they arrive.
Yeah, they have to give the procedure, but if the procedure involves an NCVs, then it might be legal anyway.
Yeah, okay. This is the disagreement probably we have with this. The procedure now is the gospel program.
Mm-hmm.
So the one of the inputs to this whatever they trained, I think it's some kind of a machine learning model. One of the inputs is this NCV, and what they get at the end of it is something called a collateral damage score.
Mm-hmm.
And if the score exceeds some threshold, they execute the target, which I think is they calculate 100 a day and they execute 50. And this score determines, like I said, if the strike is a go or not, and the damage, the casualty value is included in this. So I'm saying it's not a simple addition. I mean, they can't explain, they can't justify their actions using simple addition. But with this, they can. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I think it's pretty bad because at the normal procedures that they used to use at least have a human chain, so you can assign responsibility for if something goes wrong or it's a crime or whatever. With this, there is no assigning blame.
No, that's not true. The article about the gospel says it's from the this is from the article. A separate source told the publication the gospel had allowed the IDF to run a mass assassination factory in which the emphasis on quantity, not quality. A human eye, they said, will go over the targets before each attack, but it need not spend a lot of time on them. Yeah, of course. It's not like the AI thing just generates a target and then they just go find the coordinates and go for it. Yeah, that someone assesses it. Maybe not with much time, but yeah, they are looking at it. So that was not true. Yeah.
This is the Guardian article you're quoting, right?
Yeah, but they're quoting, but the Guardian's quoting the 972 article. But yeah, a human eye, they said, will go over the targets.
In the same Guardian article, they say each target, they said, had a file containing a collateral damage score that stipulated how many civilians were likely to be killed in a strike.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but could they not get that from addition as well if there are multiple targets that the AI finds? If the AI finds like 3 targets and there's an NCV for each kind of target, couldn't they just add it up? Like an AI could do that.
No. The AI generates a score based on the NCV as an input. So the NCV is one of the domain parameters. So in machine learning they call it features, so essentially, if you have like a higher dimensional plane in which you're doing this regression, this minimization, one of those dimensions is this NCV.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what I think. I mean,
how do you think this AI program? So okay, let's go into what you believe. What do you think this AI program is doing to decide how many people are going to die?
So they trained it using, at least they said in the same article, or I don't know whether I got it from the 972 mag. The data set is like 40 to 50,000. Wait, let me find this.
No, actually, the question I would rather ask you is like, so the AI gives a reading on what the targets are, or target singular, and what the expected collateral damage is. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so why couldn't the Israelis just have the people who assess that just say, okay, there's this target, this target, this target with this one strike. There's 3 targets. Their NCV will add up to 40. That fits. Let's do it. The expected civilian casualties is 35. Let's do it. Like, why is that not realistic to you? And NCV isn't like, that's just a moral judgment. That's just people deciding how many casualties a particular target is worth.
Yes, sure, but this program is not trained to have like individual NCVs for individual target. This is like a regression. So you have 2 values on a scale, and they are making a value at the middle of it. You can think of it like that. That's what regression does.
So this AI model can't say there's a Hamas commander and a tunnel, and that's the target. Like it can't do that. It can't say there are these 2 targets.
It can generate targets, yes, but the NCV is an input to it, and what they get as an output is this score.
So are you saying that this AI can present the IDF with a target that is, for example, a Hamas commander and a bit of tunnel? Like it can do that. It can say this strike will take out this tunnel and this Hamas guy. Can it do that?
Yeah, with a certain collateral damage score.
Yeah, and it can say in 2 civilians. Yeah, it can do that. Okay. So why are you?
Yeah. Okay. Let's.
So is it not realistic that the NCV that the AI program can also see that and then have NCVs for each of those targets predetermined? if it can distinguish different types of targets.
So I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. So there is a target, and it has some damage score associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole picture. And then there's another target with another damage score associated with it. There is no addition going on here.
And you know that for sure because of the 972 article?
Because of these two articles, one from Guardian and one from the.
But we know when they say target, a target can be like, you can have one strike that hits multiple targets, right? Because say like a group of fighters and a weapon stockpile are in the same place and 5 civilians are there. Those are like 2 targets plus collateral, but 1 strike. Would that count as 1 target to you, or is that 2 targets?
One strike, I would say, count as 1 target.
Okay, so 1 strike can count as 1 target, but that target can include more than 1 target, right? Because strikes can be
that
big,
target.
Right? I would imagine that an AI program could tell you that this 1 target will hit fighters and a stockpile, a weapon stockpile, which is technically 2 targets.
Well, I'm not exactly sure that's how they're counted.
I mean, neither of us know exactly how they're counted. I just wonder why you think it's impossible that they're calculating NCVs and adding them up if the particular strike will hit more than one thing.
From the article, the impression that I get is that 1 target has 1 damage score. And that damage score is in other words, that's the collateral damage, including civilian casualties.
Okay, but depending on what the target is, they can calculate, because if the target is 1 thing, they can just say, well, what's the NCV of that 1 thing? But if the target involves like 2 things getting destroyed, then they can say, well, the NCV will be more, there'll be like the 2 added, right?
For one strike?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Do you think it's impossible? Like, how would you acknowledge that 1 strike can hit multiple targets?
No, I'm saying that if they could do that, they wouldn't need this program.
I mean, the program I thought was just to find targets, to use like drone footage and different intelligence to just automatically find targets.
Yeah. Define targets based on all the parameters, including NCV.
Yeah. Couldn't the damage score just be an accumulated NCV?
It goes to some kind of function, but I don't think it's addition.
Okay. No, I just have reason to believe it might be. Okay. And then when I look at what happens on the ground with the number of casualties in proportion to their targets and compared to what NATO's NCVs are, it doesn't seem far off to me. I could be wrong though. Like, again, I don't know. Like, obviously I don't know because I'm not fucking IDF.
Yeah, but my point was that they would have a hard if they're doing that, then they would have a hard time explaining this NCV that they're using. So
I don't think they would. I don't think their enemies are firing. No, I don't think they would, because like Israel always justifies what they do to the public by saying that, look at, hey, you think what we did is bad? Look at what these crazy Middle Eastern people are doing. That's always what they say.
Yeah, I don't think it's that simple.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, let's see. I mean, if there is an investigation and they blame this AI system, then we'll know.
Yeah, who knows? Is there anything else I can do for you?
Not right now.
Cool.
But thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. Thank you. Take care.
Happy holidays.
And yourself. Bye-bye. Benny Morris was complaining during that Destiny convo that Israel was reclassifying military information that was previously declassified. Yeah, I know. It's the whole... I remember reading about new historians a while ago in the past, and people were saying something about how They really lament the fact that since the 2000s, a lot of these right wingers wanted to revive the old historian shit because they don't like the new historian. You know, that's funny. New historians, for Israel, just because they're the new historians doesn't mean the broad civil society of Israel believes what they say, right? Or has adjusted accordingly. I think that's probably why Mr. Traveling Israel is just going with the old historians. But yeah, the guy's weird, and he's got weird eyes. He looks like a fucking goblin. Go to bed and enjoy your Christmas, Loner. I will. Okay, I just wanted to see if I could sap any more funds from you guys, from you cash cows. Douglas Murray. I don't know if I've ever heard Douglas Murray talk about Israeli history, like the 40s, 50s, 60s. I don't, wouldn't surprise me though. I'm here to milk the lol cows. Oh god. What a fucking mess, bro. Dougie Murray. God. Whew. Okay. How do I send you money? You can super chat or get a membership or go on Patreon. But you're gonna have to be quick because I am definitely gonna fuck off, I think. Holy shit. What's your hot take on the Houthi situation and the US coalition collapsing, Rome burning, etc.? I think the coalition will be just fine. I don't know. Maybe the Houthis have superior fucking sea power. Maybe they're good swimmers. I don't know. I only recently discovered you from being recommended by the algorithm. What I can assume is me having watched Destiny. Just want to say thoroughly enjoyed your quality of content. Oh wow, I really appreciate that. God. You want to give a hot take? Sure. Hello?
Oh, hi, me again. Hopefully this won't turn out to be shit. But I have two ideas that or two kind of topics.
Yes, please. Thanks for $10. Really appreciate that.
But before I go into that, oh, you're muted.
I'm listening though.
Oh, sorry. So before I go into my topics, to make myself not feel as bad, why does nobody call you Loner Cube?
I don't know. There have been lots of variations, but you know, there's always room for more. You can be the first.
Okay, Loner Cube. Anyway, so I was thinking of two different things. One of them relates to online rhetoric regarding populism and how that can affect our modern day politics. And the second one, which I was talking to some other guy in the waiting room, was because whether I think Hassan's a tanky.
Okay.
Now one of them is a lot less spicier than the other. So do you want to pick your poison?
Go for the more spicy one.
Okay, so I generally have the belief that Hassan is a tanky in disguise, because when you look at specifically his foreign policy and when how he defends or his general thesis would be okay guys, Russia invading Ukraine, that's a no-no. China, I don't like their civil
Matthew
liberties.
Fassini, thanks for $2.
But when you look at his the comments that he says and the tweets that he likes, it seems to, and the rhetoric and how it affects his chat, it seems to have it seems to all point to
Elsa
tanky.
Aiden,
Do you know
thanks
what
for
I mean?
20 kroner. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I think in his heart of hearts, Hassan doesn't want to live in the USSS of our United States USSR. I don't think he wants that. I think he's a campist.
campus?
Like someone who just dogmatically opposes America
Loner box.
and the imperial core.
Smarmy cuck bastard.
Well, like
Dwayne,
I
thanks
would
for
kind of argue
$5.
because I remember the AK G. I forgot the fucking name. Sorry, you were good. He was a nice guy, but I remember talking about this because I was like, okay, if you're not like pro-America, it's on one thing to be like, okay, guys, America, not the best place, shitty in terms of foreign policy. It would be, but then he also does stuff like, he'd be like, hey guys, Russia has a stronger claim to like Crimea than Ukraine, or like Russia is just defending itself. Russia just wants like a buffer state between the NATO West. Like he would like evoke all their talking points, and I think he like on Leftovers he justified the what would you call it whatever fuckery shit China's doing with Tibet. Okay. So like it seems like it would be one thing if he was like, okay guys, America, really bad place, but like he's also like doing like every like Russia China talking point.
You could very well be right. I don't know. I don't know what's going on inside his head. Functionally, he has some tanky tendencies for sure. Lots of campism shit. Yeah, I don't know, but it's like I don't even get the impression he really thinks too hard on all of these positions. You know.
Well, I can tell you what's going on in his head. So neurons are being connected, and there's electricity flowing. Okay, that's stupid.
Wow.
I know, right? Me with another stupid joke.
Good
I can't
one,
even see your chat, but the chat's probably gonna be like, "Oh wow, I want to drink bleach in a video game."
It was explosive.
That works too.
What's your other take?
Oh, I think that what would you call it? There's when it comes to online rhetoric, I feel like there's a dangerous increase when it comes to like populist ideology. Because like for example, 10 years ago, like let's say if this was like the 2012 election, like you wouldn't have like people that were like, okay guys, this election fucking bullshit, fucking rigged. And in like 2012, you wouldn't have like, or in 2014, you wouldn't have like this many people being like, okay guys, the U.S. is like, or wait, fuck. Oh, okay. I wouldn't think that back then you wouldn't have this many people denying U.S. Intelligence agencies and like be like as anti-America on both the left and the right. And I think that like that kind of rhetoric is kind of dangerous, and it's spreading.
Yeah, it's I guess it's exciting to watch, but pretty depressing to be part of. Yeah. Not a big fan, I will say.
Because like on like let's say you have like Tim Pool, for example, not so much like people like Ben Shapiro from my mind, but like you would have like people that Tim Pool are like other right wing pundits that would what would you call it, or Alex Jones, I guess, and Nick Fuentes, but they would be like, okay guys, what the U.S. is doing, there's obviously like, or whether it be like the election being rigged or like the FDA they're saying like the FDA is trying to shove metal up your ass or something. But like they have generally very they would just deny our government, they would deny what what would you call it, our U.S. institutions, I guess, would say up until the very end. And on the left, you would have like, this would be more seen on like foreign policy kind of stuff, or maybe this is just because it's Israel-Palestine happening right now. But when it comes to the left, you would see foreign policy stuff and be like, guys, what America's telling you is obviously wrong. You know, like Hamas is just like a fruit, or Hamas is like you know, they're freedom fighters. This is what a revolution looks like. Well, to be fair, you don't see that too unless you're on Twitch. You don't really see it often, but it still exists to a prevalent extent. And like, it's starting to manifest on this kind of stuff is starting to manifest in our current political climate, like in terms of like congressmen and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's especially when you look at polling and how different the youth is from the older people with the more extreme positions. So where that goes, I don't know. I don't know how you counter that, because I imagine with more people getting all their stuff from the internet and more people getting it in more accessible, instantly gratifying ways, it's probably only going to get worse. So just got to stay strong.
Like, for example, I don't think I say 2012 again, but I don't think in 2012 we would have had like a candidate like Vivek Ramaswamy.
Of course not.
And where like in literally, I forgot which debate it was, but it was like the first question was like, why would you think you would be a better president than like Donald Trump? And like, you know, like the fact that you have someone in American politics now being like, instead of answering the question, he was like, Fox News, why did you report on the 2016 Russia collusion hoax? And like, again, he was also doing the whole Russia apologia stuff. Like in this kind of world, it's kind of terrifying seeing the modern political landscape being more populist, especially with like the what I think will be the next Cold War happening very soon.
Whoa. What's that going to look like?
The next Cold, or it will be like it will primarily involve China, because my roommate from college, shout outs to him, random guy, but he had to like read a book on how basically China's window of opportunity to invading Taiwan would be somewhere between 2024 and 2026. The reason being that like, you know, our military spread thin across Ukraine, Palestine, and I think it's called Guyana. I forgot the name. I'm an American. I don't know shit. But like, you know, like all our military is gonna be run thin, and no matter what happens in the election, we're all gonna be like crying like ants about it, or I don't know what the fuck I use that, but you know what I mean. And so that'll be like China's window of opportunity to attack Taiwan. And if China invades Taiwan, countries like South Korea and Japan are going to start pissing their pants, because now they're going to be a little more open to negotiation. And you know, with like, and China's going to be eventually building its own little. It's going to make Asia its own little financial playground.
Okay.
And like with the increase in like populist rhetoric, particularly towards Russia apologia, which could transfer to Chinese apologia, depending on like how it goes. You know, they seem to be allies. But like with how populist rhetoric goes and like Donald Trump's foreign policy, I think that like it can create a potential detriment in the world, and that like China could become this huge, like, powerful country, assuming the people don't fucking turn that old over there that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard similar takes from quite close to home. You know, things are pretty unpredictable, though.
Yeah.
I think if you think about what your predictions would have been about, like, well, even like my predictions would have been about Israel Palestine just the fucking 2 days before October 7th, would never have humored that. Would never have humored that happening.
You wouldn't know what happened on September 9th of 2000, or like you wouldn't be able to guess that a plane would crash into the World Trade Center right before it happened.
Yeah, of course not.
The world is kind of funny that way.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that makes you feel better or worse, but
it makes me well, considering the fact that I definitely spoke more composed, I guess, compared to like the last time I joined in, and I didn't fucking have a fucking stupid joke. Yeah. Okay, as stupid of a joke. Definitely feel a little bit better of myself. How's your day, my little glasses wearing friend?
Going fine. Yeah, can't complain.
Wonderful.
Getting absolutely ruined in this chess game, but it's fine. Let's just deal with it.
You know, that sounds like you have an issue, and that to be remedied by increase of experience. I don't know the proper word for it.
Wow. Like a skill issue.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying to me? Wow.
No, I'm just saying that you have a chest issue.
Oh.
You fucking nincompoop.
That's a good one.
Why did I fucking? Yeah, that's like or that was like two of the kind of things that I was thinking about, like Hassan being a tanky and the increase in populism. Like, actually, have you ever had extremist like had to deal with like your audience being like more extreme than you thought they were? Like they were hiding their power level.
They weren't even hiding it. I just thought they were memeing. Yep.
Like
dealt with a good share of that, I will say. Yep.
Okay, so
the entire like first year or two of my channel was like that.
Wait, did you start your channel in like 2020?
Yeah, 2019. 2020, yeah, 2020.
Because I was watching your videos of the good old days of you dumping water on your head when talking about stuff, and the co-ops thing actually. Oh yeah, that reminded me. You talked about co-ops. Do you still hold those same positions on co-ops?
Yeah, for sure. Think so.
I'm more of a like I generally, or actually I don't know if you think they should be like mandatory, like like
no, never.
Yeah, that's my general position. I'm kind of like if you want to make a co-op, that's fine by you. If you don't want to make a co-op, then that's fine by you.
Wow.
But something I do think is that we should involve.
Do you think they should be encouraged or just let the market decide?
I guess like give them the same general protections that you would give like a regular company. Like, because if the end goal is like, okay, guys, we need to have like a healthy, happy economy, then arguably, then you should make it like kind of like a fair battle royale, or like what would you call it? What would you use when you were just market of ideas, something like that?
Free market.
Yeah, or not like a free market, as in like what would you call it? As in like this. What I mean is like the same amount of protections for like a work co-op and a capitalist business. You shouldn't really prioritize one over the other, and like eventually, one system will either completely demolish the other. Like if socialists were really confident, then like then they wouldn't have to like cater towards worker co-ops, because in their ideology they would naturally view it as superior to capitalist businesses. So like I would just have it so like they're both equal rights, and whoever wins wins.
Do you think if there was a company that stole their workers' wages, should they be allowed to exist?
Well, what do you consider a company stealing workers' wages?
As in, they give them a wage, they sign a contract, but then at the end of the month, they're just every now and then they're like, we're just going to take a bit from every worker because
or like if you like
a little self-enrichment fund.
Or generally, as long as like, or wait, fuck. I'm trying to play. I think you're playing 4D chess. No, I'm just being stupid. Okay, so like if you had like a company where it's like, if you just have like a company, it's like, okay, here's your job. You're gonna be paid like, I don't know, like $15 an hour just to like sweep floors and like, I don't know, not give the customers a hard time. Like then like if they're suddenly like, hey buddy, we're gonna pay you $13 an hour because I don't know, something, then I feel like that would be bad.
Should that company be allowed to exist though?
Shoot, what happens if you underpay your workers? No, wait. No. It's should that company be allowed to exist? I would probably say like
should it be okay for like a bank to lend money to that business, or should they be like fucking?
There should be like
punishments for how they run their business, or should they just be fucking cucked, like destroyed? I don't. Their assets seized.
Give it to the working class. No, just kidding. Well, obviously there should be like some legal penalty, like because at the end of the day, it's like a strict agreement. Would I say something? Wait. What? Or there should be. Well, obviously, like there should be a legal penalty because, like it's a contract. Like both sides agreed to it. And if like one of them's not fulfilling their end of the deal, usually that typically ends in some sort of penalty, or whether it's like civil or legal, or depending on what happens, really.
Shouldn't we just let the free market figure it out and let's let the cream rise to the top?
Oh, wait. I think I just realized I'm stupid. wait. When I said like free market, I didn't mean like we should have like no like law, like no like laws in terms of like minimum wage and stuff like that. I'm just saying that like there should be like no advantage towards one style of businesses.
But the guys who cuck your wages, they're a style of business, no? Why are they not like kind of the style of business?
Fuck. Crap. Or what would you call it? They're like a style of business where you just fuck your person's wages and them, metaphorically.
Yeah, it's just like you take a chance, you know? It's just like an exciting way to do business.
You know, that you're giving me some good ideas.
Yeah.
But like, what did you call it? Oh wait, I think I'm just stupid. You know, I've said that a lot, but what I'm generally saying is that like, you know, like if you have like a capitalist company and a worker co-op, then like the same kind of legal protections you would have towards a worker co-op would be the same towards capitalist business. But you're saying like, okay, what if there's a business that's like they just screw over one guy's poor wages, or maybe it's deserved, I don't know. But they just screw over one guy's wages. Then like, but that wouldn't necessarily be worker co-op or capitalist little utopia. So like, I would say like there would be like some kind of penalty, but like you wouldn't like. You know what? Can you just restate the question?
You were saying there shouldn't be any preferential treatment for worker co-ops, right? We should just let the free market figure out who the best company is. So I was asking, why do we have laws and regulations and certain things that a company isn't allowed to do? Why do we just not let the market do whatever?
Oh, because like, okay, I just got it. Because like, let's say if like one company were to own a monopoly, or have like just a big, you know, just a big old monopoly, and it would just be one company controlling like being the mass, like give people all the jobs. Then if that company were to like give people, there wouldn't be a free market, because like in a monopoly there wouldn't be like another successful business that it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna like, you know, like there's not gonna be another small business, there's not gonna be another business to pop up and challenge it unless it's like a very special circumstance, right?
Do you think the government should give subsidies to certain companies?
Should it give subsidies to certain companies? I'm going to say, like, I think it generally. I think I'm getting at what you're trying to say. You're saying that like the government should offer like some level of subsidization to like worker co-ops. Am I right? And
I think if there's a good reason to believe that they provide something for the public that regular old firms don't,
which would be
like worker satisfaction, or they're less likely to fail as startups, or just like if there's a good reason to believe that they might be worth supporting to a great degree. It's kind of where I'm getting at.
But then, like, let's say if you were to like subsidize worker co-ops, and eventually they they rise up to the level of like capitalist like businesses, then like someone will be like, okay, see, like worker co-ops are like really good because, you know, they're rivaling capitalist businesses. But then like someone else would be like, well, no, not really, because like it's because like you subsidize them, they have like a leg up in the game.
Does that matter if it's like better for society though? If workers feel better off when they're in a worker co-op? I thought the point was supposed to be like you promote what's good for the like good for for the social good. If you're the government, right, using taxpayers' money, you want to do what's right by the taxpayers.
Well, wait, I haven't seen I haven't fully seen the, what would you call it, worker co-op video you made. Was it? Are they generally more productive than capitalist businesses? Unlike
the research isn't the best for it because it's only selecting for people who actually wanted to start co-ops. But it seems to be that they are less likely to fail the first 5 years. It seems to be the worker satisfaction is better because they have more discretion. Seems to be that it's again a little bit more difficult to show, but like they might pay better because there seems to be like a few reasons to believe that they like are preferable to the traditional firm to work in, but it would vary across industries, and I guess we'd have to find out exactly how far that goes. I don't know.
Then okay, if that's the case, then yeah, I'll probably say that worker like there should be like some subsidies then if that's the case, because like let's say if like you give a little bit of subsidization and eventually we figure out that like there's the next Walmart comes up and it's a worker co-op, then obviously you would argue that there's something working there.
Yeah.
That sounds like a pretty cool thing. Oh, you're playing. Oh, I just turned on your stream. You're playing chess.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, what else was I thinking about? Worker co-ops, that kind of stuff. What's popping up? Oh, wait. Have you seen the? Oh, wait. I don't know. Have you seen the Republican primary debates?
No.
You should check them out. There's some good moments. I had to do them for like some assignment, and you can kind of tell who's a little bit of a dipshit in the room. His last name is, let's just say it's pretty weird, and let's just say his name is Vivek.
Yeah, he's a character.
Wait, shit! That came out as wrong. When I said like his last name was weird, I was referencing what would you call it? The Chris Christie quote where he was like, the last time we had a skinny guy with a weird last name come up was Obama, and I feel like we're dealing with the same kind of amateur, which, to be fair, he kind of is. He thinks that if we give Ukraine to Russia, then that means we can negotiate we can negotiate for Russia to break off of China, which. Pretty weird.
That's it's like the Mearsheimer take, isn't it?
I am not a Mearsheimer kind of guy.
He has it sounds like the Mearsheimer take. It's cringe. Fucking weirdo. I like Chris Christie though because he just shits on other Republicans.
Yeah, he's
a
New
valuable
Jersey.
asset.
He represents me, bro, or at some point. But to be fair, it was kind of sad when I saw the YouTube comments of like those YouTube shorts of like, oh yeah, Chris Christie is like, yeah, I don't want to hear these fucking responses of this guy who sounds like ChatGPT, and all the comments were like, oh, if he's ChatGPT, Chris Christie's Uber Eats.
Wow. Oh god. Okay.
But in terms of like the primary debates, I think you should probably like check out a few snippets of them, because. Let's say because most likely Trump's going to win, but if it wasn't Trump, it would probably be Nikki Haley because she's probably the most overall the most rhetorically effective, and also actually comes off as composed.
Not sure if that's exactly what the Republicans are looking for, but
yeah, that's. Or to be fair, it's a fine line you got to walk, because like you can't be like too crazy, because then you're just going to be like Vivek, where it looks like you're just trying to be Trump's vice president. But I could use water, but you also got to like you can't set yourself too far from Trump, because if you're too far from Trump, then people are going to be like, what the fuck? I can't get any funny TikToks out of this person. This is outrageous. You should what would you call it? You should probably look into that. Those some good candidates. If I had to put money on it in terms of like out of because I think there's like 4 left. I'd probably say not Vivek. I'll probably say like Nikki Haley or DeSantis. But DeSantis probably lost some popularity because he was he started molding, seething, coping at like on the most recent debate.
Oh.
Because it was basically like, oh, hey, DeSantis. So after the 2022 primary, you're at the top of your game. Like literally, I think the difference in popularity between him and Trump was like 10%. And then the guy asking the questions like, so now it seems like you've lost a lot of your support, and it seems like Nikki Haley's starting to kick your ass. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? And he's like, the polls are not, they're not fucking true. I've done a lot for Florida. I've kicked the liberals out.
Wow.
To be fair, it's not that bitching, whining, moaning, but still a little. Let's just say if he had a desktop, he would absolutely fucking smack it and call the fucking woman a Weasley little liar.
What the fuck? Not good at
all. He
all.
didn't call her that.
Not a good. Not a good impression.
So who do you, or this might be a little off topic, but who do you like argue with most? And they're like nowadays.
Like as a person, or like ideologically, or what?
Ideologically.
I feel like I'm a little bit of both, possibly.
That's a very vague statement.
Because all the Israel-Palestine shit, right? I don't know who I'm arguing with more. I honestly feel like I might be arguing more with leftists, but who knows? Probably not by much.
Or to be fair, it probably depends on the media and you
it's
intake.
It's usually leftists who are purity testing me. That seems to be the prime targets of my operations at the moment.
Like what would you call it? If you're probably on YouTube, it's probably like a little bit of both. Or actually, no, it's probably more pro-Israel people. If you're on Twitch, it's probably more Palestine people. And if you're on Twitter, you're not arguing with anyone because the people that are screaming and raging are already overdosed on their medications.
Damn. Shots fired.
Yeah, they shot themselves. Wait, actually, did you see that meme where it's like, hey guys, why don't you just start up the revolution? Why don't you like overthrow the government? And all the replies are like, guy, I'm depressed.
Yeah.
I'm not in the mood to get a gun right now. You know. It could be worse.
It's pretty silly.
And you discovered politics. But yeah, I'm gonna probably check out more of your videos, the opportunity I get, because there's some really insightful stuff. Like what would you call it? The MLK and Malcolm X one. That one was pretty interesting watch because what would you call it? Because I think I talked about this before. Like when you have like some people that like they kind of like hate their political opinions and what would you call it? And then you're just kind of annoyed because you think they're wrong, but like you know what I mean?
Yeah. What do you mean? Like people getting their opinions from fucking just like randoms and shit?
Yeah.
Shallow.
Or how do I say it? Because when I was in, because I usually get some. Maybe it's because I'm in college, but I remember getting like some political opinions being like, well, like MLK, like he denied violence, but like, did he really? And I didn't hear as much of the ballot or the bullet kind of stuff. Those talking points, but seeing like what would you call it? The amount of proof and the amount of statements where he's like, okay, yeah, this is he's like, what would you call it? He's extremely anti-violence and not a communist. That was pretty gratifying to hear.
Yeah. Don't like communists, eh?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm like a FDR kind of guy, or like generally social welfares. I think racism is bad, and I just kidding. Not Republicans are not. A lot of them are not, or some of them are not racist. Generally like civil liberties. China is bad. I think the fact that I consider Hassan or my headphones. I consider tankies to be as bad as Nazis?
Shit, that's controversial. Why do you think they're bad as Nazis?
Well, like generally, if you look at the forms of governments that they propose for both, like they seem to have very similar outcomes. Now, to be fair, one of them does want to kill Jews, and the other one probably doesn't. But if you remove that part, you know what? Mask off. Yes, they don't matter. No, just kidding.
What about the Slavs?
Oh shit. Or like what? Or I would say like generally in terms.
What about those guys? Do they not matter?
Do you have any more ethnic groups?
I don't know how Soviets were with gypsies, but probably not great.
Or to be fair, I would say, or to be fair, if I did have to pick one between the two, I would probably say like Nazis are probably worse because as you said, the whole like killing of minorities things. I would probably be dead if I was under Hitler. But at the same time, what did you expect me to have? Blonde hair, blue eyes. Fucking trying to think about another thing.
I didn't say anything, but okay.
But anyway, like I'll probably kill under Hitler's Reich if compared to like Stalin. I would just generally say like if you were like put them on like a tier list, some YouTube tier list, I would probably put them on what would you call it? Like the same tier because they generally both are like very anti-democratic generally. They both impede on civil liberties a lot. Both of them, their economies don't end up really ending that well. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but the Soviets didn't kill 6 million Jews, right?
Yeah, that is, or they still did genocide people, didn't they?
It depends on how you define genocide. Some people would say, yep. Some people would say it's actually anti-Semitic to compare the Soviets to the Nazis because for all the Soviet crimes, they are incomparable to Nazi crimes. That's what some people might say. What do you think of that?
I haven't looked up on the extent of like all the Soviet genocides. The only one I'm really particularly famous with is the Holodomor one on Ukraine because Russia, Ukraine. That I had to look that up apparently. But yeah, the more I think about it, probably the Nazis are worse than the Soviet Union overall. But I would still say that they're both like on the same kind of tier of awful, and the people who shit, I should probably get water. Give me a sec. Some nice dihydrogen monoxide.
Yeah.
But the people who tend to be Nazis and people who tend to be tankies generally have the same type of character in terms of like argumentation, like how they are overall. When it comes to morals and ethics, when it comes to like politics, you know what I mean?
Say that again.
Like with
I had 92%
when you compare like Nazis, like
retard,
individual Nazis and tankies, individual tankies, you see that like they generally have the same type of character and the same type of like argument. Like what would you call it? A person who's a Nazi is not that far off from a person who's a tanky, and like how like they act and argue. That's something I tend to notice. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Because they both have like the same denial of fact. Like what would you call it? They both have the same denial of facts. They both generally believe that like that we have to have some other country dominate us pause. And they and they're generally anti-democratic. You know what I mean?
Okay. Wow.
You've talked to Nazis and tankies, right?
Yeah. As far as interpersonally, they're both pretty insufferable.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would say they were equally bad. Eastern Europe was very fucked and ruined by the Soviet Union. They oversaw a bullshit economy. They imprisoned a lot of their political opponents for very arbitrary reasons. They massacred people. They ethnically cleansed some parts of the region of like Muslim Tatars and shit. So yeah, obviously the famines. They did a lot of horrible shit. The Nazis, when they were in Eastern Europe, wanted to had a hunger plan to starve out the Slavic population so they could make living space for the German rural population. Like they were expecting like 85% of the people in Lithuania to die and like 50% of people in Latvia. Like they were the amount of fucking, and not to mention obviously the Holocaust and all that, and they did that in much less time as well than the Soviets. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay, wait, how do I say this?
It's like people comparing people comparing just like Israel to Nazis. Like Israel does bad shit, but it's like comparing it to fucking Nazis is ridiculous. Like Soviets are definitely worse than Israel, but yeah, I don't know. The Nazi comparison kind of, I think it fucks you up a little bit because the
you're a Nazi, he's a Nazi, everyone's a Nazi, Gary's a Nazi.
I mean, the Nazis were just so demonstrably worse in so many ways. Yeah, that's how I see it. Anyway.
So I want people to cut that to clip trim you. So like when I say you're a Nazi, and then cut to you saying yeah.
Oh, nice one.
Got him. Well, think about it. But like, I would say like generally when people use the term Nazi, it's or like when people like use like the term Nazi, it generally feels like they just shit slinging it around. So like I understand like when you say like the like. When you say like, oh yeah, the USSR isn't as bad as the Nazis because you know like Nazis did one of the worst shits that you can think that in human history.
Doesn't get much worse.
Doesn't get much worse than deciding, you know what, we should kill everyone. Actually, then you can argue that. Well, actually, if you argue, they could argue that person's probably not racist if they say that they want to kill everyone. Maybe they're just an extreme narcissist. Actually, that gives me a great idea.
Yeah.
Not gonna say it though, but okay, that was just joking. That was just joking. But what was I thinking about? What was it about? Actually, have you ever had a chatter? Or not a chatter, but a person in this very call you a Nazi?
Yeah, of course I have.
What would you call it? Like any like what were they thinking? What was going through their head other than neurons and thoughts?
I don't really know what was going on in their heads. Probably just some like retarded fish noises, but keeps them going.
I call bullshit on that. There's no way there would be a fish in there. A fish is too smart.
Wow. Thanks.
Base. Or no, but like what was their policy position? Like was it like
they didn't have a policy position. They're just like crazy tankies. Yeah.
Well, they just called you a Nazi.
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't happened for a while, so maybe I'm lucky. Who knows?
Yeah, I remember my first experience with the tanky.
Yeah.
It was on Twitter of all places. Apparently, there was this guy who was arguing that like we shouldn't need currency. And that people shouldn't, what would you call it? I forgot what the exact conversation, it was like fucking 2 years ago. I was just a little fat ass in COVID at the time. But it was just, they were just, what would you call it? They were arguing that like we shouldn't need like currency and that what else? I think it had to do something about like working, because I remember like I was like, well, yeah, if you do this, then like not enough people are gonna like have. I remember. If you give everyone like the means to like, if you give people no like direct reason to go to work, then like eventually society is either going to collapse or be severely handicapped. Or if you give like everyone the means to like live like 100% like comfortably, like not like it's not like an anti like welfare where it's like, oh yeah, you get like $1,000 a month or something, or because you have a child you get subsidized as much. It's like more like you shouldn't be like, there should be no reason for you to like work at all. And I was like, oh yeah, if you do that, then like society is gonna like lose a lot of its workforce, or like a decent chunk of it, and then economic growth is gonna be stunted. And I think that they were just a regular cringe socialist until what would you call it? I clicked on their, or to be fair, I should have known because I thought there was like a hammer and sickle in their Twitter name.
Shit. Okay.
And when I clicked onto their fucking bio, they were like Gusango Gulanger, and I think hating on some group of minority.
Okay.
But apparently there's this nice chatter saying that there's a person in the waiting room. Yeah. So I think I should probably go. It was nice talking to you, Loner Cube.
Yeah, and yourself, buddy.
Yay. Okay, let me get out of this. He's a Nazi. Nah, just kidding. I love you. No homo.
All right. I'm too tired. This person's a chatter who's challenging me now. Oh God, who's in the waiting room? Let's see. Okay, I don't have much long left. I'm out of fuel.
Hey,
but what can
what's
I
up?
do for you?
Oh, I forgot it was 4 a.m. over there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, I don't know. I was just arguing with leftists in another Discord.
Oh.
A lot of these people comparing the West's reaction to Ukraine versus Israel and being like, this is proof the West is racist.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, might be. How do you know they're not?
I mean, I don't know. I consider myself pretty Western. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's fair to say they're both bad. What is the actual? Oh, sorry. Like, what is the actual death toll in Gaza right now? Because I'm getting all kinds of different answers. Like I've heard 20,000.
Yeah, I think it's 20,000. Seems to be.
Oh yeah. Well, our Lord and Savior Joseph Biden says it's more like 6,000, but I don't know.
Oh,
actually, I don't.
Did he
I
say
don't know if he actually
6,000
said.
people had died in Gaza?
Actually, no. He stated that he doesn't trust the numbers coming from the Gaza Ministry of Health or something.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as historical wars, aren't their numbers usually okay? I thought it was the issue was how weird how they decide whether or not the people who died were civilian or combatant. Seems to be that they just won't say if it was a combatant. That's what how I thought it went.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm reading here that they've got 6,000 confirmed and that they have their ID numbers and names like listed on a website.
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah. So anyway, I was curious, do you just like play piano or do you have any other instruments?
I play guitar as well and bass, and I badly play drums.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Because I've only heard you play I play guitar, I play bass, I mess around with synthesizers a little bit.
Oh.
Do you have a guitar like plugged in, or because I've only ever heard you play piano on the stream?
Yeah, guitar's just a bit more awkward to get set up because it's like my
yeah.
I usually use my nylon string.
Oh,
my
nice.
electric
Classical.
is it's like I've got my Vox amp right next to me, but obviously that never really sees much action.
Yeah, you need to have like a little mixer set up so you can have all your microphone stuff separated.
Yeah. So I might plug in the guitar one day and have something like that works. So I can just, it'd be really nice to just be able to pick it up and just start playing. And like there's already like an amplitude set up or something. But yeah, I would need that. I would need some software to get started on that.
Yeah, like something to play in like a not just a drum machine, but like some kind of music software to play like loops and then transition between different loops that you can play along with.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, anyway, I will let you get to bed, man. Have a great rest of your stream. Jeez, it's like 4:30. Oh no, 4:16 over there.
Yep. So yeah, we're about to wind up.
Yeah. Well, lots of love, Merry Christmas, and all that jazz.
And yourself, man. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Is this a reasonable trade? Oh. Because if the knight takes this pawn, I lose the bishop. Okay. I see. What does one do about that? Do I just take it and get this pawn and then do that? Ooh. This is where we get a little bit nifty, I think. Because here I'm going to lose my bishop. Do I care about losing a bishop? Not really. I just need to be careful about the next move, because this is coming next. Yes. No, well done. Well done, son. Okay, but then I could be up a pawn. Oh, no, the knight would go next. Oh, shit. Okay, hang on. If I go here... Oh, fuck that. No way am I going there. Ha ha ha. I would go here. But then the knight can go where? Can just get backed up, I suppose. No, the bishop would go here. Then I would take the knight. So, yeah, it's just fine. I'll just go with this. Because whatever they do, I can just move my safety. The fuck? Oh, they're speeding up. Okay. I'm not even up a pawn or anything, am I? I'm just losing my time. Ah. They're giving me time. That's cute. This is snatch. I see that. Okay, because the queen takes that, and then I do that, and I lose the fuck. Okay. Is this person just really good? Or am I really retarded? I don't know. Getting a bit cucked here. Not gonna lie. Because this is next. Wow. Holy shit. This is just like a horrible exchange. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's this. But even that, I can't do the trade. Oh, fuck. I can do that. Oh, do this. And then this. And then I think we're okay. Right? But then they go up here. Okay, that's better. The knight's gone, though. Oh, fuck. Am I just really, really bad at this game? Oh, shit. How do I know they're not using all the engines, though? What's next? This, probably? Oh, no. That's so stupid. Why would I do that? What now? Is the pawn going to chug forward? This rook is very vulnerable. Oh, God. The Punisher. Let's just keep sailing. Oh, no. That's the, That's the final smasher. That's the mate in one. Now the pawn has to come forward. Oh, God. Now this, and then I die. I don't even, fuck. So I got this thing going on, who knows? Why are they giving me more time? It's so embarrassing. Then what? Oh, can they see my arrows? Are you live on Twitch? Nah, not today. Not right now, I mean. Okay. I don't even. What am I doing? They want to do that, I'd imagine. No, they can't do that. What's next? Oh, that. Okay, okay. Let's try this. Whew. I don't have any. There's just nothing I can do here. This is like ridiculous. Fuck it. Let's go. Let's go one more. Okay. What do I actually do? Come on. Just this is pretty standard. Wait, they know what I'm saying as well. Maybe I shouldn't plot. Maybe I shouldn't scheme. And I think this is reasonable. Okay with this. And this. Do I want to disconnect the bishop? Oh god, fuck. Let's go to this. Fuck. I just don't like these knights. They're stupid and annoying. Uh-oh. What does this do? Let's try this. I'm trying to see where the problem is here. Can you go here? There's nothing there. That's a move. So I do kind of have to deal with that. I think I know what they want to do. They want to do this, this, and there's something going on here, right? But I can move the agenda, though, can't I? Let's be incredibly brave. No, there's this. Fuck. Ah, God. No, it's not. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. That's manageable. Ah. Is it? I don't even know. Because where's that knight going? I think it's to put pressure on the 3 pieces. Maybe? Oh, I think I see maybe why this isn't actually a great gain. Maybe. Because if I take this, then the rook comes and then I lose my castling. That too big of a deal, though? Then there's be like that or some crazy shit. I don't even fucking know. Oh, let's go here. So these have got some double power on the... So they're up a pawn, but this guy is loose. Now they're thinking, shit. F7, F4. What? See, what the fuck is this move? This is so weird. I don't actually know what's happening. Eh. You take F4, you're a fucking dick. Wait, hang on. Now it's too late. No, I know what the idea is. It's like this. So there's this. Okay, wait, hang on. I don't like this, though. That's annoying. So I might do a preemptive strike. Ah! Fuck me. Okay, hang on. I could do this. Ooh! Just cover the file, you know? Get the open files. Now what? What do we do now? Pawn push? No, a pawn push? Or this. Cover the base. I think this is better. I don't know why, but I'm gonna commit to it. Fuck. Because this pawn can't advance at all. It's not scary. Huh. What's happening? Oh no, fuck you. Not that. Not that again. Not like this. Fuck's sake. How do I not see this shit? Oh god. What a horrible tactic. Ugh. Am I still okay with the rooks though? I don't even know. I think everything's gonna fall apart if I'd let this happen. Oh god. Take his pawn. Shut the fuck up. Don't tell me to take his pawn, dick. Fuck it. Let's see what happens. Trust in luck, Lorner Box. I don't know. I'm just gonna go too fast now, I think. 11 seconds. Oh shit. Yeah. Uh-oh. Don't want that. Huh. How about this? That was a bit... Oh, no, I forgot the fucking... Oh, my God. Oh, God, I forgot the... Fuck. Forgot the king. E1. What, this? What's this gonna do? Just get taken. It's this I need to worry about. Yeah, it's done. It's just done. The only thing I can do now is, like, just hope this fucking shuts it down. I don't even know. Nothing. Wait, is there any checks? Yeah, there's that. No, there's not. Huh. Oh, the queen can just do a trade if they want to. Ah, well. Just, be irritating, shall we? I don't think I have anything, any way out of this. I could have done that, maybe. Could have maybe done that. And then that. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Fuck it. This is just asking for this, this, this. Done. Yeah, I don't know. I think we almost had a chance. Hey. Let's have a look at the board, shall we? It's even, even. Should have taken the pawn, okay. Still even. Should have castled. Why didn't I castle? Dumb fuck. Taking was good, taking was good. Pressing the bishop was good. I'm playing like perfectly for 13 moves. Should have castled. Still fine. Should have castled long. That gave a 0.4. Should have pushed the pawn. That move was bad. Because it allowed that little trick. Wait, hang on. Wait. Let's go from here. So there. Okay. Pawn takes, yeah. Pawn, okay, that's, yeah. Queen there, okay. Knight takes, okay. Queen takes, okay. Queen takes bishop, okay, obviously. That was the fuck up there. I could have taken that, okay. And then I was like 3 down. Oh, shit. Oh, this gave me the, yeah. Oh, no, I should have taken the pawn. I saw it the next move. Fuck. But then I was 4 down. Because I gave the king the chance to, oh, God. I saw it 1 later. 1 too late. So give him the time to move. Fuck me. Holy shit. And then it's over. So I was good until there. What's the accuracy on that? Does it tell you? You need an account. Oh. This person's like... Oh, they're in the waiting room. No, fuck, I need to sleep. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. It's fine. I get it. Like, I see what happened. It was this. It was that stupid pawn move. All right. Okay. Well, you guys have a good Christmas, okay? Wow. Jesus Christ. Maybe I'll actually like learn how to get good at chess next year. Maybe my New Year thing will be to up my ELO. I wonder what that person's ELO is. SRG. I wonder how many engines they were using. I'm joking. Okay. All right. Merry Christmas. Okay, yeah, love you guys. I'll see you before the end of the year. I'll see you probably on the 27th, 28th, something like that. Hopefully we'll have some stuff to talk about. All right. Behave yourselves. Bye.